safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtains fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify. Luna's got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, caramelize. Watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spinning. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them ankles. She make music with her body, she that #1 single.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, money.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. adrenaline. You take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be.
She make music with a body, call her Pandora, Spotify. Duna's got the lyrics to that body, all memorized. Mama get that job done, in fact she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. Watch her dance off, she putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off, still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down, girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the
She
campground.
makes music with her body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with her body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with her body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grips in there. Face like a doll, Body juicy, deadly when she grabbing and make out. She make music with her body. She that #1 single.
She make music with her body. The ballers they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with her body. The ballers they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with her body. The ballers they spending money, money.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. chasing. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, oh, just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify. Got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. Oh, watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the
She
campground.
makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spin that. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing that make out. She make music with her body, she that #1 single.
She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, money.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. There's enough above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. There's enough above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define.
慢慢打就行了，慢慢打这把就赢了。
是的，
这把拖，兄弟们，就一拖。
哎，他大空了，哎，保那个养，
收一下，收一下，收一下，收一下，收一下。
没事没事，
那先走一下，最大最大，一波一波一波一波。
我有失落的对吧？
一波一波一波，下一把下一把下一把。
？Nice，
就是单个分多好吧？
结束了，结束了，结束。
别杀了别杀了，单个分多是不行。
哎，
哎，别，我才
没事，我可以扛的，拆得了。
我
Nice，
我是分多，我是分多。
可以，我们就这样稳定打就好了，保 AD 打也可以的。
让我在我这，在我
来来来，
啊，可以看。
别急，我能走，我能走，我能走。
走，先走一下，先走 AD。
可以了，可以了，可以了。
来，注目没打，注目都没打。我放眼。
慢点打，慢点打。
给我 K 个头。
你能上吗？上不了，我给我吧。
给我 K 个头吧。
哎，中路可以先推个高地啊。
先推高地吧，先推一轮。
我刚刚辅助拿2打5啊！
你别，
真的，对面杀不了我。
我觉得你需要一个我。
先别急，赢了再说啊，慢慢来。哎，开了。
别急，我打出冰女了，冰女死了，可以打。哎，别急，刀妹先回来。
我有冲哥。
慢点打。
别冲了，别冲。
回来，先回来。
慢点打。
射题。
这里在哪？
能看吗？看我，可以杀。
我先回家。
快溜，兄弟。
没事，可以一波。
可以一波，再来一波。
巨魔。
AD，哎呀 ，nice。
来，看一这边的师傅。
拿下，不多说了，这把冲，
这把把都是冲。
直接进，来，救 救赎，赢了看龙。
可以，走吧。
减速了，6秒 Q，给 buff 吧。哇，上位也去推这个。
可以，稳了。看一下。
我没打倒啊。没事，杀猪就杀猪，慢慢打。手里没事。打前排。来一波。猪。
一波，击了。没事，两个没用的。
没事。nice， 快拆打，别恶心人了。挡住推就行了。nice， 冲，上了。看一下换风。
nice， 新生代 AD 赢了。
好了，都走了过来了。好，不要，往这打我。看我，我在西欧拉夫了。还没打表。我机会不好，输出去。还没打表。哎，可以去。小心 nice。哎，这个没闪的。先别懵逼。你这还能追吗？我还没闪。慢慢追。哎，没闪，追了。回他。我顶个5杀了，一个5杀了，别乱的，一波了，我好笑了，没事，都是兄弟，
多一点，
我
输没下，来这，突破呀！哎，你们赢了，哎，你们可以打，我冲了，可以打，上了，吃饱吃，我，OK，我们打位了，有，鱼刀妹，一没炸，可以打，上完，我杀，看一下，我杀塔了，哎，可以，我杀，给他，中了，
哇塞，没抢到
，OK，
不然是我打输了，
没抢到，
哎，这边可以打，AD 没闪，
打人做关键，哎，我杀，我地，给，看这个送不送了？给，可以，拿不到，我踢过来了，我死，我怕他死，我是有点想死。我为了马哥来正义仲裁一下你这个长五杀的，正义仲奇怪了，这么紧张，去不就随手按了下去？
对吧？这种看起来我们吊打对面了。
我们只需要小心前面不要被滚水。
他们都要偷气的，
就跟第一把差不多，我觉得一样的抱团。慢点，
哎，我要被打了，我怕了，被泡了，我逼了踢，他们这边要去，
走，
那边，我不知道你们跳，我们跳，
追到了
，OK，
慢点，
哎，他们还是，
别让他们
打不了，我们上，
打完死了，我应该能，哎，走，准备，
哎，我走，
死不了，
来，双踢嘛，来，是我，双踢全没了，他偷不了家，
下波杀完会直接死，
来杀，有机会哦，加入套，也快刷了，拖一下，
已经刷了，下波已经没刷进去。
nice， 那就直接过来打吧，来追打，
等远古龙消失吧，现在水晶复活了好像，拆不了家，偷不了家，把这个远古龙偷过去，我们还是能赢，打出还是能赢的，稳一点，
啊，我就要给，拼吧，我觉得拼吧，不用管那么多了，我看见你了，贝铁，让贝铁，贝铁。现在就可以，慢点，今天就赢，他会等我们五龙没了。我看着那个谁的，五龙就1秒可以打。留一他没了，我就五龙都快开了，还有点时间呢，我想抓好，准备杀。
别急。
哎，这波线来了，这波线来了，
这波线要中。给他先转起来。
我知道。哎，最后一秒，最后一秒中啊！哎，到了！来一下！我动手！
杀人，已经给我。老师，杀你莫！
兄弟们，他走不了，杀了！
一下，把猫杀了，老子又是这个主播，我打
赢就好了。
一个赛季有多长？不同的人有不同的答案。或短，有些面孔还未曾留于记忆；或长，抵达终点的距离难以丈量。17个答案的共同体就是 LPL。威恩剥下面罩，兰博扬起烈火，千帆竞渡，众浪齐奔，新与老汇聚成源源不绝的力量。飞星划过峡谷，艾克捡起影子，压力在计分板上勾勒出一道无形的线，坚定的身影背后是永不熄灭的战役。围墙外，水晶前，牵制、传送、迂回、交错，相同的决策呈现出平行的结局。胜利的喜悦来之不易，失去的苦涩棱角分明。完成救赎，收获成长，往昔言语皆为往昔。我们总感叹时间太短，遗憾太长，可等待总是值得。迟到的惊喜化作期待，为春日的终章谢幕新添色彩。 求变、突破、磨合、执行，更好的我们还在前方。结果并非所愿，就在尘埃落定前奋力一搏。再见时，定是新的模样。
Oh, Casa looking like a badass at the end of that, giving me chills right there. But we are heading into day number 7 here of our 8-day final week in the LPL regular split. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Lyric. We're running out of series, we're running out of time, and we're running out of contenders for that 8th seed spot.
Yeah, but going back to what you just said, I don't feel like there's 8 days in a week. But sadly, only 2 days left of LPL.
You know, there's a lot of things that I don't feel, but they're happening right before us. And we are in an 8-day week of LPL right now. We're in day 7, and we have plenty more coming up. But first, let's find out what happened in day number 6. Vici managed to win out against V5 in a way closer series than it realistically should have been. But they did manage to get the W, and that's all that counts. They followed that one up with FPX 2-1 over Rogue Warriors. And then, at the end of the day, Lyric, what on earth happened? RNG lost to Suni.
And for everyone who was watching that game 3, RNG were up like 8,000 gold at the 18-minute mark. That game was theirs, but we constantly see RNG struggling, and, well, that's the result.
Well, they've already locked in playoffs, but it ain't looking good right beforehand right now. You can see them there. They are 8-8 to finish the split off. You can see the 3 teams that are not highlighted just yet. OMG, Vici, WE, those are the ones fighting for 8th seed.
And the interesting thing is someone will be eliminated today. If WE wins, Vici is out. If WE loses, they themselves are out.
That's absolutely right. And then Vici, hilariously, will be relying on the OMG versus WE game tomorrow. If WE wins, Vici makes it through, which is a bizarre scenario, but that's how it works. It's all about the game difference. But also, importantly, IG, they are locked in for the top 2 spots. They have 1 more game to go. They can lock in first seed.
Yep, so they are the only team that can get to 14 wins, and that's what matters.
But here we go for today. We're going to be jumping into JDG's matchup. And we just saw the standings. They can snag themselves 2nd seed here with a win. And if FPX lose tomorrow, we'll get into that later on. They're up against LGD. They're out of the runnings, but they've had some decent games recently. We'll see what they've got to bring to the table. We'll follow that one up, though. We've already mentioned it. WE versus EDG. EDG looking to climb the standings themselves. WE hoping to hold on to their tournament life.
Yeah, and even though it says 6 versus 12, this is a lot closer series than that suggests. Yep. Again, we're only separated by 3 series wins, and WE still has 2 left to play, so it could be a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, a lot to do with the draft as well, but we'll get to that later on today. And finally, we'll jump into IG against LNG. It's the number 1 seed up against the team in 16th place. And IG, if they win that series, they will lock in seed number 1 for playoffs. IG, honestly, they've looked indomitable across the course of this split. They've had some rough games, but when it comes down to it, it feels like when they turn on the heat, they're unstoppable.
It would be the most IG thing, though, to lose at the very end against
really
a Chen-Lun-led LNG.
It would be something, that's for sure. But let's stop talking about IG. We'll talk about them later today. First off, let's talk about JDG, because this is a team, they've been on a massive win streak. They're currently on a 6-win streak, but I don't want to look at their most recent 5 games because they have some serious results to talk about. Most importantly, they beat IG already. We were just talking about how strong IG's looked. They've beaten E-Star as well. And with a win here, and if FPX lose tomorrow, they can snag 2nd seed.
Yeah, their resume is extremely impressive, and even the other team, just the fact that they're doing it in such a dominant 2-0 fashion just is a testament to how strong JDG is right now.
This is one of the not even dark, I was going to say dark horses. These guys aren't even a dark horse for playoffs. These are one of the favorites for playoffs at this point. And one of the big changes most recently that has caused this shakeup is Zoom coming on back. He wasn't able to play for a few weeks, but since he's come back, he's looked ridiculous. They haven't lost a single game since he returned.
Ever since Zoom has come into the league in 2018, he's just always been a force to be reckoned with. And he does so well, you know, across the game. He does good on weak side, does good on strong side, great in team fights, good in dive scenarios. He's just so versatile and, you know, is a 9 or a 10 in each category.
He just looks amazing. And like fights like that, he was literally 1v4. He still finds 2 kills before going down. And look at the confidence. Here on the Mordekaiser, he doesn't have a bunch of kills, but he goes in 1v5 to zone.
He just knows his limits so well. Again, it actually looks pretty dicey with him in this scenario, but trusts his team to follow up and knows he has the durability to survive and finish up this team fight.
Yeah, using the death realm beautifully during this fight, and then just consistently, obviously he gets a double kill here, but this one, this was very recently. Natural feels like he's got a solo kill here, feels like he's got Zoom on the ropes, but Zoom knows exactly what he's doing.
Yep, Zoom just able to play this out very nicely, and Natural just being way too aggressive, and this is what you were just talking about. 14-0 in games so far, 7-0 in series.
And look at the KDA. Look at the Mordekaiser KDA right there. 3 games played, 27 KD. That is insane.
Just look at that face, Munch. It is the face of Doom.
He's holding the L, and he's giving that to all of his opponents. He's not taking a single L just yet. We'll see if that's going to change here against LGD, but you have to feel JDG are a strong favorite coming into this series. And to me, this series is kind of like the meter stick for JDG. It's like you have to come in here and you have to continue your 2-0 streak going into playoffs.
Your meter stick is really they're 14-0 with this 5-man lineup. What more do they need to prove to you?
I just want them to look good. I just want to see them looking good going into playoffs. I think it's important, especially against Peanut. Peanut is definitely not a player to be sniffed at.
Kramer as well.
Make things happen, yeah, for sure. Kramer's been looking better recently. And in fact, let's talk a little bit about LGD, because they had a bit of a resurgence. There was a little bit of a hype train going on. We thought maybe there was a miracle streak in the works to get them to playoffs. It didn't happen. The hype train has been well and truly derailed at this point. They can't make playoffs. They're just looking towards summer.
It's disappointing because they did go on a bit of a win streak, beating WE, RNG, and OMG. 3 really competent teams.
Yeah.
And even play-wise, their macro game decision-making is really good, but when it comes down to this execution, they don't always hit the mark. But still, they've shown that they're a team that can contend with teams like JDG.
Yeah, we'll see if they can contend with JDG, and I think a lot of it will be down to the jungle matchup when it comes to Kanavi against Peanut. Both of these guys, they're known as like carry junglers, right? Kanavi has had many carry performances recently. Peanut, on the other hand, we love his Lee Sin. He's willing to go ham on the Lee Sin, make the plays, but also his Jarvan as a tank has been so impactful for him and the rest of his squad.
Also very important to note is the fact of side selection this game, because LGD are actually 2 wins and 10 losses on red side. So they don't do very well, especially with their champion pools. Lies really always going to be put on a tank, and Yuki especially really relying on getting on picks like Azir and Corki. So they do just prefer that blue side, where they've picked up 12 of their 14 wins. So that's at least a good sign for LGD.
Certainly is. JDG going to be on that red side, which means they're going to start things off by banning away this Kalista and also banning a Senna. Interesting that they do go for the Kalista ban, because Loken has actually played Kalista in 6 out of the last 10 games JDG have played.
He's actually 8-0 on the pick overall, but I like the Senna ban as well, because LGD are undefeated on Senna. And the last thing we could look for is if JDG want to go for that Azir ban that we talked about. On the other side, I like the target bans coming out from LGD. They don't like playing the set, and Zoom has looked so comfortable in that pick.
Yep.
Of course, Yagao is probably the best LeBlanc in the whole league. So just these bans really rounding out well.
Yeah, you and I were talking about this LeBlanc ban off stage earlier on today, and it's like, sure, LeBlanc, it's a meta champion, but Yagao, he's so good at this LeBlanc. It's like, sure, maybe you can play against LeBlanc, but can you play against Yagao's LeBlanc? It's a different beast entirely. Aphelios going to be the first lock in here. Kramer's played it multiple times this split, and he's looked good every time.
Yeah, I would expect to see JDG go towards the Misfortune here, with the other 3 primary AD carries being banned, but the first lock-in of Syndra is actually really different.
Super strange to see a Syndra as such a high... We've seen a bit of Syndra, but never this level of priority.
And JDG is not a team, at least from this split, that... Actually, Loken has played it in the bot lane. I'm actually wrong. He's played it once. So the fact that you do have that flex potential in this team, a lot of LPL teams aren't tending to go for those mage flexes, especially the Syndra, which we see very heavily in LEC. So, but if you do have the flex potential, very strong here.
Yeah, and I guess they do, because we've seen Yagao take it mid 3 times. We've seen it 1 time in the bottom lane for Loken. So on the other side, though, Lies going to go for this Wukong. He's against Ornn. We literally just saw a clip of what Zoom can do to a Wukong when he's playing this Ornn.
Yeah, so both teams are going to go for their standard top lane options. We don't expect JDG to flex this towards the mid lane, even though Yagao has picked it up twice. Zoom has just been playing these tank top laners. He's actually only played 4 picks since he's come back. Orange Set, Mordekaiser, and the Maokai. And if I'm JDG here, I think you just look for a strong blind jungle option. The Jarvan is still up, and that's something that Peanut has really thrived on this split. So taking that away, which is just going to enhance your team fighting and engage options, would be very nice to see.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much Jarvan out of Kanavi, though. That's the only caveat in that he's got 6 Sylas, 6 Kindred, 6 Rek'Sai. The Jarvan all the way down at 2 picks. So maybe we'll see JDG ban that rather than pick it themselves.
Yeah, JDG instead go for this Thresh, which does set up a bit of a kill lane in the bot lane if they do want to send Syndra down there. So going to have a lot of threat on that Aphelios, but you're still really flexible with where you can go.
Banning away Trundle here as we move towards the jungle picks. Bear in mind, still need a mid laner and a jungler for LGD. On the other side of the board, we still need a jungler and maybe a mid laner, maybe an AD carry. We'll see where JDG go with this one, but there's already a lot of AD carries have been removed. Bear in mind, JDG banned 3 AD carries themselves.
We need to remember, though, that JDG always have the option of just picking Kindred and having an AD carry in the jungle, so they don't need to be afraid of missing out on any DPS options.
And that could be where we're going with these jungle bans as well, trying to set Kanavi up for a good matchup for this Kindred.
And like the Trundle ban, some people might argue, no, why would you ban that against Kindred? But Trundle, once he does get on top of Kindred, has very favorable trades and does win the all-in. So, again, could signal that. I'd still prefer if we do just see something like a Jarvan come out and get the takeaway from Peanut. Of course, the Lee Sin is still open, and that has been Peanut's bread and butter champion. But we've seen the Jarvan just be so instrumental in the LPL overall. And he's actually our 4th highest presence champion.
It doesn't surprise me at all. We've seen it so high priority for a lot of teams. Kanavi's not played a lot of it, but he has played it. And obviously, I don't doubt that Kanavi can play that Jarvan. We'll see if it comes through. Is the Lucian banned away? It's something we've seen Yagao play in the mid lane. Something that JDG have been happy to fall back on as a flex.
Yeah, here, again, just hold that flex pick in your soul lanes and go for jungle, but changing it up and going for the Grave, so still going to have kind of a pseudo AD carry, not really a hard AD carry because you don't have the consistent DPS, but
this is kind of a flex as well. We have seen kind of sprinklings of Graves mid, not necessarily here in the LPL, but you know, people have been toying with it in the current meta.
Hey, when his base MR got buffed, I was one of the people who was extremely hyped for solo lane Graves to come out.
We'll see if that's going to happen. Obviously, it's not going top, but on the other side, Yuki gets his Azir. This is something Yuki has played a ton of this split. 3 times more Azir games than any other champion.
I was going to say, this is his 10th Azir game. His 2nd most played champions are all at 3 games.
Yeah, it's insane. And he looks great on it as well. That's important in that his streamer shuffles look fantastic. Peanut, at the same time, going to have this Lee Sin.
LGD just defaulting back to front-to-back team fights, and they are one of our strongest front-to-back team fighters in the league. So going with this does just make sense.
So it looks to be that this Syndra pick will be going to Loken in the bottom side. Looks like Kanavi will be going for the Graves, unless these hovers are all just a bait after all. But Corki Azir, we've seen it a lot of times in the last couple of weeks, and we're going to see it again here. Yagao taking the Corki.
I would have liked to see the Zoe that they were hovering a bit more for the fact that it does give them early lane priority and would give the Graves a lot more ability to go bully out the enemy jungle. It does give him a bit more CC lockdown with that bubble, but still, instead deciding to match scaling. And once again, both teams actually having a very strong front-to-back team fight, but on the side of JDG, looks like you are relying on a bit more pick potential, and you're really going to have to heavily play through this bottom lane.
So talk me through this Syndra flex pick in the bottom side for JDG, because there's obviously reasons to go for this Syndra, but why is this the priority over an actual AD carry?
Just wanting to go for that heavy kill lane priority in the bottom lane. Maybe not comfortable picking the Misfortune, but I honestly feel like the Misfortune pick would be a lot more reliable and just have a lot more of a standard draft, which is what JDG have done so well all split. Again, we've seen this Syndra once come out from Loken, and Kanavi is not the type of jungler who likes to put a lot of attention towards the bottom lane, and Syndra Thresh demands attention.
We'll see if Kanavi's going to change up his style in this game. He's on the Grave, so we'll be quite happy to go for kills in the early game, but he's up against Peanuts, Lee Sin as well. We're going to jump into Summoner's Rift for game number 1 here. JDG against LGD. Lyric, talk me through this one. You've mentioned JDG, they're going to be wanting to try and find picks. How do LGD avoid that win condition?
Yeah, so on the side of LGD, where you should feel like you have the superior scaling comp, you have the Aphelios in the bot lane, you have Azir in the mid lane, it is a lot about just matching and trying to deny what JDG want to do, getting that defensive vision down and looking for counter ganks on this Lee Sin. Might sound pretty weird because you are a Lee Sin, right? You're the early game aggressive jungler, but if you're LGD, you don't feel any pressure at all for the late game. But on the opposite side of that, you are facing, again, let's say double AD carry, even though Graves not completely filling that role, with an Ornn in the top lane, so you are going to get those Ornn items coming in later on.
I mean, it's not... They've not really got any single AD carry necessarily, because Corki does mostly magic damage, realistically.
But if he does go for, right, more of the IE, Zeal item build, your auto attacks are still going to really hurt, so still going to have a lot of
different
AD
damage types, still the same, like, style of damage as an AD carry.
Yeah, exactly.
Still functions in the same way on the late stages of the game. Peanut starting towards the bottom side of the map here. And as you rightly said, LGD looking for a slower pace of game here. When you look at their team fight, when you look at how they can scale up towards the late game in the form of an Azir, in the form of an Aphelios, they'll look incredible later on. Kanavi, though, we know him as a jungler that likes to go for this farm. He's actually going for phase rush here on the Graves.
Yeah, phase rush is a lot more about being able to stick onto your enemy since, you don't have any real... You're not like Jarvan, right? You don't have the EQ, you don't have a Sonic Wave like a Lee Sin, so really needing that rune if you want to get in these lanes and then stick on the enemies. One thing that LGD can look for early on is they will have priority in the mid lane, so if they want to try and force some kind of scuttle fight around topside, that is always an option.
Can try and force those fights earlier on in the game. But it has to be said, across the board, Syndra, massive spikes at level 6. Corki, massive spikes with the Triforce. Zoom, massive spikes throughout the game because Ornn is just always pretty great. You'd expect that JDG, after a few levels, might start to turn up the heat.
Yeah, and an interesting thing is Peanut did do that single target clear. Makes me wonder if he's going to instead try to look for a play on bot side, kind of anticipating that's where JDG will want to heavily pressure, but look at Kanavi on the top side.
Yuki just missed a cannon in the mid lane. Disappointing, disappointing. I talked up his ear. Here we go, 2v2 though, because both junglers are on their way. Searing charge used quite early on in this one. Lai's going to get the warrior trickster, flashes away, keeps himself safe. Peanut trying to turn this one around. Can't find a kill though. Maybe wants to... I thought he was maybe going to go for a Sonic Wave. I'm not sure that would have been wise.
Lai's was already in such a bad position that Peanut really couldn't do anything more than that. Had he been able to get up here a bit faster, or Lai's kind of played back a bit and tried to bait out this 2v2, we talked about how LGD can look to try and force a 3v3 in the top half of the map.
Sonic Wave not going to find Yagao there. It's Peanut just going to help shove out. Kramer is incredibly low in this bottom lane.
Syndra just has so much range, very easy to abuse this Aphelios in the laning phase. Again, we've seen this matchup a few times over in the LEC, but it's a lane that you really want to try and get snowballing.
And it's really difficult as well because this Braum support from Killua, sure, Braum's great at protecting your AD carry, but when it comes to trying to punish Loken for positioning aggressively, for getting this harass down, there's little to nothing that Killua can do.
Yeah, and Loken and Lumao not able to walk forward with that wave, with Killua kind of hiding in the brush and Peanut not being shown on the map.
So we just kind of reset in this mid lane. Right now, Yagao has a pretty significant CS deficit in this mid lane. Yuki 10 CS up. Obviously, we'll get a few of these under tower now, but still important to mention that Yuki has had the best of this matchup so far.
Which Azir does in the early levels, especially when you go for that Arcane Comet and are able to bully out from a range. Interesting to see that Yagao's picking up the Fairy Charm. Of course, he can still just kind of sit on that and make a Sheen and go towards Triforce first, but we would expect to see the Manamune Mirror Mana Corki coming out, a lot better of a first item, and even just 2-item power spike overall, the other build being a lot more geared towards the 3-item, and of course Triforce is a much more expensive first item.
Yeah. Talk me through how Lies actually fits into the composition here for LGD, because we've mentioned that they want to kind of scale up, go for team fights later on, but we've seen different styles of Wukong. We've seen a little bit of split push, we've seen a lot of team fight Wukongs, but typically it's been the mid game that he really has the biggest presence.
Yeah, so Lies actually has a couple of options of how he can play this out, but ideally he would want to come in with a flank, especially jumping in with Peanut. Yuki with the Emperor's Divide and Killua just being a Braum offers enough peel as it is. So being able to get on the likes of an immobile Syndra and try and burst her down with Peanut really sets up your teamfight win.
See if he can get the disruption later on. Kanavi starting things off aggressively onto this dragon right here. We'll be able to smite that one away. Now the fight underway. Killua the target. Jumps to his AD carry. The Ignite used and he will walk away anyway. Good damage onto Loken. They can't quite finish off the kill though. No kills on the board, but a good dragon fight here for JDG.
Yeah, JDG doing a good job at finding the objective timing. Not sure where Peanut was on the map before that, but even going back to JDG, seeing their deep vision in LGD's red side jungle is very good. Just gives them a lot of information about where Peanut can be.
You know, speaking of Peanut, it's nice to see him on this Lee Sin again. It's been a highlight pick for him here in Spring 2020, but it's been a highlight pick for him across his whole career. And when you think about Peanut, when you think of his career back in Korea, which is a strange sentence to say, his career in Korea, he actually was an insanely successful player. In case any of you guys have been living under a rock for a few years, don't know who Peanut is, he has won the LCK 3 times. He won MSI back in 2017. He's come 2nd and 3rd at Worlds in consecutive years. But here in the LPL and in the LCK in 2019, he's not been able to replicate that success.
He's been one of the bright spots on the roster, though. Of course, kind of since week 1, he's been the anchor that's made LGD have a very competent early game, despite always being at the bottom of the standings. Very good at finding these gank opportunities and kind of outpathing and abusing the enemy junglers. Kramer was struggling a lot early on.
Oh. Loken with a really nice scat of the week there. They just, almost as if they just did it to interrupt you there. Peanut, he wants to prove you right that he's been one of the rocks for the team. Gets the kick down onto Lamau, and this will be a kill. First blood for Kramer.
Yeah, JDG's wave pushing into LGD, walking up, trying to contest, but Peanut does get in here, finds the kick onto Lumao, and finding those small advantages is always a positive for LGD. Very
nice start, and it's exactly what you said. Peanut making things happen in the early game.
He's heading back. Oh no, he's walking to Krugs now.
Not going to go for the repeat yank immediately. Did use his flash, importantly, to get that kick onto Lumao. Lumao deciding he was very much done for, didn't use his own flash, just accepted his fate on that.
The next objective we're going to be looking for is the Herald. I would like to see JDG look to contest that because...
Cyclone from Lies in the top lane. Wants the 1v1 onto Zoom. We'll get the second Cyclone, but I mean, he's still over half his HP. Now Call of the Forge God. Lies could be the one in trouble. Flashes away, dodges the knockup, but the brittle damage is massive. Lies doesn't have his flash available. Zoom wants to finish this one off. The charge comes through, the knockup. One more brittle would do the job. Bellow's Breath is still on cooldown, but there it goes. We're talking about Zoom. He brings the doom.
And this should pretty much just secure the Rift Herald for the side of JDG with Loken walking over now, but pretty confusing by Lies. I'm guessing he maybe wanted to try to bait out that Call of the Forge God.
Got another fight though. Lumao's in trouble. Will survive for now. Valkyrie actually used here from the package from Yagao. Now he's going to have to flash over the wall because the whole of LGD are here. Lumao steps forward just to keep the carry safe. Force the flash low onto the core key. Lumao survives for now. Everybody's arrived. And Zoom is still here, by the way. He's still going, and he's found Kramer completely alone. Sunfire alone will get the kill. Forces the flash out of the Aphelios, and Kanavi's going to chase it on. End of the line doesn't hit, but he's going to have his ultimate available. Collateral damage doesn't even need to come through. Still available for the rest of this fight.
But now the members of JDG are low, and Lies is coming off a base, so going to be full HP. JDG actually started that one up a bit too early, in my opinion. They could have waited for Loken to get closer to the objective and then try to secure it, but got on the objective early, gave LGD time to posture around it, but still, JDG are the ones who are able to find a kill, but LGD getting this in return is...
It's kind of crazy that LGD are going to be the ones to get this after the fight was so chaotic, but in favor of JDG. But ultimately, we've got to talk about Zoom there. He has been instrumental for JDG. Since coming back, JDG have a 100% win record in games over 6 series. For the entire split, over 7 series, they have a 100% win record. That's including before the break, before Chinese New Year. Zoom was on the squad and still doing work. there in that fight, he's able to just solo out Kramer, and that forces the win for JDG.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned earlier in the clips of his confidence, knowing exactly what he can do, because he was still about 40% HP, so maybe some other players wouldn't feel comfortable looking for that zoning potential and trying to go for that 1v1, but Zoom knowing exactly what he can do and goes for it.
If there's one thing Zoom isn't, it's afraid to make a play. Even on this Ornn, he just looks so strong.
And I would love right now to actually see Zoom just push out this wave, which he's already done, and just start walking over for Dragon, giving your team presence first and maybe forcing out a TP from Lies, or just even finding the first engage onto LGD.
See if Zoom is going to start zooming around the map, as you say. Kanavi, though, in the meantime, is going to look for a second Dragon. Bear in mind, the first one went the way of JDG already. Peanut's nearby. He's at his red buff right now. There's no vision on this one, but Killua's going to spot it. 2,000 on the Drake here. They have the damage to finish this one off. Loken's here as well. This is going to be given over to JDG.
And instead, it looks like they turned towards the mid lane, trying to find some damage on the Yagao. He did have to Valkyrie away, but maybe not feeling comfortable with the position Lies is in the top lane, just having to sit under his turret, but same in the bot lane, right? Syndra is still pushing in that Ophelio, so LGD just having a really hard time getting a good position to contest a team fight when JDG are the ones with vision down already.
And you can see that push visualized in the CS numbers as well. Like 30 CS advantage, almost 40 CS advantage for Loken in that bottom lane. That is a massive advantage for the carries.
And Loken's still at a very strong point, and even Kanavi wondering what items he's going to be able to pick up when he backs. These two together just have so much burst potential. But actually, this game, Loken's just been pretty much relegated to pushing out the bot lane.
Yeah. And that, to some extent, is what you would expect in the Syndra pick in this bottom lane. Like you said, it's two things, right? It's the kill pressure from the ultimate, but it's also the priority, the ability to just consistently shove these waves. On the other side, Kramer is having a really hard time. And we mentioned during the draft, Kramer has been hit or miss so far this split. Recently, he's been one of the shining lights for LGD, but across the split in general, we never really know which Kramer's going to show up.
To be fair, we did see him early on with Chance, which newer support does make it a harder time.
Lies could have a hard time here because they're going to try and dive Zoom, and that doesn't usually go well.
Oh.
Zoom misses his ultimate, though. A little bit embarrassing for him. Drops the thumbs up as well, but he's still going to be fine. Still going to survive, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and if you're LGD, this Herald is actually going to time out pretty soon. You need to find a place to drop this. I would assume you actually want this gold to go onto Kramer. Ooh,
hang on, we've got a fight on our hands, Kanavi. Oh, that's a nice hook coming out from Lumao. Killua gets the Glacial Fissure. Flash was forced out of this Lee Sin, though.
Yeah, and right now Yuki is heading up, so you have 4 members here on the side of LGD, and Lies does have teleport.
Lies has teleport here. Lumao forced to flash the whole squad here from LGD. Moonlight Vigil not going to do all of too much there from Kramer. Just getting Lumao low. He's going to have his pots ticking. In the meantime, you can see Yagao is moving over. I think he has a package available as well.
Yes, he does, and LGD weren't comfortable with that very small window where they had a chance to try to force a numbers advantage fight. Corki wasn't there, but maybe hearing the sound of package just dissuading them from taking that fight, and Loken just getting so much free gold in the bottom.
And forcing everyone to move to the top side gives LGD an advantage now in this mid lane. They drop the Herald and look for plates.
Yeah, that was great by LGD. The fact that they did move 4 or 5-man up toward, I guess 4-man up towards the top side, but had that pressure from the TP, did give them the priority in the top side and let them move to mid first, drop the Herald, get some plate gold for themselves.
I feel like they maybe could have forced that a little bit harder, but Peanut taking 2 tower shots was not ideal, and it means that they are going to have to back away. When we look at the plates, though, bear in mind that that Herald charge was the last second of plates being available. It's going to be 320 in the pocket of Yuki. On the other side, though, 480 for Loken.
You know, looking at JDG's comp, the one thing I do like about it is Syndra will be able to just safely sit in the mid lane once we get to a point where these outer turrets are broken down. Typically in comps where you have Syndra in the mid lane in a normal AD carry, you don't really have anyone who wants to sit in a side lane, but Corki's going to do that just fine. JDG picking up first turret.
Really nice stuff from JDG to continue to build this lead. Bear in mind, they got themselves 2 Drakes early on. So in a minute 20, they're looking towards Soul Point if they can maintain control.
right now we just have both teams posturing around mid lane control.
So I want to ask you now, Lyric. You mentioned how, you know, LGD clearly have the superior scaling when you look at the Azir and the Aphelios. What point is too late, though? At what point does the scaling not really tick enough boxes?
I'm glad you asked that because it's not so favorable on the side of LGD that it's like you hit 30, 35 minutes and you just automatically win the team fight, right? Because you do still have Corki on the side of JDG. You do still have Ornn and Ornn items. Syndra's still going to be able to burst down a target like Azir or Aphelios, but Kramer did pick up the Hex Drinker, so not going to be that easy, but
that honestly feels bad for Kramer. Like, obviously
yeah.
It's good,
yep.
But, like, I've played a lot of crit AD carries. Not having an IE, not having an Essence Reaver before 20 minutes is the worst feeling in the world.
It definitely sets you behind quite a bit, and we've already talked about how JDG should have the superior mid-game team fight just with the amount of burst that comes out from this jungle and AD carry.
Lumao's desperate to get in the mid lane here, but the damage out of Yuki is very significant. He's going to force this tower. Very nicely done from Yuki to know how much damage he has.
And I like what JDG did by not contesting the Rift Herald, instead just wanting to get to Soul like as soon as possible. This would be their third Drake, so they're pretty much there.
They're looking to speedrun Dragon Soul at this point, but Kramer has found Zoom. He's going to get the kick over the wall. They don't do any damage to this Ornn. Zoom is still over half of his HP. Moonfall comes on down. Peanut's still hammering away. This is the entire squad trying to finish this Ornn, and it's actually Killua who gets the kill.
Yep, they still pick it up, and they are going to be able to drop down the Rift Herald, so get some more gold, get some more map control. But on the side of JDG, you're going to get full control of the bottom side of the map, and shouldn't really change too much of the game dynamic. Gold is going to be about even once this goes down, and you aren't going to be able to push 2 turrets. And JDG just need to pick up 1 more dragon.
And actually, JDG, they can trade towers right now. If you look to the bottom side of the map, they're onto the tier 2. Everyone was committed to try and kill Zoom, and Zoom was so damn tanky. They spent so long up there that JDG trade a tier 1 top for a tier 2 in the bottom lane.
Also really interesting now that we're looking at mid lane to see the fact that Yagao didn't actually go for the Manamune first item. Instead, just sitting on tier and going for Triforce. This isn't really an adaptation we see often, and it does delay the spike by a little bit, but still gonna feel like he's in a pretty good place now for team fights.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because he kind of gets a different spike in that obviously Triforce is a spike in of its own, but he delays the Muramana spike.
You delay the immediate gratification of getting a quick first item, right?
Exactly.
So it does set you behind by a bit, but it should theoretically hit harder once you get it, and you might even skip the Manamune phase entirely and just get an upgraded Mirror Mana, which is the whole point of the item regardless.
True. We'll see. I'm not sure if... I don't know how quickly it'll affect his scaling in terms of the tier, just because he shoots so many rockets, but having the auto attacks, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see when he finishes that item off in a couple of minutes' time. Let's kind of take stock here, because JDG, the gold lead has actually shrunk a little bit.
But at the same time, when we talk about scaling, it does feel like these teams are close enough that if JDG are able to pick up this Infernal Soul, they're just going to come out ahead.
And let's bear in mind what time in the game we're at right now. Almost 19 minutes, 2.5 minutes until the next dragon. JDG are trying to speedrun getting a soul at this point. They would be looking towards a 22-minute soul.
Yeah, and it's going to be very easy for them to keep up their map control. And we talked about how Yagao is going to be able to just continue controlling the side lane, where for Yuki isn't going to be able to push out that far. It's just going to have to answer closer to his base. And even on the opposite side of the map with Zoom, he's at such a strong, tanky point. Lies would have no 1v1 pressure on him regardless, so...
Oh, hang on. Loken wants to try and find Kramer. Killua. Ooh, that hook from Lumao was very close, but no cigar for him just yet. Graves had that removed a while ago, so Kanavi's going to be sad on that one. But now into the mid lane from JDG. They'll have a bit of demolish, but without an AD carry, or without a classical AD carry, it's harder. Killua going to be on the front line. TPs from both teams here. Zoom looking for the Ornn ultimate, knocks up 2. Kick from Peanut, but nobody's there to follow up onto Yagao. Cyclone is good from Lies, but there isn't enough damage. They still find one for themselves. JDG are rooted here. Peanut goes in. Kanavi barely survives. Zoom dashes away as well, and Peanut wants to find more, wants to find kills. It's just going to be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Peanut playing that so well, and 1 for 1. The lucky thing on the side of JDG is that we're not close enough to Dragon to where LGD can deny that. So both teams just going to walk away with a bit of gold in their pockets.
I can't believe how quickly that went from 0 to 100 there. But the tower survives, importantly, for LGD. They held on to mid lane control.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean too much. It is pretty much low enough at this point where if we see JDG push out side lanes once again and move towards mid, they can probably just touch it and it's going to fall over. So, but still, great job by LGD to hold that off. It's like you talked about with having to pick up the Hexdrinker, denying your Filio spike, that you're not even at a point where you realistically should be winning these fights. But here we do see, again, just a ton of bursts coming out onto Kilo, but we've pretty much used every ultimate coming out on the side of JDG. Lai's getting in there, and they get on top of Yagao, and he actually has enough damage to just burst him down himself.
And it goes back to exactly what you were talking about before. This is Lai's job on this Wukong. This is why they've drafted this pick. He needs to get into these fights and disrupt the carries. It's exactly what he did to Yagao just there. And if he can do that consistently, LGD are going to look fantastic in the team fights.
And that's right. Both teams kind of want to play these front-to-back team fights.
Peanut's found Yagao, but he's found a lot of damage as well. Killua here to protect him, but he's going to be hooked himself. Has to take a bit of damage for his jungler here. LGD grouped up for the dragon.
But on the side of JDG, there is no disruption element. It's just Corki and Syndra throwing out their skill shots from a range. But Lies can always look for this engage, so Lies is the member we're going to keep our eyes on the side of LGD.
You can see him on the Infernal Wukong, right? The bottom right of your screen. Keep your eyes close to what he does, where his ultimate comes down. He's looking for Loken. He's looking for Yagao. Dragon down to 4,000 HP already. 22 minutes on the clock. This would be Infernal Soul if JDG can grab it. Zoom is big, but he's not that big just yet. There's the Cyclone onto 3. The perfect ultimates come from Lies. Peanut gets the dragon, but can they get the fight? Lies is going to sacrifice himself, but he trades it for Kanavi. Peanut goes in, and now he's trying to escape. Call of the Forge God. It's going to be Brittle onto Peanut, but he can't get the second proc. Killua now knocked up, but he's tanky with the Unbreakable. And Zoom is going to be stunned, but barely loses any HP there. Kramer dodges away from the Scat of the Week. These fights are arm's length constantly.
And the coordination, though, from the side of LGD was so beautiful. Lies went in right at the perfect time, denying anyone from JDG able to get on top of that dragon.
Really nicely done from LGD. They deny the Infernal Soul, so important.
And this is what the name of the game is at this point for LGD. You're not really looking to play out through side lanes, through picks and vision. It's all about fighting for neutrals, and there is the coordination we talked about, going in right at the perfect time. The rest of LGD just able to secure the dragon, and now they're all in the same place behind the pit. They do have the range to play this fight out with the Azir.
And it was so beautiful from Lies getting the warrior. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, that was sad.
But the Warrior Trickster, with the second Cyclone there, duplicates the knockup. His second knockup from the Cyclone was on all 5 members of JDG.
Isn't the clone, though, is only able to knock up people who haven't been already knocked up?
But only by the second. We'll talk about that afterwards. We've got a fight on our hands here. Killua blocks a lot of damage. So the way it doesn't matter if the first Cyclone knocked him up, it's just the second Cyclone will only get 1 knockup from the Warrior Trickster.
Yeah.
So he drops the clone on the 3 that he already knocked up with the first one, dashes to the other 2 people, spins on both,
yeah,
and
okay,
everyone
yeah,
gets
yeah,
up.
yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Here we go, Call of the Forge God. Kramer knocked up. There's a flash from Zoom, gets a double knockup. Kramer pushed back with a package, and he goes down. Knockups from Lies, but it's just not enough this time. Doesn't have the follow-up damage, and there's a kill for Loken as well.
And that was so decisive from JDG, not only from Zoom with that ultimate, but Yagao using that package so well to split up the members of LGD and not able to get that same type of team fight we've seen them excel at.
Such a great fight from JDG, and you mentioned the coordination from LGD in the last fight. JDG say anything you can do, we can do better.
And it's great because we would expect it to see a slower pace and just be about kind of standing and posturing in front of these neutrals, but JDG don't do that. They do use the strength that their composition has with its pick potential, wait for that package to come up and set up a beautiful play, and again, they're still the ones that are on soul point, even if LGD did eat the last one.
And they're still speedrunning right now. That Baron's taken at 24.5 minutes. That is a really massive lead now for JDG. And once again, Zoom, so decisive.
Zoom, the member to find it, gets a great knock-up, and then Yagao just in the perfect place to knock them back. And again, great coordination, maybe a bit of luck, but you know, you need a bit of luck in life. So, and they have the DPS to follow it up. Lies nowhere to go.
It's just beautiful. And you mentioned you need a little bit of luck, right? But ultimately, that's how you find advantages in League of Legends. It's not just forcing advantages, it's punishing mistakes from your opponent.
And right, they did force that engage. Zoom brought open his Call to Forge God, trapped them there, was nice that Yagao was so close with the package, able to get those kills, but now we're going to be able to see JDG just use 2 lanes. Corki always to be able to sit in the side lane, has the TP, going to draw a member of LG to that side and just keep playing with these minions.
And this team fight presence, this coordination is the play of form we've been talking about. Zoom going to be stacking up items on everyone as well. The Obsidian Cleaver now going to be given over to Kanavi. You can see already the, I don't know what the Triforce is called when it's upgraded. I'm going to call it a Quad Force.
I'm not sure if the top lane is slow pushing to LGD's base, but if it isn't, would have been nice to see JDG set that up as well and just play out through all 3 lanes.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like JDG care about the top lane right now though, because they've got a Corki on the bottom side, they've got a whole team in the mid lane. They got this Baron buff for another minute and 15 seconds.
LGD do have a nice amount of wave clear, though, coming from the Azir and the Ophelia. So they are going to be able to just kind of slow this down and pick these waves up. But you're right, they don't care about the top wave, especially because Dragon's up in 35 seconds.
Exactly. They're not looking for these towers. They're not looking to actually siege. They're just looking to keep LGD cooped up.
An important thing to notice, once again, we need to see Lies disrupt this fight. We do see on our mini-maps there is a control ward right behind the Dragon Pit in JDG's jungle.
Yep.
So, ooh, already going for it.
Zoom could be in trouble here. Has the Bellows Breath, but jumps over to safety. Loken has stepped way too far forward. He had to use heal there. Now, Call of the Forge God comes on through. Zoom completely misses it. I'm not 100% sure what happened there. Lies is on the back line, but he can't find hooks onto anyone here. Scatter the Weak is there. Lies is surely going to go down. This fight's gone all wrong for both sides so far, but it's JDG that are far enough ahead to take it anyway.
And that was such a strange call by LGD having Lies TP in so early. They could have actually just waited for JDG to get closer to the Drake.
Peanut, oh, goodbye, Peanut. See you later. JDG getting Infernal Soul.
The combination of Corki Syndra at this point in the game, just so much burst damage coming in.
Oh no, you thought you could recall. You were very wrong, my friend. This is going to be Killua going down. And that means Kramer is completely alone in the world. Look at the damage out of Kanavi. Yagao finishes it off.
And this is probably the game, Munch. They can end.
They might be able to just force this one home. They don't have any inhibs yet, but there's 35 seconds on Kramer, 22 seconds on Killua as well. They've got a cannon wave right here, and they have a ton of tower damage.
They could die.
They might just try and go for this one. Banshee's available on Yuki. He flashes away, but he's just... Oh, no, he doesn't get onto the fountain. The auto, follow him. Great kick onto Yuki from Peanut. Again, finds a highlight reel play. Now for the knockups, but Lies is denied. Cyclone was on cooldown. Hook goes wide, but the knockup hits. Peanut desperately trying to escape. Minions pouring into the base now. As Peanut, he's just playing distraction. He's pulling them away from the Nexus, but not for very long. Kanavi with another one.
And some members of JDG want to keep going, but Zoom does have the TP, so he's just going to recall and TP back in.
They have so long on these respawns. Surely they can just end this one right now. Kramer has not much HP to work with here if he gets hit. Loken doesn't have mana, but the tower is going to fall. The Nexus is bare. Kramer has to go Super Saiyan if he wants to win this game. The health bars are low, but the ult doesn't land. Kramer is going to fall alongside Killua, and this is going to be game. Yuki desperately trying to hold on. He finds Lumao. He's looking for Loken as well. Zoom is completely alone here. Teleport from Yagao. 1 or 2 autos will do the job. Can they finish this one off? LGD desperately holding on, but Lies will fall. Double for Zoom, and the game for JDG.
I like how they just extended that game and are trying to get those KDAs up, but JDG up to 15-0 in game score.
I have no idea what the end of that game was. That was crazy. I don't know why that was so crazy. I feel like JDG could have just ended the game.
No, JDG definitely could have just ended the game, so you're getting pulled into that trap, Bunch.
I was excited. I was really excited.
I mean, it was a really exciting game overall, and we saw good things from both teams in both comps, and LGD did actually get to a point where their comp could contend with JDG, but that last play does feel like they just pulled the trigger a bit too early.
Yeah, it was when Yuki went in on the Azir, got the Emperor's Divide, finished off the Karius. I was like, oh, maybe this is the comeback. This is what they need. It didn't quite work out. And JDG, they did the speed run. They finished that game in, what, 26 minutes, 27 minutes, something along those lines. Really, really quick game from them. And I like to see that they recognize they're against a scaling comp, as you say, and accelerate the pace.
I also like the fact that they are one of our teams that does pretty well controlling side lanes, knows when to push those out, group up, take the vision, and just set themselves in a position to succeed and make it so LGD is losing something no matter what.
Exactly, trading objectives across the map. When you look at the damage, I mean, Yuki did a great job on the Azir, and those last few fights, definitely a huge part of that. But look how shared the damage is. Zoom was the highest damage dealer on the side of JDG, on Ornn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This isn't that weird at this point in the split. We've seen it constantly, but JDG is doing a great job of playing this out as a team. We saw pretty much every skirmish. There wasn't a highlight member from anyone. It was just everyone layering their damage and CC together and setting up these plays as a team. And it's like you said coming into this match, JDG aren't a dark horse. They're one of our favorites.
They absolutely, and you know, we regularly talk about these top teams like they've got 3 potential carries. They can go through top, jungle, or go through top, mid, or bottom. JDG can go through jungle as well. They have 4 potential carries. They've got Zoom, they've got Kanavi, they've got Loken, and they've got Yuga.
It's like crazy to think that in most LPL teams you think of their like star players as mid AD, but for JDG it feels like it's top, jungle, and support. And that's not to discredit mid and jungle. They're both really good. I feel like Yagao especially has shown he's had numerous carry games, and Loken has always been an above average ADC in the LPL, so knows exactly what he needs to do, gives a lot of flexibility in draft as shown by this, but yeah, JDG kind of breaking the mold of the standard LPL team and setting the bar higher.
That's the crazy thing. As you rightly say, it's not that the carries aren't good. They're great. It's just that the other 3 are so exceptional. We'll see if they can keep this ball rolling as they head off to playoffs right after the break.
好在这个位置依然是有察觉到，你得大招刮一下，
刮到了千珏，刮千珏还可以，正面这个位置，
在这边
又来了，
开吗？打得好的，但小五被秒了。这边的话，千珏的大招怎么开？哎，千珏没开大，直接被杀，又被秒掉。我的大招做的非常的好，这波感觉 RNG 有点炸，小龙宝没开出大。
狼行这里能拖多长时间吧？
拖不住了，拖不住这波肯定要死，25分钟。大龙有没有说法？
后面有兄弟是帮忙阻止了一下 VG 其他人的进场。妮蔻和鳄鱼的位置刚才很好，
有了这条风龙 VG 更好去拉扯了，就看能不能观察到。
哎，卡兰丁这个位置，正面谁来开？直接进场了，打了一套，拉回来想秒巨魔，但巨魔太肉了呀，位置的选择不太好，这面可以撤了，结果砍上来，芒泽这个位置正是自己闪现，妮蔻进场打出4个人，但是伤害够不够？卡兰丁先斩掉了飞机，
后续这边卡丁进场之后被虚弱套到了，后飞武这边的伤害不是很够，主路上这边的一个血线很差，后续吃到之后，塔姆拿下卡丁一个大人头，
哇，这一波剑魔发挥了呀！哎呦，没有刘斯洛弗莱不在正面，其实你看 VG 这个正面，他们的清兵能力也很有限啊。
金属在塔前很扛啊，扛得住的呀！
我的天哪，这里差一丝，洛弗莱上来直接被塔姆吃进去，没踩到。剑魔被秒了，奥拉夫残血交出闪现拉开距离，
小韩这边也被秒。
哇，勒弗兰这波发挥了呀！正面一波4打5，勒弗兰在斩掉2人之后，也是
被小盾被换掉了。
双射手RNG燃机时间不能被投的。
哎，照到有人回城了，那正面可以开了。
大树 TP 的位置有点刁钻。
EZ
直接给大树
再踢回来，大树这个位置要爆了，EZ被爆到。
换风
，EZ要被秒了
杀了。哦呦，换风这个闪现。虚弱挂错人了，挂了个假猴，里面做他的。
但是大招又没开出来吧？
小老板这边秒，而且阿斌直接锤死了梅鲁斯，这波感觉是苏迪那个追击之势。 这波感觉 RNG 有点炸，
要溜，勒夫兰创造不了奇迹，这个时候只能撤了。
这边能撤几个吧。反而是被方 plus 这边撕破了一个伤口，
不太应该啊，真的，因为当时先看一下这里飙到，要不要上去 PK 一下？
这波 RW 哎还要打公子哥开大招，但是好像伤害也回上来了，哈尔这边没技能了，很尴尬，一个 Q 技能砸到，最后一个 Q 闪。
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand.
Here we go. We're ready for game number 2 between JDG and LGD as we continue week 7 of the LPL. You can see we're coming to you live from Shanghai. And we're running out of series. We're running out of games in this series potentially because JDG look on fire in game 1.
Yeah, they look really good, and just even thinking about what that means for game 2, it's going to be really interesting to see because LGD get the same side selection, and we talked about how heavily they rely on that for their playstyle and their draft, but just kind of seems like across the board, JDG slightly better than them in mostly every area.
Yeah, this guy's lyric, I'm Munchables, by the way. I forgot to introduce us, but I am curious whether or not LGD are going to change up their draft coming into game number 2. They're going to be on the blue side. It didn't feel like they were necessarily pressured too much in draft. It didn't feel like they were forced into something by JDG. This felt like a comp that they wanted. It just didn't really work out that well. On the other side, though, JDG, it worked out wonderfully, and Zoom especially looked amazing. He's going to be our MVP for game number 1 on the Ornn, 4, 1, and 10. And just, I mean, looking at the early game, it was just all about him.
It was, and even going into mid-game, a lot of these crucial fights, it's weird to talk about because he did miss some Call of the Forge Gods.
Yeah.
But that one in mid lane, especially when he set up for the Yagao Corki package, was so instrumental to their win.
And isn't it crazy the impact Zoom can... I mean, just finding a solo kill here, this was honestly the mistake from Lies as well, to be in the position where you can be solo killed by an Ornn. But like, you're absolutely right. This is the one you were talking about.
Yeah, this is the massive one because we see here the game is still relatively close, even with JDG being close to 4 Dragons. LGD are now getting to a point where their comp can really start to fight back, as we saw with Liza's flanks. But still, Zoom finds one critical engage, JDG win.
And that's the thing, you talk about, like, yeah, he didn't actually have the greatest performance in some of these fights. Like, he was missing Call of the Forge Gods. I remember 2 at least, maybe 3 throughout that game that he missed. But because he was so instrumental outside of just the ultimate, which in a lot of Ornn players we don't necessarily see, that was what really separated him. And that's what regularly separates him from the crowd of top laners.
Yeah, and it's also pretty funny going back to Zoom's champion pool because, again, Zoom can play a lot of different champions, but this split, he's only played 4 so far. Think about that. He's played 15 games. He's played 4 champions.
It's nuts. He's played 6 Ornn, 5 Set, 3 Maud, and 1 Maokai. And I'm guessing that Maokai was when the others were not available to him. Coming back into the draft, though, we're going to have a rinse and repeat from LGD. Same bans and the same from JDG as well.
For LGD, I don't think you have the option to change anything up. The fact that a lot of Yuki's picks are countered by the LeBlanc and the fact that it's Yagao's best champion makes sense. Said as well, you don't play it. Zoom plays it very well. You can't afford to leave that champion open. So Aphelios is the natural first pick.
Yeah, we're going to see that for Kramer for the second game running here. So LGD not feeling like the start of the draft was the issue. We'll see if JDG are happy to just go for the same again. They went for the Ornn and... oh, it was the Syndra. That was it. Yeah, the first pick Syndra. Still a little bit odd, but when you can run it as a flex like this, it works great.
That's what just makes sense about it. Always drafting these flexes early when you can makes it so much harder for your enemy to draft. And Zoom has not only looked amazing on this Ornn, but it is also Liza's most played as well. So it's still a takeaway. And again, it is technically a double flex coming out from JDG.
Yeah, you could send the Ornn elsewhere, but honestly, yeah, I'm expecting the Ornn to be in the top lane realistically. When you've got someone like Zoom that can pilot it so exceptionally, you expect him to be going for it.
And this time, Peanut hovering this Trundle, I actually would really like to see it, not only for the fact that, of course, it's one of the tanks, but also punishes these immobile champions like Syndra with that pillar. We have seen a lot of LPL teams just love to blind pick it. It really doesn't feel like it has any bad matchups anymore, even things like the Graves and Nidalee. It feels like this Trundle, you can deal with that early game.
Trundle just feels exceptionally stronger. I mean, you can see it in the win rate, 64%. And bear in mind, Trundle's only really been played in the last couple of weeks when it comes to the LPL. But we're going to see Lies once again on that Wukong in the top lane. And I think, you know, despite the solo kill that happened, during the team fights, Lies looked great.
And Lies and LGD overall, we always know they're going to set up for these team fight compositions. It is their strong suit. They really do like to try to enable Kramer in the late game. And JDG going with the Kindred.
Yeah.
We touched on this in game 1. The fact that when you draft the Syndra, looking for this DPS elsewhere on the map, JDG could do that so easily by the fact that this is Kanavi's most played champion.
And this is the team that has 4 threats available. Kanavi happy to be one of those late game threats with this Kindred. And I love that as soon as Peanut locks in the jungler, Kanavi's like, all right, well, I've got my matchup. I know what I want to play into this Trundle. Now, for the bans, they can focus on towards support. And it looks like LGD are going to do the same.
Yeah, gonna take away Lumao's Thresh, which is his most played. Again, it is that kind of kill lane. Does also have the ability to roam and influence the map so heavily like we saw in the last game. But you're also running out of a lot of safe options that Killua can pick up in the bot lane.
I do want to mention something kind of amusing here between the two supports. Bard is actually a contested pick in this series. Both Killua and Lumao have been 2 of the significant Bard players in the LPL. Killua's played it 3 times. Lumao's played it twice, and I would argue he's played it the best out of anyone in the LPL.
He's a career Bard player, unlike Killua, who this is actually his first professional split, really picking it up.
But Lumao looked amazing on it. Killua, obviously proficient on it. We'll see if either team is going to prioritize that as a bot lane.
It would feel very weird going into LGD's comp, like LGD picking up themselves, because then you're leaving Kramer in such an awkward place, but...
Yumi comes on through
Makes
here.
you wonder if Killa just picks up something like the Blitzcrank. All the other hook champions are gone.
It makes you wonder whether or not this Syndra is going to the mid lane as well, because typically Yumi wants to go on something mobile. Things like the Ezreal, things like the Lucian that was banned last time are available.
You're right, it's really going to depend on what LGD pick into the mid lane. And so the thing about Bard that I find really good against JDG's composition, when you have things like the Lambs just fighting the Call of the Forge God, being able to kind of cancel these and just nullify them in general. But again, Bard is not the type of support that really wants to sit in lane and leaves Aphelios really vulnerable to whatever kind of poke and shenanigans are going to come out from JDG's bot lane.
Ezreal being hovered right now. We could see that from Loken. It gets locked in. Now, he has played it once so far this split. We did see Ezreal as kind of a priority pick way back in week 1, week 2. It fell off completely. People stopped playing it entirely. Loken now bringing it back.
Wasn't really much of a priority pick. It was kind of that champion once things like the Aphelios, Senna, MF got banned out. It's like, what can we pick? Well, let's just go on to scaling, and we're going to pick up something like the Ezreal. But the fact that you know Yuki is just going to blind the Azir makes sense to then just send the Syndra to the mid lane. She will have a very good matchup and have some kill pressure early on and going into the mid stages of the game.
So talk to me how this LGD composition functions then, because it's very similar, but with the support and jungle changing, are we looking at a repeat for game 1?
Honestly, I feel like LGD's composition kind of comes together very awkwardly into JDG's composition because, again, Bard would like to be a champion that can go with the Trundle, cause some disruption in JDG's mid-jungle, but you're not just going to be able to leave Aphelios alone under tower getting whittled down by Ezreal Yumi.
Yeah, especially with that Yumi you mentioned. So much poke can come from the bottom lane of JDG, and this time with the Syndra in the mid lane, JDG actually come online a little bit earlier than they did in game 1.
And I'd say LGD's only real option, like, of course, you can always look top when we have these tank matchups. If you do have a bit of CC in your jungler as well, you can just try to get a kill there, but it's not something you're going to snowball into a victory. It does feel like LGD are going to wait for that level 6 point, hit that Tempered Fate, and try to bring Trundle into the bot lane and find a kill, but Ezreal's super mobile, going to be very hard to actually pick that up, and LGD not going to have many options on where they can attack the map in this early game. It is, once again, a lot more about the late game, but this time around, JDG not only have the superior mid game, but they're scaling. Ooh,
yeah,
scary.
It looks real scary, especially at Kindred. It's one of those champions that scales exceptionally well as we head into game number 2 here. JDG wanting a 2-0. They're the ones that have to push forward in this mid game, and LGD on the back of Peanut here have to make something happen.
So we're at a point where JDG do feel like they have more options in the early game. Syndra's going to have pressure in this mid lane. Once, especially you hit level 3, you're available. All your spells are available to you, and Kanavi can look to kind of influence this matchup. Bot lane will always be pushing in, so if you can get them some vision, you'll have constant priority through the bot lane. And top doesn't really matter. You have an Ornn, so again, let LGD keep sending pressure top. Even if you die, you should be able to win out more on the bottom half of the map. So when you're JDG, you win out in the early game, theoretically, mid-game as well, and out scale.
It's looking pretty good for JDG. The Colonel disagrees, though. He likes LGD's composition, apparently. He's given him a 53%, so we'll see whether Lyric or KFC is going to be correct on the analysis on this one.
Like, the thing you have about LGD's composition this time around,
is the support of fried chicken.
Yes, but Lies will still be able to go and disrupt the team fight. Maybe you can set up something interesting like a Tempered Fate into, a Wukong ultimate, find all your damage there, but you still have some disengage potential coming from this Yumi. Kindred ultimate as well, gonna provide a bit of safety and setup for JDG to find that room to play with.
Take a look at the runes in the mid lane, though. Yagao and Yuki both actually bringing a Comet to the mid lane. We've not seen much Comet Azir recently.
We've been seeing it more, especially in these long-range matchups where you're not going to be able to easily proc things like Hail of Blades or Lethal Tempo. You can get bullied out. You take the Comet on the side of Syndra, though. Again, we do a lot of the time also see Electrocute coming out, but...
Yeah, a lot of phase rush as well from Syndra.
True.
But
not in this matchup where you don't feel a lot of threat from the all-in, but if you did want it for the team fight, that's something you could pick up.
I mean, Yuki has been the one feeling threat so far in this lane, as you've now got a really nice scat of the week. And Yuki already, obviously starting with the Corruption Potion, so he will be able to sustain himself back up. But Kanavi doing Kindred things right here, and he's looking for an invade. Peanut's going to have his double buff, though, and he's aware of where Kanavi is. Kanavi's bitten off more than he can chew here, and he's a wolf, for God's sake. Kramer now has to jump away for himself. Ignite used there from Killua.
Yeah, and this makes me wish we could have seen how the jungle starts went on level 1, because it looks like they had no idea where Peanut was on the map. Makes me wonder if... No, we know they didn't fake leash bot lane because we saw the poke out from level 1. Yep. So...
No fake leash or anything like that, so kind of misreading the game here, perhaps expecting Peanuts to do something as opposed to reading the map here. Good bit of damage out from Killua and Kramer, but obviously the sustain there from Lumao is going to make it very difficult to make any of that stick.
And to be fair, this isn't a matchup we see all that often, Bard into Yuumi. I would just expect in theory that Yuumi can constantly poke out the Bard, shouldn't really be able to get in range with you just being able to throw out those Qs, but LGD having a good time in the spot lane so far.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things about that matchup as well is, obviously as Yuumi, most of the time you're sat on your AD carry, so Bard can't bind you both. If it's a straight 2v2 with no minions, Bard's not going to find a binding.
True. And another interesting thing, actually, what's watching is Kanavi hovering around this top lane.
Yeah, he wants to try and make a play here, but Lies is in a very safe position near his tower right now. Knockup not going to come through, but Lies actually commits to this 1v1. It's all a bait. Lies, I think, reading this play.
But going back to what we were talking about, another interesting thing about this draft is whenever you have Yuumi, like, you want to find pressure from your mid lane and then walk towards your bot lane through the river, because Yumi's Yumi's not the type of champion who can just walk into river herself, walk up, meet up with you, and find that vision together. So it's going to be a lot more about Kanavi meeting up with Yagao, which he will have pressure in this mid lane matchup now that, again, can hit a scatter of the week, try to combo into some damage from Kanavi, then look towards the bot side and give their bot lane some pressure.
This is not very relevant to the analysis that you're running with here, but there's a lot of animals in this game. We've got a cat in the bottom lane. We've got a wolf and a lamb in the jungle. We've got a goat versus a monkey in the top lane. I feel like I'm watching a zoo.
I mean, Azir is also...
Azir's a bird?
Yeah, he's a
pigeon.
Exactly.
He's probably not a pigeon, but he looks kind of like a pigeon.
He's pigeon-like, pigeon-esque.
He struts like a pigeon.
And see, we can see how easily Killua himself can actually just leave bot lane, walk towards mid, and look to find this pressure himself. But JDG should know something's up by the fact that he's not showing on bottom wave.
Lumao, he's gonna... You just said he can't walk into the jungle alone.
Shouldn't do that, yeah.
I'm amazed he got away with that, honestly, but he's gonna be fine. And he's got a Yagao to jump to if he's in danger. Kanavi waiting just off the top side here of the play. But I think both teams decide this is not ideal.
Like you pointed out, that was extremely dangerous. Had he walked into the members of LGD, you're obviously Yuumi, you have no flash, you're just dead. This is not a pick we've actually seen JDG run with too much. They've picked it once before.
It's something that, honestly, in the LPL we haven't seen a ton of, but it's a pretty high priority in other regions. LEC especially love this Yuumi pick, especially alongside the Ezreal. Third time's a charm.
Now we do see Kanavi hovering mid, probably trying to find this pressure to the mid lane, but Yugi not going to give it to him, just going to play safely and hover bot side. So
I want to revisit something we talked about earlier. We mentioned how LGD once again kind of have a scaling composition. There's a lot of mid-game power for the side of JDG, but it's actually LGD that get the first Drake of the game this time.
Yeah, and this goes back to what we saw earlier on in the bottom lane.
Oh, Yuki's in trouble. Scatter of the Week comes through, and Zoom's roamed down as well. Yuki still gets hit. Good shot from Zoom, but obviously no follow-up available.
The surprising thing is to see how heavily that the JDG bot lane has been pressured under their turret. But still, right now, Loken is sitting on a pickaxe compared to Kramer, who just has that cull.
Yeah, Kramer just going to be farming up, and you know, it's kind of what you expect from an Aphelios, especially into this much poke and this much sustain. You're never really going to get a kill to stick, so just go for the farm up, go for the gold, make sure you're playing for later on in the matchup.
But look at your mini-map, we actually see Killua heading up towards the top side. Peanut is here, and with Syndra backing, Yugi should be in a position to follow up as well if they want to look for something on the top half of the map. Of course, Rift Herald's still not up for 30 seconds, though.
Peanut's got Kindred's mark on him. I saw Kanavi just placed that there. I think he wants a bit of a 1v1 in the jungle. And this is a bit of a quieter game than what we saw in game number 1. While there weren't that many kills early on in game 1, there was a lot of fighting. It just didn't lead to many kills.
We see a lot of defensive vision as well coming out from JDG in their bot side. Look at where their 2 control wards are, and they're very wary of Peanut invading the bottom side jungle.
Kanavi wants to make something happen though. He's got his sweeper and he's into this mid lane brush. Yuki playing very safe in terms of the positioning. He's got vision on the bot side, so he stays on the bot side. One
thing we can start keeping our eyes on is LGD looking for a dive in the bottom side once Tempered Fate is up, being able to lock down that tower and bring 4 people bot, and just shutting this Yuumi out from the game would be great to see from LGD.
Well, Dragon's going to be up in just under 3 minutes
and
here.
Instead they're going for Rift Herald.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in that one. Peanut going to be moving up to the top side, and nothing from Kanavi here. And it's kind of crazy because Kanavi, we know him as this jungler that will match his opponent, generally speaking. And granted, he's playing a farming jungler, and we have seen games where Kanavi likes to farm, but he doesn't usually just concede everything like this.
No, JDG have been a team that have been very willing to contest neutral objectives, just feeling like they have the ability to teamfight enemy team.
Killua forced a flash here. Yuki as well gets his Conquering Sands off to pull himself away. Killua with no flash available though. Magical Journey, Yagao happy to follow, gets stunned up against the wall, but he's gonna go down eventually. Last auto goes to Kanavi. Now towards the bottom lane. Suddenly, Kramer finds himself alone, has the flash, has an exhaust as well. But he's in a 1v4 right here. Yagao happy to step on forward, the minions tanking, and down he goes. Lumao tanks the tower, and it's an easy kill for JDG.
Surprisingly, we actually see JDG the ones to go for that bottom lane dive, but leaves LG in a spot where they probably could just Rift Herald this mid lane and should be able to break this one open pretty early.
They might just be able to finish this one off. Still half of a plate there. There is a response from JDG. They want to force the play, but the tower goes down. What is the answer now? JDG go in. Yuki dashes away. Peanut there, but he's tanky as well. Stun doesn't go through. Mounting Dread will do some damage, but it's not enough to finish him. And it's actually Kanavi that's in trouble now. Has to get away. The dot ticket and a last auto from Yagao. They find one onto Peanut. And now they have to try and get away from it. Yuki can't follow for a kill. Killua just going to get vision.
JDG are able to pick up the kill, but getting that mid lane turret.
Oh, Yagao could be in trouble here. Dashes forward. He doesn't have any mana, and he's going to surely fall. The healing from Yuumi is absurd, and he somehow survives.
Yeah, Yuumi coming in so clutch right there, but still LGD being able to pick up that mid turret is so nice. When you look at JDG's composition, things like the Syndra and the Ezreal, you are going to have a lot of wave clear going into the mid and late stages of the game. So being able to break that one open early and get all this map control on both sides of the Rift is massive.
And it's the fact that they nearly break the tier 2 as well. Like, it got the second charge while that fight was all going off. And it means that next time around the LGD get priority, they could just finish the tower off.
It's also going to be pretty big with how far they can push in the mid lane, but we see here just LGD overstaying, and the crucial part of this is Zoom walking down from the top lane. He did have push, is able to land this ult, and then Yagao just landing the auto. Beautiful. That's what counts.
Literally flashed at the same time as Peanut, but managed to get that A-click through. And it's another kill for Syndra. Bear in mind when we look at this mid lane, Syndra already 2-0-1. Yagao is looking fantastic.
We do see Zoom heading out base. He does still have TP, but JDG not going to look to contest this one.
Second Dragon now going the way of LGD. It's the opposite of what we saw in game number 1.
And now, if you're LGD, you can look for these plays where you can just constantly push out this mid wave so far that Yagao's going to be stuck so close to his turret, and then you can turn to either side of the map. We've already set up that they can try to look for something like a bottom lane dive with the Tempered Fate, but when the second Rift Herald is coming up, Killua just so easy for him to leave bot lane, head up towards that top side, but Kanavi.
Oh, Kanavi's looking for a play onto Yuki. Dashes out, but here's a flash as well. Empress Divide, but Kanavi hops over it. He's not going anywhere. Finds the kill. Has his own ult available, the Lamb's Respite, to keep him safe. Heal denied from Killua, living up to his name with a kill of his own, and he magical journeys away. In comes Peanut, though, as the fight is going to be extended. Yagao with a nice scatter the weak, keeps the Cyclone away from him. But Kramer's here to head off the play. Yagao will fall. Oh, actually, he's got a Yuumi as well. 2 kills, in fact.
Yeah, Yagao just left in a very awkward position. Seems like they felt like they could opt into that one because Zoom was walking down, but it didn't matter. You were left in a bad place, and overall, great roam from Killua to start that one off.
Really, really nicely done from the side of LGD, and they're starting to pull ahead. They're ahead in gold, they're ahead in drakes, they're ahead in towers. It's all looking fantastic for LGD, and I felt like JDG were the ones with the early game advantages. What is going wrong for them right now?
And we just keep seeing kind of small details of these team fights go wrong. We saw them kind of lose out bot early, which relegated Kanavi to playing towards the top half of the map. They weren't able to find any picks in the mid lane. They didn't even try to use the advantage or priority that Syndra can get to turn that into side lanes. We just saw Kanavi consistently farming and not even looking towards these neutrals.
And he's going to continue to get that farm down, but when you actually look at the junglers comparatively right now, they're going to be even on farm. Once this camp is finished, they will be completely even on 83. And so you have to wonder, was all of that time farming really worth it? Because this Trundle is certainly not going to go away.
And I do think this does just start from the early game of him looking for that play. It does seem like just mismanaging where Peanut could be on the map. And even early game ganks, you don't necessarily want to gank for an Ezreal Yuumi, right? You want to build up vision later in the game so they can try to get down this poke and harass. It would be a lot more about playing through your mid lane.
And let's talk a little bit about how Yuumi will function later on into the game, because it's important to mention that back in the day, I'm sure you all watched Worlds in 2019, Yuumi was a poke machine. You know, this whole Garen Yuumi thing was all about Yuumi dealing damage. She's been changed a lot, and if you haven't seen her recently, it's much more about the healing now.
Yep.
That's what Lumao is going to offer.
You know, and going over to LGD side, a thing to recognize is that Killua has played on this Bard so well. Has constantly left the bot lane and done a good job in denying JDG options to find pressure through mid, because he's constantly been hovering around this mid lane.
Always looking for a play. Yagao trying to step forward, but with very little vision, he needs to be cautious. Tower plays very, very heavily in favor of LGD this time around. All 5 plates in the mid lane shared evenly between Peanut and Yuki.
And once again, Killua going to be able to just walk up first. So LGD getting first track on this Rift Herald, but this time Lumao is here. He is on Kanavi.
We're going to have a contest here. Yagao going to be able to spot it with the Scryer's Bloom. 4,000 on the Herald. Lies the first top laner here, though. You think maybe this Herald will go down. Kanavi goes in, sees better of it, and goes back out again. Herald goes the way of Peanut. They traded for a tier 1 in the bottom lane.
That was pretty confusing because you can see the rest of the members of JDG backing off, realizing that Kramer can head up. But Zoom still using the Call of the Forge God. Didn't really make much sense.
Yeah, maybe just trying to threaten a play? I don't know. Killua, in the meantime, feels like tagging a couple of tower shots, I guess.
But you're threatening a play while Loken is showing on the bottom wave.
Yeah, I mean, Loken is definitely not going to be a part of any of those shenanigans, as he was just pushing away, shoves the wave all the way under the tier 2. And importantly, while the play does go the way of JDG, Loken was behind in CS for most of this game. He was about 20 CS down earlier on. Now he's going to have a 10 CS lead because he spent so long in his own there.
But going to what's happening on the map, LGD were able to get those resets first, so they're going to be able to get vision for this dragon and leave JDG in a very uncomfortable position where they're going to walk into LGD blind.
It's going to be difficult for them, and especially with Lumao on this Yuumi as well. It's difficult to get vision. You need someone else to go in with you. As you rightly said earlier, Yuumi can't just walk into the jungle on her own. Tempered Fate, but you mentioned it in the draft. It's difficult to land onto an Ezreal.
Yep, not going to find that play, and they are trying to set up picks, but at least on the side of LGD, you still do have the Rift Herald, so...
Oh, Loka jumps forward aggressively with the Arcade Shift.
Ooh.
Has to flash for himself and use the cleanse.
Still, Ezreal, very mobile. Not going to get picked off, but LGD can just look to start this dragon.
Peanut stunned, flashes away from the knock-up. True Shot Barrage goes wide. And once again, Loken eeing forwards aggressively. He's happy to be aggressive because he's got the healing from this Yuumi. Lies goes in. Zoom is not the ideal target for him. LGD setting up for a 5v5 right now. They want to go for this one. Yagao's too far forward. Flashes away from the Cyclone. big ultimate use for LGD, but they're happy to trade for a flash as Zoom won't be able to snipe anyone. Lies goes in with a second Cyclone, knocks up everybody, but he can't finish off the kills, and he goes down. Instead, Loken with the first kill of the fight, and I think that might just be the end of everything.
And without meandering this time through my point, LGD had Rift Herald the whole time. They could have just put that down somewhere to create this kind of artificial tempo and then move on to Dragon first. Without JDG having a good way to answer, they don't do that. We saw fights continuously almost start up, but Lies tries to go in to set it up, isn't able to.
Lyric, I've just had a nightmare vision. I'm shaking. I've got fever symptoms here on the desk because I've just had a vision of 4 Ocean Drakes for JDG with a Yuumi, with a Kindred, with an Ornn. If they get 4 Drakes this game, they're going to be unkillable. Loken is going to be able to get away. This time he's caught out by the Tempered Fate, but the rest of his team's here to protect him. Killer is in trouble himself, and one more Q finishes the job. Double knockup from Zoom now as Lamb's Respite keeps Kanavi safe. Kramer's coming in from the side, and he's trying to get onto Loken, but oh no, Lumao, he's separated from the team. He's taken down. Kramer gets one now as Zoom, exhausted, but still terrifying on the Ornn. He's going to chase down Kramer, who's not having a fun time right now. Zoom forced to flash away here as Kramer manages to escape.
Kramer just playing that so well. Of course, having to burn the flash in, but it doesn't matter. Was dealing so much damage, almost ended up killing Zoom for full HP.
Good effort there from Kramer. And we talked about it before. He's played a good amount of this Aphelios, and he looks like one of the more proficient Aphelioses in the whole LPL.
Yeah, he's looked so great on this champion. There's a lot of highlight moments. Even in their loss against FPX in their last series, he was one of the bright spots on the team in that game. And going back, again, really struggling the first half of the split, having to play with Chance. When they did bring Killua in, he's looked much better. Getting back to that form from last year that we knew he was like a top 3, top 4 AD carry.
Yeah. He's looking good so far this game, and importantly, this time around, he gets to go for that IE early on. He gets to follow it up with a Zeal. He's not had to focus on getting a Hex Drinker before finishing a tier 3 item.
But still, we look across and look at Loken's items, has the Triforce and the Mirror Mana already. It's going to get to a point where this Ezreal is scared, can really just look to 1v9 this game, honestly.
He big. Well, 2v8, I would say, because he's going to have a pet cat on his shoulder to keep him invincible.
Not even 1v9, right? He has teammates. The rest of them are playing well. That was kind of insulting.
1v5.
1v5, yeah. No one is dragging him down.
I think when you look at the scoreboard for the side of JDG, it's fair to say that they're doing all right.
Yeah.
Herald going to be cleared away here. Does get the charge onto the tier 2, but they're trading because Zoom is in the bottom side right now. Can they finish the trade, though? The rest of JDG have answered. No tower will go down for the side of LGD. Loken is brave on this Ezreal, braver than I am, and now he wants to try and find a kill. Kramer gets tagged.
I was going to say it's because they see Yuki and Lai still in the mid lane, but...
CP being channeled, they want to force a play here. Zoom has Call of the Forge God available. But he's not going to call that Forge God just yet. He's waiting for a better opportunity. Baron is up. Tier 1 in the top lane still available for JDG too.
Still, LGD were able to get to tier 2 in the mid lane, so we're able to find an advantage there by the way JDG decided to allocate those resources. Yeah. We have Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, and that's where I expect our eyes to go towards next. If you're LGD, you probably could just ignore this turret, set up bottom side vision, make sure you get like a ward on Baron so they don't rush it. They do have double AD carry.
It's kind of an interesting trade, isn't it, when you look at the towers, because it was tier 2 for tier 2 and then a tier 1 on top. But that mid lane tier 2 is going to be so much more valuable than any of the other towers taken here. In the meantime, we've got to fight Killua, going to be chased on down. Tempered Fate onto himself, saves him from Yagao, but one more Q. Oh no, he's still surviving. Caretaker's Shrine kept him alive, but Zoom finishes the kill. He sacrificed himself to do it, though. Will fall. Oh, Yuki barely lives.
I'd still say that's a massive win for JDG in the fact that Loken and Lumao weren't even there. They were coming from base, and Zoom so tanky, able to find a return kill. And again, neither of these deaths really affect the Dragon timer. Still up in 1 minute, you're both going to get on the map soon enough to get vision down to look for this play.
I mean, it's a positive and a negative, right, for JDG, because on one side it's like, hey, you nearly won the fight, and 2 of your guys went there, but then on the other side of that, it's like, why are you fighting if 2 of your guys aren't there? That doesn't make any sense.
No way to analyze it better. Doesn't make sense.
I've started part-timing as a filler caster on, you know, night shifts. Just something small for the start, and I'll see if I can turn it.
So, you're going to cast the LEC tonight?
I'm thinking about it. We'll see. I've messaged Quick Shot. He's not got back to me yet, so who knows. Probably not, though, for the final. Ooh. Here we go. We've got another pick onto Killua. No Tempered Fate this time, my friend.
Great brush plate coming out from Yagao, just waiting there, expecting someone from the side of LGD to walk up. Now they have numbers advantage.
Kramer. Hey, at least he's got his Krugs. That's all he cares about.
You're a Kindred. You're not going to die.
Peanut is going to have to flash away from this on Mountain Dread. Is their true shot just goes wide. Peanut survives. Oh, Kanavi! You still at all?
I feel let down. I just set up that he's not going to die. I don't know why Peanut was waiting there when all the members of JDG are on the map.
I don't know what's going on anymore. Zoom now getting chased down. He's just baiting, though. Dragon's being done in the meantime. There's a second Ocean that's about to go the way of JDG. They don't have a jungler. They shouldn't just get that.
But we see LGD pinging up towards Bear. They have Aphelios with Azir.
I see what's happening here.
Severum. Oh,
look at it go down. Look how fast they can burn through this one. Zoom has to contest. He's got to go in. Loken's arriving. Yagao is here. Kanavi isn't anywhere near this. Oh, no, they got the kills. They didn't get the Baron. I thought they stole it then. I thought Yagao was a hero, but he's still going to be a hero as he gets two and Loken finds one as well. It's a triple for Yagao, and Lies has to try and escape, but I don't think you can run from the goat and the cat. This killer combo, it's biblical. And now Lies has to run off with his monkey tail between his legs.
So overall, they are going to... Ooh, are they?
They're going to just dive this one. They're not... I mean, how are you ever going to kill him? It's Yuumi Ord. He's invincible.
I love JDG's play here, sending Kidron in, doesn't use the Lamb's Spite on purpose, gives him that false confidence to go on the Baron, knows the rest of the team will clean it up. No Barons on the side of LGD, a ton of kills for JDG.
And the parable of the goat and the kitten comes true once again. And everyone knows the meaning of that story. The moral of this story was you can dive any tower you want.
We see that, again, JDG have a ton of AoE on their side. Ooh, we see Lies going in the back, so this is all Yagao. All of it. That's Scout of the Week, the ultimate all him. Loken CC'd up, Zoom CC'd up as well. Now you just have enough damage to finish them off. But Yagao, we keep talking about his LeBlanc, but his Syndra.
Yagao's a monster, man. Yagao, I don't know. He's fighting for best mid laner in the LPL right now. He's looking for that title. Rookie is going to be giving him a hard time, though. So is Doing B. There's plenty of contenders. We'll see in playoffs whether or not he can go for that.
One thing that's great about Yagao is it feels like his main champions are really LeBlanc, Azir, Syndra, and Zoe, which is almost always meta. Yeah. So, never going to have a bad time if you're Yagao.
He's like the opposite of Teachama.
Yeah.
Unbannable, always better. He's very happy.
Now, if he had like Rise in that pool, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
You are always meta.
Maybe he does. Maybe he's just secretly practicing.
I mean, right now it's not Rise meta, so if he did, we wouldn't know.
But maybe Rise will rise to the meta at some point soon. We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a recap here because JDG have found themselves with the advantage now. 4,000 gold, 2 Drakes on the books as well. And you can see, everyone's just recalling the bottom lane for LGD right now. Luckily for them, there's no minions in this mid lane.
They tried to set up a pick onto Yagao, but I was going to say that one thing that's different about this game is you really don't have any pressure in the side lanes coming out from JDG. Your composition is a lot more about grouping up as 5, standing in front of that objective and whittling it down with the Ezreal Yuumi. So LGD are going to try to find an avenue into this game with Lies pushing in the side lane.
Kanavi just going to jump straight onto Killua here. Let's see if he remembers his Arky this time around. He's not going to need it for now. Kramer takes a True Shot Barrage. Everyone grouping up here from the side of JDG on towards this top lane. And you can see the sustain Lumao is already offering. He's got an Ardent Sensor. He's got his Athenes as well. This Yuumi is going to make people very difficult to deal with.
Look at Lies, though.
Lies coming in from this side. Wants to try and find a way to get this ultimate off. 4 members strong for JDG. Zoom is nowhere near right now. I don't know if he's got TP available or not. Yagao here. Tempered Fate only going to land onto Lies. Oh, it's a disaster. Zoom comes in, teleports into everyone. Lies can't get the Cyclone. It's only onto 1. JDG, they've got the disengage. Lies goes back in, though. He somehow gets everyone. How do you get hit by that? Now they're trying to turn it around, though. The healing is here. The sustain is here. Kanavi has to back away. Zoom is getting low. Killua and Kramer doing a lot of work on the back line as Yuki comes up with a kill.
Ultimately, that was a mistake from Yagao, just positioning too far forward because that fight started so bad from LGD. We talked about last game how their coordination was so on point. This time, Kill and Lies not on the same page at all. actually gave JDG the space to play the front-to-back team fight, but Miguel walking too far forward.
How on earth does Lies get a Cyclone onto everyone there? That was nuts. Kramer, you won the fight. Kramer, you won the fight. Why you gotta be greedy?
I remember me and Dagda were talking about this, that I think I put Kramer 3rd or 4th on my ADC tier list, but he said the thing that makes him skeptical is the fact that Kramer has done this a lot this split, and yeah, we see it again.
I mean, we said it earlier on in the day that Kramer, when he looks good, he looks great, but sometimes, I don't know, sometimes he just wanders in.
So, they don't time this right at all, but still, Kanavi wasting a Lamb's Respite. Keep your eyes on Yagao, getting hit with the spell shield down, and now Lies going in once again, just gets on top of him. Yagao walking too far forward, they do end up deleting him, and now hits the rest of the team, sets up LGD pretty well. Looks a bit sketchy right there, but still they continue walking forward. Yuki just able to free hit, but with Kramer going down, JDG get a 3rd Ocean.
My vision's starting to come true. This is, I've always wanted to be a prophet, but not like this. Not like this. 3 Ocean Drakes now for JDG. 4.5 minutes till the next one. They are going to be licking their lips and rubbing their hands together at the idea of that. But I just want to quickly talk about the scoreboard before the next massive fight kicks off again. Look at Loken right now. 3 items on the Ezreal. The Triforce is upgraded. 4-0 and 3. He is loving life.
Even the Executioner's Calling, I really like coming out right now with the Sustain, of course, in Aphelios kit and coming out from the Trundle. So, I don't know how you die right now if you're the side of JDG.
They'll find a way. The last couple of fights have proven that they will find a way.
If Yagao walks too far forward in front of every member of LGD, he's going to die.
Zoom gonna find the Call of the Forge. Got True Shot as well. Kramer's in trouble, but the Pillar stops the knockup. Zoom is tanky and walks away with his life. That's gonna be the first kill. Down onto the Bard. Kramer slowed, and they're trying to chase up for more. Loken, what are you doing, you madman? He gets a kill anyway. Double on the Ezreal. What was that? Now the Cyclone comes on in as well. Kanavi falls, but Zoom answers the kill. Loken jumps forward once again. This man fears nothing. Triple on the Ezreal.
Feeling really confident with Lumao on him, and just that one flash was absolutely insane, but JDG making it work out. Spamming the emotes for a bit of class. I like it.
Beautiful stuff, and this is why Ezreal Yuumi is terrifying. Now onto the Baron.
And once again, JDG just using Zoom to push out the side lane and rotate over isn't something you'd expect from the Ornn, but right now Wukong can't deal with him in a side lane, so it does make sense always rotating first. And actually that play, it was the Syndra in the side lane. They started it off 4v5 actually, so ignore what I'm saying. It's completely wrong. They didn't go for the setup. They just had the damage.
They just had I mean, I just talked about it. He was 4-0 and 3. I was like, look, he's hit 3 items. He's really strong right now, and Loken's like, I agree. I'm going in.
I remember watching that thinking, Syndra's not here. Just be patient. Why are you guys engaging this already? See on your minimap. Syndra not here. Zoom tries to go in, doesn't hit the engage, but still Peanut is trapped in the middle of your team. And then we see just Killa left in such a bad position, and Loken does get in here, does get chained out. And Loken's flash right here, not flash, his E, very good, has to flash out immediately. But still,
he got the kill though. That's the important thing. He got the kill on the Zedger.
And Zoom and Kanavi on the other end of that fight, killing Lies.
Oh, Loken with the point and click mystic shots. I love watching LPL Ezreals. It's just so damn fun. 7-0 and 3 now. Loken is looking unstoppable. And with 2 minutes until that soul will spawn, JDG have their foot on the accelerator.
Like, if LGD don't feel confident taking a fight like that where it's a 5v4 and you know Syndra shouldn't be there at that point from where she was relative to the wave when you last saw her, when are you going to be confident to take a fight? Because you're really relying on JDG misstepping and finding a pick with Tempered Fate, but you're at a point where you can't even really find pressure through the side lanes anymore.
You've got 2 AD carries to deal with, but they might have dealt with one already. Kanavi will be stunned up. Can they finish him before the ult? The answer's no. Peanut is going to be in trouble in the meantime. Both junglers could go down here. Kanavi, Cyclone, but still alive. Lumao makes that so. Zoom disrupting everyone and finds a kill 1v4. Lies somehow surviving for now, but he will fall to Kanavi in the end. It's going to be 2 for 1 so far. Zoom the absolute MVP of the fight.
Yeah, Zoom doing such a good job continuously zoning off multiple members, but you are an Ezreal Yuumi with a Baron buff. You can just keep going.
And all they need to do is set this up so they can go to Dragon in 1 minute's time. Look how nicely synced up the Dragon timer and the Baron buff are. As soon as this Baron falls off, they've got a present waiting for them.
And at this point, with lives being down, you have no way of getting into the fight against JDG.
Forget the Dragon. Let's just take inhibitors. Loken can just walk up. There's still 3 people here from LGD, but they have to contest the mid lane. This, honestly, if they can force something, this could be the game here for JDG.
No Tempered Fate, no Wukong. You have no way of getting on top of JDG. And the Ezreal range, just too much. And the damage at this point, right?
Yeah.
He's doing so much damage. You have 4th Ocean Drake coming up in 20 seconds.
They're not going to force anything here. I thought the way Loken was positioned, I thought they were going to force the fight. Maybe they found it anyway. Peanut goes way too far forward. Tempered Fate onto Loken, but he's going to be fine. Killua just goes down. Kanavi has to flash away. Moonlight Vigil, Cyclone on the backline from Lies. He's knocked up the carries, but Loken's still fine. Kanavi survives, and Lies is all out of cooldowns. He's going to fall now. No more monkey business from you. Yagao's here. Loken wants to chase, though. He's not done just yet. The slow, not quite going to land. But oh my days, the damage is disgusting. The minion wave survives, saves Kramer here, but everyone's so low. Loken won't let him escape here. Charges up forward. There's Zoom as well. He'll get the kill with the Sunfire. And Peanut, he knows it's all over. Drops the emote, but Loken finishes him off. And JDG end this one in style.
I love that LGD make the same mistake they did last game.
Yuki just about gets onto the fountain. No Infernal Soul this time, so he survives. But Loken is happy to keep dishing the damage out right here. This is going to be game, and in a stylish way as well. 25-10, and JDG, they continue their playoff dreams. And if FPX lose, they could be second seed.
Lumao, especially on this Yuumi, I mean, really just playing the champ the way it's supposed to, but showing us why in other regions it is prioritized so heavily.
It's so hard to deal with their healing, and also Loken knows how much healing is there. Yep. He was so aggressive on the Ezreal, but it worked magnificent.
It's great, too, because we just talked about before the game how he is not one of the star players. He's more of a supporting cast. Yeah. But this game with the support from Lumao,
to prove us wrong.
Exactly, just stepping up massively.
Yeah, just unbelievable stuff coming out from Loken. And when you look at that draft, like, that draft there from JD Gaming does not say LPL to me at all. When you think of the meta in the LPL, like, 4 of those champions don't really fit into that category, but JDG showing they have more than one style they can play.
I'd say almost the only one is the Kindred, but that's really just a Kanavi special. But you're right, we don't really see a lot of Ornn priority here. Syndra not picked up here as well. In that bottom lane, never.
Not since, like, week 2 when we were seeing that one last. On the other side of the board, I mean, the Bard coming out was a bit of an oddball, but across there, LGD playing relatively standard. But again, I mean, this Azir pick for Yuki. Yuki individually has looked pretty good on it, but there was just no way for LGD to get to a point in the game where Azir could impact in any significant way.
Well, in this game, it does feel like they got to that point, but again, just a few missteps around the mid game is really what set them apart from being able to... You know, we see they got the first 2 dragons, right? Early game, it was there. They weren't able to find a way forward, especially through this Bard, because we saw how much pressure they had in the bottom side of the map with Kanavi pretty much just ignoring that entirely, and they weren't able to translate that into any kind of meaningful advantage.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul came through right in the last couple of minutes of the game from JDG as well, and you know, I mean, it was already done at that point, but that was just like insult to injury at that stage. There was just no killing this team, and aside from the one time that Kanavi forgot about his ultimate and just went down before he even dropped it. But I can't believe how insane a lot of these fights were. Because with a Kindred and an Ezreal jumping around everywhere, nobody being able to die, I was struggling to keep track of what was going on in the fights. Never mind LGD.
I just want to say Lyric 1, Colonel 0.
True.
Late game, JDG's comp just coming out so much better in the end. And... again, they execute so perfectly. They do well as a team. And the thing is, this team stays undefeated.
Yeah, JDG.
This 5-man roster, undefeated.
16-0 in games right now with this specific roster. Going into playoffs looking not just like a favorite, but looking dominant, honestly. They beat IG 2-0. They beat E-Star 2-0. I'm excited to see what can happen. And tomorrow, top go up against FPX. If FPX loses that series, JDG will steal away the 2nd seed spot. They could find themselves a free ticket into the semifinal.
And that is so massive in LPL, getting to watch round 1, getting to watch the quarterfinal. Yeah. You just get so much breathing room to know what your opponents are going to do.
And bear in mind that when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to these best of 5s, each of these kind of tournaments will have its own sort of mini meta that develops over the course of playoffs. They get to see that develop before they ever even play a game. They get to know ahead of time what they're going to have to do. And they've shown that they have the mechanics to play all kinds of different styles.
But we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
True.
We haven't locked that in just yet.
I'm getting excited.
They rely on their good friends, I guess I don't know if they're friends, in Top Esports.
Top Esports, who, again, they've been looking good with Jackie Love in the roster.
They are good friends because Loken was there.
Well, they could be good friends or they could be not good friends. Depends how amicably that ended.
I believe in the power of friendship, so...
I do too. And that's why I like WE, but that's a separate conversation.
Oh, God.
They will be playing later today, though. I think that's going to be our next series. But what a performance from JDG. LGD, again, you know, it's been an unfortunate split for them, especially for Peanut, coming from the LCK and really not having a good time of it here in the LPL. But I think there were good moments for LGD. There is still like glimmers of success on this squad, and I'm excited to see if they can shape things up before
The thing that's nice for LGD is at least they found some roster stability this time. Last year, everyone knows they didn't have it between RD, PYL, Bademan, all, you know, the other random junglers that just kept bringing in and out of the team. So if they want to stick to this 5, they can at least start growing. I think Killua especially has been a very good piece who still has a lot of room for growth. Maybe the big question mark lies in the top lane, but still has been very solid on this kind of weak side top laner job. And if you can improve that, they showed they can be a threat.
In the team fights, Lies actually looked pretty good on this Wukong. His ultimates were great. He was doing a lot of disruption. It just felt like, you know, by the time he was able to impact the game, by the time they were getting to these team fights, they'd already lost control of the game elsewhere. It was already Loken getting ahead, or Yagao, getting ahead in the mid lane as well. So it felt like by the time he could impact the game, it was already a little bit too late. But also, in this series, it was against Zoom. Most players look pretty bad against Zoom.
Zoom, yeah. A top 2 top laner. I'm kind of divided on him and the Shy right now. We all know how the Shy's been performing, but that is just the Shy. You have 2 completely different styles of top laner, and Zoom is the best at what he does.
He does, and he doesn't have off games either.
Never.
Either way, let's take a look at our MVP. And it's going to be going to Loken. You already knew it. 9-0-7. 33% of the damage. Almost 200% value on his gold right there. And just the boldest Ezreal plays I've seen today.
And some people might point out, hey, he was enabled to do that by Lu Mao's Yuumi, but the point is he still took that, ran with it, and pushed it as far as it can go to drive home the advantage for JDG and really set up the wins in these late-game team fights.
And it's good to see Loken popping off as well, because as you rightly say, when you think of this team, he's not usually the player that people talk about, but this fight especially, look at the confidence he's got. This next E forwards is insane.
And the thing about Loken is he really fits the style of the team, right? He doesn't demand any resources to play as well as he does.
It's all about the mechanics. It's all about getting him on the right champion, and he'll do the rest. His Kalista is great. His Ezreal is great. And honestly, I'm impressed by Loken. I'm excited to see what he can pull off during playoffs. I'm impressed by this entire squad. And there's a lot of good things ahead of JDG. My big question will be, how will they do once they get to the best of 5s?
Yeah, and the thing that's exciting about it is they haven't shown that much, honestly, especially in regards to Zoom's champion pool. And you also know this team has very select picks they like the LeBlanc, like the Kindred, but they've shown they're able and willing to play just about anything.
Also, having this Syndra pocket pick available is something that no one else in the LPL is really using as this flex pick in the same way. So an extra string to the bow. We'll see how that's going to go in playoffs, but we're about ready to jump into a break. We've got 2 more series coming your way today. We've got 5 left in the whole split. We've got WE against EDG next. This is a battle for survival for WE. We'll see if they can hold on right after the break.
哦，这一波有一个绕后，
就看一下这波，但勾到了，这波小鹏被勾到以后，一念直接开始点，这波要离场，但是奥恩顶起，而且这时候还有一个羊被叫过来，柱子已经先把皇子给杀掉以后，哇，这个奥恩根本没有人打得动，这才是真的羊。刚刚那一波是西野偷的一个假羊，但后排。 这秦辉燕宁现在的距离确实不够远，但是有了通臂的个650码的一个射程 ，Logan 拼命的往前顶，之后牙膏找到一个机会闪现过去，直接达到一个 double kill，而且配合了二北流失的一个残局，再拿到一个 double kill，剩下嘎啦被 Logan 狂点。
明显是 B 团嘛，对吧？然后这边塔姆，然后呆呆的，也不是呆呆的，就萌萌的开车过来了一个人。他主要是没有带视野，没有带自己的队友。
哎，但这一波怎么说？陈伦直接 TP 过来之后硬拉到了，应该是一个，拉到这边的这个 Morgan 这边再开了2段的一个大天空开，还打不过，悲伤到场，这边是3打3的一个局面，可是 WE 打不过了，提车马已经没有底牌了，被 Maple 拿下一个600块钱，悲伤 EQ 挑回去，发现这不是回家的路啊 ，Maple 拿下了双杀之后，这个大龙再一起主。
或者就是 EDG， 我在想是不是有可能是 EDG 前面抱团抱的比较多。先看一下下路这波，乐帅又来开大面找 Gino 的一个麻烦。Gino 这波是一技能往后拉，旁边 Scott 已经赶到了，乐帅是没有自己的一个闪现的，只能一技能，但是被一直想推回来，而且3号还立了一个防御塔。帅哥这波还能操作吗？大面时间已经结束了，吸引量其实是不太够的。Rookie TP 下来想要抢宝，帅哥还在砍，这波 PK 大牛的杀火，自己还吸了一口血没有死掉，后面这女枪给了一个弹幕时间才把帅哥给杀掉，这是什么啊 ？Gino 这波已经没有退无可退了，弱者退3给推到以后。 Rookie 直接拿下了 Gino 的人头，走在对面脸上的是乐言跟南风啊 ，Miko 这波感觉在这个位置去指对方的前排，可能自己也要被交代掉。
哦，这边想开了，
反手爆摔进去，检测到了非常多人，逆反的大招是给到了乐言的一个位置，剑魔已经进场了，这段 Q 时间打翻了3个人，交闪现直接找后面的一个 Hope， 这波砍的大招其实是掩护队友撤退的一个大招，但是 Rookie 跟上一波输出，而且后面银焰飞进去，直接大声花火把后方的 Scott 给炸死了。
Silence is a rising night.
The series goes on, but no series will have the same impact here today as WE and EDG will here. Series number 2 with these two teams means quite a lot, as we'll tell you in a second. This is Lyric. I'm Mysterix, jumping back on the desk for the next 2 series. In fact, here is we get a WE and EDG, and this one here is for all the marbles, especially for WE, who have yet to secure playoffs.
Yeah, WE needing a win here today if they want to keep that dream alive, and EDG as well, just nice keeping up the momentum heading into playoffs.
Also, they can push themselves up. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's start where WE will begin here in this series. What they need to secure playoffs right now here in the LPL, they need to beat EDG here by any score, and OMG as well by any score. And it is good that they don't have to 2-0 both, but a win against these two teams is going to be super hard.
Right, that's the nice thing. They don't need a 2-0 either. They just need to pick up wins overall. But if they do lose today, their dream is dead.
That's
and
right.
It's up to Vici and OMG left to kind of keep those hopes alive.
They can't drop the ball at any stage here. I know Vici will be looking at this series because if EDG are able to beat WE, it's Vici and OMG who are the ones who are going to secure that last position. More on that a bit later as we talk about what EDG are kind of fighting for here in this series. They, with a win here and Top B Sports with a loss later, they have the potential to actually secure 5th and get the highest seeding and verse the 8th tier.
I was going to say, regardless, they're stuck in the first round, so it doesn't mean too much, but it'd still be great, especially with the fact that you think WE and OMG, or Vici, I guess, definitely look much weaker than, you know, Top Esports, RNG, these other teams.
At least RNG when they're in, you know, good
yeah,
form.
RNG when they're playing like RNG.
Yeah, that's right. I know that is, again, another larger conversation. Feels like we have a lot of large conversations to go through here.
Yep.
With the second last day of the LPL, and going into this matchup, I think it'll be fun regardless here because we do have some talented players, and we get a chance to look at a lane and at least a peculiar part of the lane that we don't normally talk about.
No, the exciting part of this matchup to me is Mako versus Missing.
Yeah.
Missing has been such a clutch, probably the most clutch part for WE, and Mako being such a long-standing veteran on EDG. Just look at Mako's win rates on his most played champions.
And the fact that he has played so much, like Nautilus as well, and Mako has really stuck it out towards these 3 champions this split as well. He's been very peculiar about, or particular, I should say, about what he wants to play.
I want to say, I feel like we've seen why in some games the drop-off is quite big, but on these champions, he looks like a top 3, top 4 support in the league, and moving back to Missing, his Thresh is scary.
Yeah, it really, if you give Missing Thresh, I mean, that win rate speaks for itself, right? But more importantly, Missing enabled on something like Thresh enables the rest of WE who like to visit that bottom lane anyway.
Yeah, WE heavily wanting to set up for plays and initiations around the spot side, so champions like Thresh, his Alistar was actually really clean, his Nautilus pretty good as well, so these types of champions are great, and it really contrasts with Mako, who I think plays a more protective style, just helping Hope get bigger in the game. Of course, still able to play these engaged champions like the Nautilus, but a lot more focused on making sure Hope gets to the point where he's a big, strong carry.
Well, let's take a closer look because we do have some clips for you towards EDG, starting with Mako and his roaming. And Mako has just been a powerhouse. Was he the one who solo killed? Oh, no, that was Maestro on LNG.
That was but still, this was a really good play by Mako. Kind of coming out by the edge of a knife at the very end. But even here, we just talked about how he likes to protect Hope, but in these early games, he is able to find a way out of lane and get in the middle of the enemy team, but missing on that Alistar.
Yeah, I mean, they're both great Alistars, right? And WE's support Missing has been the forefront here of the kind of competitive edge that we've seen from WE, alongside that mid and jungle too.
The other interesting thing about this support matchup is they're both the long-standing members of their roster.
Yeah.
Mako's been here since 2015 spring, Missing 2018 summer on the
Played
other side.
with Mystic, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's kind of the leftovers of the roster, and even though we've lost the 2017 Worlds roster of WE, Missing is like that remnant that pieced together post-Worlds as well.
Yeah, and you know, another interesting facet to this matchup is we also do have like a battle of some LMS coaches with Domo, the coach of WE, from HQ, Corgi, the assistant coach of EDG, actually having worked with him before. So I always love those small interactions where you have players or coaches that
Especially
work
since we don't
together.
get to talk about coaches much in the LPL, because at the moment especially we don't get to see too much behind the scenes. And the only coach we've really talked about like in depth has been Coma, right? Or at least going through and maybe like Kenju at some point as well. And Fluidwind, as we always do, plus Warhorse. Okay, maybe we have talked about some coaches there. But WE and EDG, the reason this matchup is going to be so good is because I think Scout's playing some of his best League of Legends as well. And Teacher Ma came out of the woodwork from nowhere and is now suddenly part of WE's win condition. As we go through the rosters, let's just start here first. Morgan in the top lane. Beishang jungle. Teacher Ma we'll touch on again in a second. Jill Meng is your AD carry with missing support. And on the side of EDG, what we're about to say is that they are starting Audi again today. Junja in the jungle. Scout, Hope, and Mako. So there's no Jinu or JDG. They're going back to the roster. That was the fill-in that still performed well.
It's going to be interesting, too, because when we see Audi and Junja on the roster, it does signal a lot more about playing towards top lane, where JJ and Jinu feel more flexible about where they want to go on the map. So if you're Morgan this game, you gotta watch out.
You really do. We're going to see what the bans come through here to start off the series, though. The Pantheon already taken away. And Lyric, I was going to have this discussion with you. I was going to force it on you. There's been a lot of mid-lane bans targeted towards Teacher Ma in the past couple of series.
We saw, actually, for anyone who doesn't know, WE lost to LNG. And we saw LNG throw 4 bans in Game 1 at Teacher Ma, was left playing to Nico and didn't have anywhere near the same impact.
Part of the reason it feels like for WE, they're in this position where it is do or die. And not winning against LNG, now having to win this series. They're going to start it off with the Aphelios in Game 1.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see where Hope goes on the other side of the map. Can pick up the Varus, but we have seen that Hope also really loves the MF pick, having played it 16 times. But if EDG go towards the set, I like this, especially if it's Audi picking it up in the top lane. It's his most played.
Yeah.
But I just don't want to see it in the hands of Mako.
But I also love that WE have adapted for the jungle change when Junja has been one of the best Sejuanis, in my opinion. It was his most played as well. They're not going to get the set combo that pairs nicely with it.
Makes me wonder if EDG say, hey, we don't need to show AD carry yet. Let's prioritize taking Jarvan here, because Jarvan and Sejuani were his 2 kind of most played champions, with the other meta pick Trundle being taken away. Isn't too much left open.
Are they going to listen to your advice, though, here? That's going to be the biggest question. Hope, another big misfortune player. Now, I want everyone to keep track of what gets banned away in the AD carry position this series, because that's also important, especially when Hope on Kalista is a big no-no. WE don't want to give that one over, but they don't have to this game. Instead, we will again see the misfortune. While WE ponder if they want to give the Thresh.
They take the Thresh. It's missing Thresh. We saw 75% win rate across 8 games. This provide a lot of safety towards the Aphelios. Still gives your draft a lot of versatility in what direction you can head, right? You can look for team fights, can look for a pick comp, maybe play more around side lanes. So I like the pickup.
Plus Gravitum Death Sentence is a really dirty combo that we've seen. Super simple to execute as well, as WE now have their bottom lane. Where next?
You definitely should head jungle here, in my opinion. Just take away the Jarvan. It makes the most sense to me when the only other champion that Jun just played is really the Rex side.
And now, left without that jungler and left with a shorter champion pool. Again, remember on the side of EDG's jungler, he's only played 5 champions in total, so...
And one of them's Nunu.
And one of them is Nunu. Well said there, Lyric. Will we see the Nunu? Well, one can only dream at this point, with the Trundle taken away as well. And down into the Rex side pool with a question mark.
Yeah, he's played the Gragas before, but his Gragas didn't look that convincing, especially with his casks. But the thing about Gragas, he's a very versatile champion. You can play an engage role, you can play a disengage role. Does also allow you to play these AD soul laners. Scout has actually played the set twice as well, so you still have a lot of flexibility with where that pick can go.
Plus, remember, if he wants to go towards his Aurelia again as well, Scout's still undefeated, 100% win rate, 4 games, 11 KDA, just to throw some numbers at you there.
Scout looks so good in the side lane. Might be definitely a top 3 mid laner in terms of how you control and play out those side lanes, so I do like him on champions like the Aurelia. And EDG just banning out Teacher Ma is what we expect.
Yeah, okay, so goodbye Rumble. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Teacher Ma is an Aurelian soul player.
He also mains Nocturne in KR Challenger.
And he brought that out last time we saw WE against LNG. Unfortunately, it was a loss, but still a good thing to keep in the back of your mind. As mid laners from WE are starting to be banned away in the form of LeBlanc, we're really minimizing the mid lane champion pool, or at least the flex champion pool, to start off game 1.
Makes you wonder where WE want to go with this. What's countered by a champion like LeBlanc? Maybe wanting to try to head towards that Aurelian Soul, and it doesn't get banned, so you still can look for that if you want.
He's played it 3 games, 2 out of 3 win rate, and if you want to talk stats again, 13 KDA on his favorite, and it's great to see it. But will he get it? Well, of course, they're not going to ban it away. They do take the Aurelia we were talking about before, though, and now EDG first pick red side.
Yeah, and again, another champion that in theory should be really good into the A-Soul, and Mako, of course, going for Nautilus. It is his most played champion at 14. Looks really good on the pick. Puts a lot of pressure onto the Aphelios, and Teacher Ma bringing out the Galio.
So he wants to bring this back up now. He's only played this 1 game, but you can see how it works, how this composition comes together. Still a diving champion, ability to roam and join up with the other members of WE, again for Teacher Ma.
I'm pretty sure Morgan's Renekton is 100% win rate.
Oh, are you asking Jakey to go find that
I
for
am
you?
definitely asking you to go find it. And here we see EDG just going for a nice lane matchup into the Galio is going to scale up quite nicely. And again, strong front-to-back teamfight comp. I like that Mako's on the Nautilus, putting Audi on the set, which he's looked very good on. On the side of WE, it's kind of sad if you're Jomung because the rest of your team just wants to dive into the members of EDG.
I gotta say though, seeing Scout on the Corki is bringing back some memories from me of last year, where I think Scout is one of the best Corkis in the league. Now alongside Cryan, as I will answer your question, Renekton 4 out of 5 win rate. So he lost the last series, last game against LNG from memory. So almost there for the 5 out of 5. But coming back to this draft, I mean, for WE, they still fit the same condition that we've talked about before, right? Even if it is in different ways, WE have still opened themselves up through mid. And I'm curious as to how they can respond to EDG.
It's going to be really interesting to see because if you're EDG, I don't feel like you feel too much pressure from the members of WE jumping into you when you have things like Corki with the Valkyrie.
Running into this game, Lyric, you know what's on the line. I told you before, but I'm going to tell our audience once again. WE need both series wins here, today and tomorrow. If they beat EDG, they have a chance to destroy OMG and secure the 8th playoff position. EDG, it's all about rising to the top. They can potentially secure 5th here with a win over WE. Also, if WE lose this series, no matter what, they are out of playoff contention. It'll be left to Vici and OMG to decide as we enter game 1 and we see another Predator Galio and also a Predator on the Gragas.
Yep, Predator Gragas is fine, right? Has a lot of gank potential and pressure, so can have a lot of options with where you can go in these lanes. Honestly, you could pretty much gank any of the 3 coming out from WE. And for Teachama, I like the Predator in this case because realistically, you need to make things happen early. You need to be the team that accelerates. You need to force a man advantage because as the game goes on, and even in the mid-game skirmishes, in a straight 5v5, EDG not only have the easier to execute comp, but have a very strong front-to-back team comp.
I mean, you talk about those double AD carries, right? And Audi on set as well. We know through watching him earlier in the split how good Audi is on this champion and how well Junja has actually synced up with his top laner in the past too.
Looked very good playing on the top side, and just the Gragas in general going to provide a lot of safety towards Hope as well. The members of W going to jump in, you body slam, you throw out the cask, knock them away. You have a lot of effective range coming out from Hope and Scout. And the thing for WE that I'm afraid of is we've seen Suning run this composition so many times.
It hasn't worked out. You're looking at a bit of trading in the bottom lane, sent back from Hope onto Missing, but Jeomong has the push here and is zoning out Mako and Hope.
And it just feels like it's so one-dimensional, so easy that if Set or Gragas do get on top of Jeomong, it's just all over for WE.
But now is it over for Audi in the top lane? Beishang doesn't care. He's spotted out by a ward. There needs to be a flash burnt here before the flag and drag. He gets knocked up. Audi then flashes, but that's still the summoner taken for free by Beishang.
Yep, it's still going to be nice that you don't go down, but now the wave is in such a bad place. And I want to see if Morgan actually tries to freeze this, so the turret is not going to be able to hit these major minions.
And now you can see Junja has cleared all the way to his top side, both buffs down, level 2 Gragas, now hiding in the brush.
He is going for some trades. So the wave is going to push back to Audi's side of the map. This does just seem like Junja is expecting Morgan to look for something like the all-in, but ooh, Beishang.
I don't believe the flag was spotted out.
No.
There's still that ward there that is about to expire, and then Beishang makes the leap.
And now Junja can't waste too much time up in this top side, so now Audi's pretty much just left on his own, gonna lose a lot of farm.
Yep.
And good adaptation by WE. We talked about this Renekton, 80% win rate.
I mean, Morgan is I guess we used the word savant earlier. He feels like one here on this Renekton. A pick that has been really successful in the LPL as well. Renekton's always that pick that suits the playstyle of our region. Right, every time you think about it. So now Beishang walking towards the bottom lane. He's got a lot of camps clear, but so does Junja, who is sticking around at Krugs towards the top lane for now.
So as WE, you kind of two continuous plays you can constantly look for. You can try to go mid because you do have the taunt coming out from Teachama and looking for that gank there, but you always do have the Flash Flay Lantern play coming out from the Thresh. Pretty much the name of the game is bot side control for WE.
And Missing, he doesn't miss his hooks very much, as you can see there on Tomako. Also, Teachama was looking towards the bottom lane before. He doesn't have Predator, but at least the pressure there still applied to the bottom lane of EDG in the river.
And also going back to the top half of the map, actually, the wave is now pushed into Audi's tower, and Morgan going to just be able to do a lot of doing a good job laying down punishment as he tries to answer the wave. So right now you have WE having pressure across all 3 lanes.
Especially when you look at that ward in the river from Scuttlecrab, excuse me, but you also see the ward towards Raptors. WE have done their due diligence in making sure they track Junjia, who now will be spotted in the bottom side of the map. Looking to contest here, level 4 on Beisheng though.
Definitely can't contest. 3 lanes of pressure on the side of WE. This game for EDG is really just about weathering this early game storm and making it to mid-game even where you are going to come out ahead.
As you said, EDG, the nice front to back, the double 80 carries that are here. And Beisheng trying to test the limit of Junjia in this little trade, but it will be secured, level 4 hit. And both junglers going to settle down for now and just back away.
The great thing for EDG is there's no pressure on you to make any play happen.
Yep.
As long as Junjia is looking to cover and counter gank whatever Beisheng is doing, EDG are winning.
We talked about Junjia a little bit before. Remember, came from the ECS. We saw him a couple of years ago over in the ECS. But more importantly, this is his first LPL split. He was the 3rd jungler in the side of EDG, and we've already seen some great games from him and Audi, who Audi was a shadow to this roster behind Jinnu. And it is a bit surprising that EDG here in their final series would decide to play the roster that got them here, but I think it's very well deserved, and I don't think it's a downgrade. I think it's a side grade in many ways.
I agree with that, and I also feel like we don't know why they made this change, right? But maybe just trying to test out more options for playoffs. Think about it. You have this 2-man unit that you can continuously change up the game plan. You have a lot of options available. But going back to the game, I want to see WE look to get pressure on this Drake when Morgan is going to be constantly pushing in the top lane, so he can't always look to just hover down towards the mid lane. You have pressure in both mid and bot, so this early Drake should be WE's for the taking.
Also, TP with a level 6 Renekton in there as well, just to be noted, who does have a sizable CS advantage in the top side, while Beisheng now makes the move you wanted to see. With vision control still there. The nice control ward next to the mid lane there, well placed by WE. Beisheng is going to be making that play. Bottom sider moving to cover as well.
Just a standard play coming up from WE. They should be able to take this uncontested. And if you're EDG, you should be fine with this. I'm not quite sure why Junjia is posturing around this dragon.
I mean, he has Predator, and he says, let's take it away anyway. The Death Sentence is not going to connect. The hook comes through. It is a steal away from Junjia as grabs him, lands on top, flash away from Mako. The shield of Duran hits 2. And EDG's jungler now has to get out of this. He flashes over. The poke comes through. Hope at half, but they're still willing as Jilming flashes away. And first blood goes to Beisheng, who follows the Gragas as now Mako is going to die as well. 2 kills, WE the flash forward. Wow. Missing felt it, and he almost got 3.
It's 1 dragon hysterics. You have the late game scaling comp. You don't have any pressure to make this play. It's only an ocean dragon, which, again, just sitting at 1 doesn't really mean anything. So WE coming out ahead by pretty much taunting EDG into coming into them.
And Morgan didn't even have to teleport down, right? He's stuck in this lane too. So across the board, WE now with a huge gold lead here at 7 minutes in the game.
And just continuously walking up and, like, using his presence to put some pressure on Audi, always starting, hey, I can look for something like the Q and put some pain onto you. But here we see Junjia walking up when he honestly doesn't need to, does get the steal on the dragon, which is quite nice, but Galio, of course, able to get here first. This is the name of the game for WE. Yep. Get numbers advantage, look to find these picks. They're also just stronger overall at this point in the game. Beisheng being really good, finding that pick on the Junjia. Now WE aren't in a nice formation to just follow that up and teach him up. Very good on the Galio, setting up Jomang to get this kill.
Captain Season 10 as well got the kill as well. Our first blood did go over to Beisheng, but notice Jomang now with the Cole and BF sword here in this bottom lane. It is matched by Hope, but you can already see that net advantage for WE. Also nets the advantage for Teacher Ma with ultimate halfway till available and Predator boots upgraded into Mercury Tread.
And this is actually always pretty massive as a Galio, because if you can start getting a small item advantage, you can keep that wave clear up. And again, you don't want to interact with Corki in the laning phase. You just want to push and you want to lead. Just lead Corki to the farm, you keep pressuring these objectives. And the fact that WE don't even need to roam missing up this objective and that they're just winning 3 lanes out feels so good for WE.
Now, I will correct myself before. It isn't a massive gold lead, but at least for WE, it is sizable at this point in the game. And seeing the Rift Herald go down without a contest, you can see how fast this ball is starting to roll. for the side of EDG, not even towards that first item yet, but nor a WE. However, after this Rift Herald gets placed with turret plating available, expect to see that first item through the lane that it's dropped.
And the great thing is they lose nothing for this.
Yep.
Even the bot lane didn't have to completely roam up. We did see Missing eventually go towards the mid lane. So every member going to get just as much XP and gold as they always have. And we could just see Beishang maybe open the top turret early on, which is going to give Morgan a lot of influence on the map as a whole.
There's a bit of turret plating there as well. It's about 20 CS in the lead here with the wave getting cleared away. And Audi really going to be tested here in this first game as Junja is hovering towards bot. Now, there is no Calibrum to poke the brush. Junja's going to back away in the end anyway.
Still, things look great for WE, right?
Yep.
WE are in the driver's seat of this game. Things are not over yet for EDG. They are still in a fine position relative to their composition, about 2k gold behind, which feels acceptable at this point. The thing is, now anticipating where Beishang wants to go with this Rift Herald, which things are going out towards the bot lane.
Before we get there, though, because you were talking about scaling on the side of EDG, for a WE, though, at least you can see this point in the game where, like, if they are still far ahead, even towards the later game stage, maybe etching out a fight due to the way that they've started this game off.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's say they keep accelerating this game, they do get, 5k, 6 gold lead, they are going to be able to play out these fights, and especially if it's on people like Jomung, that's going to be massive, but if Teachermo has a whole item ahead of Corki, it doesn't matter if your damage falls off later, because guess what? You're a whole item ahead. You have the relevant damage at that point in the game.
And at this point, that seems like the snowball is still on rolling here. You talked about Beishang going towards the bottom side to bring us back to the game. Beishang right now just clearing out his camps. He's also going to be spotting out this ward here as he walks through the controllers. Ping's going down towards the bottom lane now for Hope and Maker. They have to get serious. As Audi in the top side, meanwhile, still getting bullied by Morgan. We talked about his efficiency on this Renekton. I mean, he's showing us here in Game 1 how the matchup should go.
At the same time, Audi is kind of slowly getting back into the game, right? We saw a much larger CS lead earlier on, so picking up the Ninja Tabbies, it is a lot more bearable at this point. And Audi should feel fine just continuously absorbing this pressure.
Junja has to correct himself after that. Scuttle Crab in front, he says, let's go back now. Morgan's going to be contesting this while pings are getting spam bot. Dragon up in 15 seconds.
EDG just give up this Dragon. Now, especially since you have the first one. This one doesn't matter at all. Just buy more time. Actually, Junja going for that is on the top side.
Okay. Maybe for the play on top of Morgan, who is going to walk back into lane. Audi still has the ultimate available, and Flash Junja has the explosive cask, and yeah, I think spotted out there.
We saw Ping come out.
Okay.
Sad for Junja, but ultimately you're still getting more time on the side of WE. But if you do look for a Rift Herald play right now on mid or bot lane, never mind, they don't want to.
Nah.
But you know Junja's not there, so he's not going to be able to answer. Oh, WE.
A bit more steady, I guess, as Junja says it's time to dive here, Lyric.
But we have Corki coming as well. Yeah,
does he have package? He doesn't have package, but he's still level 10. This is still a big Corki. Dominus underneath the turret. Audi's tanking for now. Here comes the hero's entrance. The chicken flies as the explosive cask. Not good.
We've seen this before. Junja's Gragas.
Morgan walked into the lane. He's going to get the healing. Beishang's coming in. That's a 3-man Cataclysm. The AoE still great as Audi ends up ulting Beishang. The Facebreaker okay with the Haymaker smashing down the day. I'm not sure what just happened, but both teams kind of flubbed around.
That made no sense. Both teams just walk away. Still, the fact that EDG moved their bot lane to mid is going to give Jomung a lot of plates and just CS in the bottom side. Oh my god.
Okay, well, he has Gravitum. He has ultimate available. Scout here. The teleport's going to get matched to save him. That's Morgan coming down into this lane. So a safety TP, we'll call it, while another one gets used in topside by Audi with Rift Herald ready to go.
But still, Junja is here to match, so they aren't going to be able to push this turret down or get anything more for that.
Yeah.
But now they are going to be able to rotate mid to answer the push coming out from EDG. Overall, this play is probably a net gain for WE in the sense that Jomung was able to get all that plate gold for himself in the bottom lane.
Sure.
But still, not much happened on either side. The game state is still the same.
We've got to take note of the items coming through, though. We've got the Warriors Enchant, rather the Cinderhulk, excuse me. Runic Echoes on the side of Junja, but more importantly here, Infinity Edge for Jomung. Proto Belt for the Galio who likes to roam. Black Cleaver for that Renekton, who's been enjoying the side lane here. Well, Audi has caught up in CS and is almost towards the Blade of the Ruin King here to start matching this Renekton. Trinity Force, Essence Reaver there as well. I guess we'll see those items in action towards the next Herald, towards that Dragon in 3 minutes too.
That's the biggest thing that you just mentioned is probably the fact that Morgan has the Black Cleaver while Audi still doesn't have a completed item. So that's where your advantage is at this point. But actually, EDG aren't even matching those lanes. Scout is going up against Morgan while Audi's just answering waves from Teachama.
You see Teachama doesn't have, from what I saw, I don't think he has much armor at this point anyway. I don't know. Optimized towards the Corki. As the bottom lane of WE sits mid with Morgan now shadowing. Beisheng going top. Ping's getting spammed here. As EDG's top laner has to be wary. I might just have to leave this one to the dust.
Yeah, but still, Scout is going to be able to get pressure in the bottom lane, but actually instead just decides to recall.
Okay. So, turret for nothing. And your chicken for free.
And so, ultimately, talking about side lanes, EDG's comp will also outscale in that sense. Once he gets to play the Rune King set, we'll be able to handle this Renekton no problem.
Yep.
And Scout will always be able to sit in a side lane and feel very comfortable against the Galio.
I mean, if we look at who's probably the most fed on EDG, it does look like Scout at this point. He's got the Trinity Force, he's got Zeal. He's almost towards 2 items here in the Corki build. And seeing the Zeal second as well, instead of something like the IE.
And Morgan has no TP for this. So if EDG wanted to force this now, they would have a few second advantage on this fight, but instead playing it by the book, not just going to rush it, going to get the control of mid first and try to set up some vision.
I guess they're also scared of the fact that Teachama does have ultimate available and Galio can come in from anywhere, anytime.
And the name of the game is getting on the Misfortune, in my opinion. Even though Scout is the big member, he'll always have the Valkyrie as the Corki, so locking him down with that Cataclysm won't do much. So Beisheng, Teachama jumping into the back line, ideally on to Hope. Morgan also trying to get on someone like Scout and zoning him off.
WE now grouping his 5 towards mid lane, getting zoned away by the Corki, who does run out of package, and that's the trigger to go in. Mako now, but Beisheng takes all the ulti as Teachama goes in with no one else from WE. He gets a one-man taunt on Mako, but he's buying time with a stopwatch, and WE is so low from Scout. Audi finds his way into the fight, but is flayed away. Once again, nothing happens as nothing happens.
No, something happened.
But nothing.
WE blew 4 ultimates onto Mako's Nautilus. That was not the name of the game, Hysterics. The name of the game was at least trying to blow Hope's Flash. They didn't even do that. You got Nautilus Flash. Who cares?
It does feel like nothing. Rift Herald now going to be taken by EDG. They walk towards the top side. And all WE can do is push the side lanes, get ready for this next Dragon.
It's not nothing. I'd actually argue it's a negative because, again, you're the team that's on a timer.
True.
And you got nothing out of that. Again, you got Nautilus Flash.
And you just said it was nothing.
You got Nautilus Flash.
Okay, all right. I take you on that. You almost went back on your point, but hey, Mountain is here. It is a Mountain Rift here this game as well. If you talk about scaling, we see the Nautilus, the Set, the Gragas, all these members that can utilize the Mountain Soul here on the Rift towards that later game stage. Now, WE have reset in time. They're the first ones here on this Dragon with no contest from EDG. But remember, the Rift Herald was picked up before by Junjia.
And I feel like this is the last one that you really feel comfortable giving away for free. Maybe the next Dragon is where EDG starts looking for these contests.
Okay.
Just right now, getting more gold, getting XP, especially for Scout. He is the big member to look out for this team because, once again, WE can actually lock down Hope in these team fights and try to burst it down. They can't do that to Scout. Scout will be a menace the whole team fight.
He's going to have the range with what looks to be the rapid fire cannon second. Plus, he can sell the coal in his inventory that's fully stacked. Excuse me again. And to upgrade his boots there as well. So right now, ahead of the curve, does feel like it's Scout here on 174 CS at 18 minutes in.
I expect EDG to just take this next few minutes slow. They're just going to keep Scout and Audi in the side lanes. Just push those out to a neutral point while having Junja shadow around mid lane. Everything right now is on WE's shoulders. It's going to be about finding an avenue with Jarvan and Galio to move from a side lane towards mid lane. Not really able to do what we just saw them try, moving your bot in mid to sides because there's no more outer turrets.
Okay.
So a lot of pressure on Teachama Beisheng right now.
Not many objectives up as well to draw the attention of EDG.
That is the best point though, right? So actually, if you're EDG, you don't need to move around on the map. You can just sit under your turrets.
And just defend. Right now, Predator going to be used by Junjiro as WE group up as mid. Mako's going to get hooked in as well. Good dredge line away, but Teachama follows that up as well, making it rain. The ultimate comes through, but the Infernum not enough to kill Mako. Again, a lot was used by WE, but maybe now with the pressure from the support gone, they can continue pushing mid.
That was a really interesting interaction where we saw the Galio E in, then get hit by the Cask, then get hit by the Nautilus ultimate.
Went every which way but loose. Jomong sticks around in the mid lane while WE look for the flanking position. EDG is still here. Beisheng's coming in as well. And Junja has nowhere to go this time around. It looks like he will die. Even going golden, flashing away. Ooh. Ignite is enough. Teachama with the kill. 3-0 on the scoreboard. Mid turret stands strong though.
The fact that Mako was forced to back there did give WE the ability to make that dive on the mid lane. But again, not able to get that turret yet. You would assume they could look for it now.
Missing keeps searching for hope. As you mentioned before, looking for this AD carry. They'll clear the vision away. Mako walking through as well. WE is sticking around here with the pressure. Cataclysm does come down. The hero's entrance now as Mako can't escape. He doesn't have the stopwatch this time around, and he dies as another good death sentence onto Audi. He's flayed back, but the follow-up stops there. WE have done the job. They've broken the turret, and they've gotten another kill.
And that would have been a really good timing for Bullet Time to come out. I'm not sure if either he did. No, he must have not had the mana at the time because there's not even an objective coming up soon enough to where you could argue he should have saved that ultimate.
I mean, he used the double up before when they were trying to clear vision. Imagine if that's the play that hurts him there.
Yeah, because we saw all of WE's members just stacked into that choke point. It would have been just a really free ultimate.
But now instead, WE with a kill across the board to everyone except the support. Teachama going to clear the side wave while we look towards the next dragon, and Baron standing there still.
And the big thing to me is, okay, WE are running a hard to execute comp, right? It's a one threat composition, but right now, Jomong has a whole item up over Hope.
He is a threat. He's a big threat. Renan's Hurricane on Aphelios as well, I think one of the strongest items.
If there is one champion to play a one threat comp with, it is an Aphelios,
yeah.
Right? So
that or a Cogmore.
I mean...
Or a Vayne, as we saw from Caps last night.
Sure, okay, those
but
champions as well, but right now...
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to take away your gusto. You're right.
You already did.
Every time we cast together, isn't it? As look across the board while we see WE waiting. Oh, a bit of hitbox there. That was very, very close. Almost hit his tushy. As EDG's jungler now going to be backing away after that. Vision control there for WE, now going to be cleared away. But you can see they're all grouped up here in the choke, and Mako walking in. Death sentence connects, he gets pulled on back. Mako does not have the stopwatch again, he flashes away. Ball time is good, explosive cast, even better. Junja with a gorgeous ulti. As now the 1 versus 1. I think for Audi, this is pretty good. Morgan now getting beaten out here with Blade of the Ruin King set.
That's what I was just going to say. He has his Blade of the Ruin King. He's going to do great in the side lane, but Mako making a massive mistake that he didn't need to. He didn't need to be in that position, but great cast from Junja. They're the ones that find a kill. Dragon up in 30 seconds, so Missing will get on the map first. And once again, WE should be able to just group up as 5 and force vision for the Dragon. So I want to see, do EDG contest, or do they just keep controlling side lanes and buy time?
5 minutes ago, you said this is a Dragon that EDG might start thinking about more seriously, right? 15 seconds until we find out their answer. Pings are going down towards Baron, though, with Scout clearing top. EDG have package on this Corki. They're not interested in the Dragon at all.
No, so just going to keep controlling side lanes, and they feel fine giving up one more Dragon, but again, in 5 minutes, they cannot ignore this objective anymore, but maybe just wanting to get another item under Hope's belt and get Scout closer to that Infinity Edge. Again, this isn't too much of a detriment on the side of EDG. You also don't have that much resistance coming out for WE. We only really see Jarvan having some as of now.
Yep. I was getting excited because I saw EDG top and I was like, maybe they're making a play. Maybe this is the gusto from EDG this time around.
There's no Baron damage to be had.
No,
like, okay, you have double AD carry, but you also have a Gragas, and all of W are easily able to follow up.
Missing keeps flexing though, keeps showing us that he can land the hooks. I want to take note of the items though, as we've got Mountain Soul on the horizon, and we're getting to some key back timings here from WE, it seems. We almost have the Blade of the Ruin King second for Morgan here in this lane. Where I look towards mid, I have a Zhonya's on Teachama, plus another Zeal for the Aphelios 1 threat composition carry.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King won't really change the dynamic of how this game's played out for the Renekton.
Okay.
It is still going to be a lot more about grouping up with your team. You're not going to constantly try to look for pressure in these sides. And, you know, to the disappointment of almost everyone, I don't expect there to be any action this next 4 minutes unless Mako gets caught out once again. Ooh, I was completely wrong, though.
Unless Scout maybe comes down for this bot lane dive with Audi.
They won't
Morgan,
dive.
Morgan is just backing away.
Set
All right.
can dive. He's a great champion at diving with that grit coming out.
Yep.
But you don't need to, right?
True.
You don't need to risk anything.
I mean, Scout, he went back in the end. He picked up a BF sword, and he's one step closer towards that third item here on the Corki. So WE, you can see, really searching for opportunities here at 24 minutes in the game. They've got a 3K goal lead, but as Lyric said, not enough at this point. They say, let's make it more with the Baron starting.
If they had the Crescendum Severum, that would be the big thing. But we've seen EDG lose out these positions before.
Yeah. Severum now picked up. Infernum there as well for the ultimate for Joel Monk. He's still only 2.5 items, but will be strong enough. 5K on the Baron. It's been spotted out by Scout in the control ward in the back of the pit. Teleport being used by Audi. Scout is going to be taking the red buff meanwhile, but they pull off a Baron on the side of WE. The threat is enough, as missing will, like his name, miss the hook.
The thing that's decent for the side of EDG is despite the fact that Audi to blow that TP, WE can't really force that play.
Ooh. Yeah, close. The flag and drag gets him away. Doesn't take the Dark Passage from missing. They poked him down. That was a lot of the Corki damage we're talking about, as missing thought Mako would walk forward on that one.
Still, now EDG are the ones who get mid control and can try to translate this into vision in topside river.
And Beishang backed away as well.
And you can still hold your bot lane because Scout has TP, right? It doesn't need to be Audi catching waves in the side. You can put Scout there. He'll always be able to TP into the fight if WE look to force another play like that again.
But instead, he's just grouping up with the rest of EDG, all staying as 5 now. As they regain control in the back of the river, the control ward going to get rid of that blue ward as well. WE looking for pick spot. Look at where Scout is. Walking into Teacher Mother. Valkyrie needs to be used. The shield of Duran there as well. Morgan looking for the follow-up, but yeah, unfortunately, Valkyrie.
This is the tough thing about these compositions.
Yeah.
Because WE, sure, in the next team fight we see, they can delete Hope. But how do you delete Scout when he's Valkyrie and he's Flash? He can always reposition, and if he plays very well, he isn't going to go down, and he's the main damage source on the side of EDG. So we have Dragon up in a minute 45. On the side of EDG, it's about keeping your eyes on Scout. For WE, it's really going to be about Beishang, Teachama, and even Morgan, in my opinion, because Morgan kind of needs to play this zoning role from Scout while the other members focus on Hope.
And to echo the note about Scout, I'm still waiting for that IE, and if he gets IE in the next fight, I mean, that's going to be huge. Minute 30 until Dragon comes up. The Mountain Soul on the horizon for WE. And before that time, Jomong has now picked up the Phantom Dancer as well. And Blade of the Ruin King being finished for Morgan. Note that, while keep your eyes on Scout, we need to see in the next minute if that third item finally comes through.
Also want to see when his package will be back available.
That's true.
Because that'll be massive in any objective fight. Ooh, we have Severum once again.
But it's about to run up from Jomong. Goes into Crescendum, and we do it again. Good hook here onto Mako. They're going to follow it through. Missing, drops down the boxes. Teachama with a legendary flank. Yes, been spotted out. Here comes Shield of Duran. It hits onto 2. Beishang's all in, but the bullet time in the choke almost deletes this jungler. But Ophelia says S10. Morgan says S5 or whatever he came out as they jump into the back line. EDG lose one, but Audi with the massive flank himself. And WE left stranded here. Hope flashes away, survives, and Teachama, the only one standing here, is looking to find something. But he gets pulled back in, and Hope says, it's me again, with the final kill of the battle.
That fight was so good from Audi. Scout went down. He's their main damage dealer. I didn't even actually see how Scout went down. Things were looking good for W with Morgan able to come in full HP on the Dominus, but Audi hit so many great haymakers, and Hope as well doing such a good job positioning to stay alive that fight. They're going to get the dragon they need.
You can see why EDG had Audi's set banned against them so many times when he was playing top.
If Beishang can steal this,
that would be a legendary move.
Great.
He survived after the fight. Now looking for the engage, the smite 45. And he's dead. Dragon denied.
No. Junja smited too early. Beishang didn't even smite. That could have been Beishang's dragon.
45 HP. And I believe it's skewed by W or an E.
So, yeah, now EDG are in this game. Still
well,
1.5k gold disadvantage. But look at Scout now, has it IE. Hope accelerating with so much gold in his pocket from these fights. And Audi so monstrous on this set. Like you said before, we can see why it's his most played champion.
Now on the note of Scout, even though he died in that fight, now he has that IE we were looking for. Poke damage coming out of WE trying to defend this mid lane. But EDG have priority once again. And now at close to 30 minutes with the priority here over Baron.
Beishang's not here.
Looking to bait in WE.
Nope. That is not EDG style. EDG are not one of our decisive teams with swagger. They're gonna play it methodically. They're gonna play it slow. They have a big name coaching staff behind them to put them in their place.
We got Heart, Clear Love joining up in the band here with EDG Scout. Scout is really the boy band at this point. It's Beishang jumping in. Now Scout in a bit of a pickle. Death Sentence kited away nicely. The Velios comes out. The explosive cast can't stop them from killing Scout as Missing gets a nice flay. WE now with the man advantage for 45 seconds.
And that's so disappointing when we set up that he's the one that has these survivability tools in his kit, doesn't manage them well, still gets picked off. And now for EDG, it's going to be so hard in this fight. Hope really needs a massive bullet time.
Audi teleports in. He's running at the speed of light, looking for the Mura. Right straight into the Galio. He's going to get the shield of Duran. The knockup is here. Hope still has ult. Watch for it. Into the pit. Missing with a beautiful flay. Actually just silences this fight. What a Thresh god. As WE look for the chase. This one's over. They now have the Baron in their sights.
And WE don't care that they need to accelerate. They do it so well. Great plays from Missing and great plays from Teacherma. And really, when EDG need him most, Scout falls flat. And WE going to be the ones picking up a Baron.
Their playoff dream on the line. This is only game one, but now with Baron, the acceleration begins again. More snowballing than they've ever had in this game as well.
Like you said, playoff dream on the line. They didn't make playoffs in summer season.
That's right.
So this would feel so good for an org that has rebuilt. They lost Xie, they lost Mystic. They built around pretty much a group of young up-and-comers. Teacherma is a rookie. Morgan, sure, he had a few games on JDG at the end of last season, but I'd still consider him a rookie as well. And we see here just Teacherma doing such a good job to finally engage in this fight. Then great play coming in from Missing. Lands the box, lands the hook, which is the most clutch part. And now EDG have no damage. You clean up the fight so well.
Dude, don't give Missing Thresh. I'm really dedicated to calling one of the best Threshers in the league, if not the best this split, right? Going up against Mako, who Mako's Thresh Alistar were considered as godlike.
You know, I don't know why you were going to finish. I thought you were going to finish it off with, I'm going to be very dedicated to starting a campaign of Missing not getting on this Thresh. This is terrible. This should not happen.
Not quite. Well, that's what they need here. Keep their playoff dream alive, especially against EDG here in this game. After Baron, 5,000 gold lead, 31 minutes in the game, Mountain Soul in a minute 30 as well to bring on the Elder. And if we start talking about time again, you can see WE know they want to keep accelerating this game.
Great thing for WE we didn't mention too is they've just been so much better on blue side than they have red this split. So being able to get on this side of this game and really get the comfort champions they need, they're completely excelling, pulling EDG across the map right now. And I love this because Teacherma always has that global pressure to follow in the bot lane. So just keep it mid, keep pushing these waves out, and put a lot of threat onto the side of EDG.
And he's so hard to kill as well. He's got the Banshee's Veil now completed into his arsenal with the Zhonya's Hourglass too. How do you kill this Galio? We're starting to tank up some of these resistances, exemplified or amplified, excuse me, by the Mountain Souls. Or Rift Dragons, that's the one. But at this point in the game, look across the board. The one threat carry, Joe Mung, has a GA now as well.
The hard thing for WE, though, is they don't really have the ability to siege down the inhibitor turrets, right? You have a lot of wave clear coming out from Scout and Hope. So, going to be hard for them to move on from this point. They really need to force a fight. But guess what? Dragon's up in 20 seconds.
That it is. That it is. Look across the EDG side and how they can test this. A GA on the side of Hope as well. We got a Zhonya's for the Gragas completed before, but now going with the Oblivion Orb. Now looking towards Audi, who is building up the Giant's Belt and the Chain Vest.
And Morgan creating some split push pressure in the top lane. Of course, no one from EDG can answer him. They just have to go straight towards the Dragon and not let WE pick this one up.
See, Scout sitting at base. He has the TP available, looking to use it. Do WE bait it in?
Ooh, and WE are in EDG, I'm sorry, are in such a hard spot. Leaving Morgan to just take that top turret.
Yeah.
They need to force this Dragon.
I mean, they've started it off. Packages coming through here for Scout, as you can see by his movement speed.
Morgan's still going, though.
But, yeah, Dragon not committed to. You talk about EDG being not decisive. Well, here you go. As now the flank from Teacherma. He's been spotted out, has shielded Durant and Predator. Scout's trying to zone away with the package here, but he continues in the top side, this Renekton, while now the engage comes through from EDG. The explosive cast denies the Dragon. It's up to Mountain Soul apiece, but Morgan is destroying the base.
Still feels like that wasn't the best move WE
Junja.
could have made. They are going to be able to pick up this inhibitor, which is pretty massive, especially for keeping pressure on the next. Actually, no, they don't even get the inhibitor, so...
He's walking away because EDG are going to commit for the play. Or at least try and threaten him away. Okay, that's it. But inhibitor goes down thanks to the minion wave.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's pretty nice, actually. You do get something at the end.
WE are grouping up as well. Look at all this chaos and the hook onto Hope. You found the AD carry. The box goes down. The flash away from the Misfortune. Missing will die, though. So that's not the game plan here. There's a depth charge used on the back line of WE. And now, let's see what happens, because Audi's in with the flank, looking for the dunk into the Cataclysm. He takes away Morgan, and the backside is absolutely destroyed, but Audi along with it. The hook in again here from the Nautilus, but WE is so low, they have to run.
You had a 5v4, you had a great flank coming in from Audi, but the bullet time a little bit too hasty coming out from Hope, and then not having the mana to continue laying out this damage, especially first scout on the Corki. And things aren't that bad. You get a 1-for-1 for a fight you kind of blew by sending Missing in too early, and you still did get that inhibitor, but...
I mean, it's the Audi flanks, right? Like, Audi each time, even though he goes down, is pretty big in these fights.
Overall, though, the fact that WE didn't try to bring Morgan in and force that dragon play, I feel like is a bit of a misstep because... Okay. Right, we keep talking about how in the late game, EDG will do fine. They're going to have a ton of damage. They have a good front line. They have multiple damage threats coming out. They have engage. They have disengage. So if they're the ones to get that Mountain Soul against something like the Aphelios really being only the consistent damage from Jomang, sure, Teacher Ma is a big threat at this point, but not going to be reliable in the later stages of the game, which we're at. It's 35 minutes, Hysterics.
And we're going to wait 3 more for that Mountain Soul to come up as well. So for EDG's favor, they go, yep, that's fine. We're ready to wait it out and play for that fight because they are now 2 on Mountain Soul point.
Jomang is full build, though.
Yes, he is.
So this Aphelios going to hit hard.
I mean, that is the last Whisper turned into the Mortal Reminder here to finish off that build as well. Also, a Rabadon's Death Cap on the way for Teacher Ma. So I'm sure by the time we get towards that next dragon, that will be complete for the Galio.
Now on the side of EDG, you're just doing what you've pretty much been doing all game, right? You're just answering the waves that WE sends into you, so are getting some gold in your pockets. And WE, I want to see if Missing can find one of these great hooks he's continuously landed. And look at Mako, just constantly walking too far forward in the lane, giving Missing these chances to find something like that.
I mean, even Bei Shang with the flag and drag, right? We talk about the engage potential here. Junja with the barrel roll will spot that one out, drops a ward, and now Bei Shang positioning known to EDG. Remember that Baron's still there. The threat from WE very real as pings are going down and Morgan started to group up.
Another important thing to keep track of is flashes, right? Scout has his flash up. Hope sadly does not. If they get onto him, that's easy. But Jomang, on the other hand, does have his flash up. We'll be able to reposition
and Crescendum again in front of the Baron, right? How quickly this goes down. EDG are forced to make a response.
Yeah, and EDG a bit slow on the play, but still WE going to respect it by the fact that Morgan isn't here. But Morgan getting to do this once again.
I mean, he's just sitting in the split push battle, and EDG, all 5 are spotted out. They're looking to stop the back. The Redemption used to do exactly that. Now on top of the Baron. So while WE might not be exerting the pressure you want to see, Lyric, at least here now, they're forcing EDG to go back and forth.
EDG need to pull the trigger on a fight. They need to stop being decisive.
Otherwise, Morgan will end. Baron is going to go down to WE. Teleport now coming through for the Renekton that's just split push. Cataclysm here as well. EDG in a choke. They're going to pull back Renekton, but Audi's ult this time is not that convincing. Gets low, dies in the end while Morgan goes into GA. Dark Passage, and he's out. And Junja has to run away. TP back to base, but that turret's dead. EDG getting pulled across the map, even now with a bare Nexus. Teacher Ma looks for the final play of the game, and WE just as punch Mako. The bullet time doesn't dissuade them. They re-engage. As they find Mako, they're looking for the rest of them. And EDG is set packing, as with this bare Nexus and everything, this game is just done at this point. Flash on top of Scout. He dies in the end, or at least gets close. And WE made them work for that with a good Game 1 win.
And experience didn't matter in the end. WE and Missing especially showing up huge this game saying, hey, our shot calling, our decision making is much better than yours, coming out ahead through macro play.
I mean, you got to say at the end of that game, just pulling them so many different directions. EDG, as you mentioned in the game itself, sometimes can be a little bit indecisive. showed right there in that first game.
And it's so confusing when you think about the long-standing members on the Rift or on the side of EDG. Scout's been here since 2016.
That's right.
Mako's been here since 2015. What's your excuse? WE is a team full of rookies, and even missing their longest-standing player is 2018 summer.
One game that WE have now taken control of and taken a win. This is big because now they have the momentum in this series to start it off. And now WE, when we said they need to win every single series they come up against, this is do or die. And they're not willing to die just yet.
Look, I don't want to get ahead of myself for the broadcast, but WE is going to playoffs.
Oh, hell yeah. All right. Okay, well, that's definitely far ahead because they're still going to beat OMG. But,
True. Yeah.
But here against EDG, you can see that, like, that one threat composition in the end of the day, I guess it kind of paid off. Like, Jilmung was so big.
It never felt like a one-threat composition
It didn't
either.
really, that's true.
By the fact of how far ahead Teachermont and Morgan got, they were constantly a huge threat on EDG's backline.
I mean, let's give props to Morgan, right? Like, Morgan in that sideline early on, he got a couple of resources and he started exerting that advantage against Audi. And even though Audi did well in some of these fights, I mean, Morgan was always that split-pushing threat.
We saw him get one gank. The wave was on his side of the lane, controlled it so well from that point onward.
And from there, Audi gets my praise for, I think, some really clean flanks.
Yep.
But at that last play, you could see that WE set everything up. That big boost in goal. Audi gets the most damage, by the way.
Look how this... You should feel disappointed if you are an EDG fan because your member with the maneuverability was Scout. Your member who did start getting some early goal in his pocket was Scout. He had all the damage items. And he's a Corki. He can just poke from far away with rockets. He's your third damage dealer on your team.
And Scout hasn't been faltering this season, really. This feels like his kind of like worst game when he was set up to succeed from the Corki build.
This might be his worst game.
I think it definitely is. Going up against Teachermont. Teachermont was brought on in for WE for his very first split.
Yeah.
And you just got to see who was a better mid lane in that situation. Well, Teachermont definitely was. Scout didn't do too much, especially towards these later fights.
And I like that you highlighted Teachermont. For anyone who doesn't know, he was on WE's Academy team last year. So he's coming in as a complete rookie.
Over Plex,
I was going to say, doesn't even seem like he was planned as a starter, right? Plex was coming in early on. Plex didn't pan out. So Teachermont has to fill this role with a lot of kind of pressure on his shoulders. Does a great job and got WE to this position where they're contending for playoffs.
They need one more game against EDG. They continue forward, and then they decide their fate against OMG. But first, they have to beat EDG. Is it going to be in game 2, or do we go the distance? Right after this, we will find out.
这波挺伤的，对于小威这边来说，
而且还不给开石头人，这边小威就直接回了。
而且威这名选手其实要注意，他是一个很喜欢2级抓人。哎呦，这中场很好，
这可能要打技能了，
这个要死了，不交闪的话。
包车
真不交吗？
哎，闪现！
哇，这波滔博这卡塔是玩了个心理，你知道吗？
卡塔直接第5层啊！
这里公子哥直接交闪现过来想想拉人没拉到，公子哥现在是。大招还在 CD，
像皮塔他要被追死了，
小田踢了一下，传了个葫芦。这边库阿玛进化解一下，你看大招，
输出位置很好啊。
库阿玛一波伤害可以的，皮塔这边是把自己给卖了，但是库阿玛能活下来吗？先打一下红 buff， 但是飞机飞了上来，进来了，哇呀，飞机这波扫射直接达到一个3杀。
看一下这波是不是想守，因为刘金松也赶过来了，这个拉到直接开了，
大招直接开了，华马跟公子哥单挑这么打，
应该要死了，
活活要被 A 死的，而且公子这边还要打1打2，下子击了上来，被沙皇推了一下，而这边刘青松也是赶到 ，Killa 这边可能要被卖掉，帮不了这边大转特转，我的天哪！
这一波因为人员的一个减少，很有可能要放高地了。
飞机直接起脸了，被晕了一下。飞机这波有机会吗？飞机被秒掉，命和拿到这个大头，小 Z 的伤害落了下来。但是 ED 怎么办？死掉一个 CP， 还这个辣我快这边被点了一头，这个辣我直接一脸了，把快一带走。
Q 技能是收掉了沙皇的人头，
我感觉还有空间，还有空间。这边还要追，莫伊菲娜打到，再杀欧拉夫双杀，而这边贝克感觉也要死，能换掉吗？换掉了。 正面女枪也少了一个大，扫死2个人。
女枪大招直接是把中野给融化。皇马这个位置有没有可能？
小天也想追，小天有闪现的。
皇马这波伤害打得很高，我这容易爆炸了，
上去，
但自己被拉了过来。皇马找闪现，
铁男是有 Q 闪的，
有机会吗？哦，有这个 Q 闪。
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and
We got a beautiful game number 1 where WE were able to close it out against EDG and continue their run towards playoffs here in spring 2020. Welcome back to the LPL. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Lyric yet again here to go into game number 2. I tell you what, WE showcased a little bit of their flair here in game 1. A lot of the compositions we've seen from them in the past kind of accumulating as well.
I love that WE just stick to what they know and do it so well.
Yeah.
The great thing this time was they were able to set up Morgan for success in the early game, but then back to the typical game plan, all about the bottom half of the map.
It really was, and I got to say, Missing was great that game. Could have hit MVP, but it was Beisheng in the end who hit MVP after game number 1. And on this Jarvan here, quick to engage, quick on the trigger, and quickly had WE behind him too.
The great thing is, talking about the Jarvan as well, we said how we'd like to see this here, and then for them to take it away from Junja and draft, they did that, and he excelled on this champion, just creating so much pressure in these team fights, and the word was accelerate the game. They definitely did that.
They definitely did, and they closed it out before they got too late into it, right? Where we talked about EDG having a window in this game when we got to the ultra late game, when we got the 40, 45 minutes. For WE, that last fight felt like it was the window starting to bridge into EDG as well.
The problem is just EDG and Scout just didn't show up. It feels like they got to that late game point where they could have been set, and their composition was only 2k gold behind with this Corki at the 3-4 item mark where he's strong, and Scout just wasn't there. And ultimately, Scout's the one that got picked off that led W to getting that first Baron.
Because Scout was, as you said, Scout was really, really fed at that point. And on this Corki, you expect so much more.
Yeah.
But I don't think we got a good Scout game. And we said this before the break that I think this is, you know, one of the worst games Scout has had this split when he's been showing up alongside the new AD carry and Hope. And with Mako having some rough but ultimately still good Mako performances.
Mako, I think in the first half of the split was pretty inconsistent. Towards the end, he got a lot better and was, again, such an aggressive force on the team. But this game, we just saw him constantly stepping forward a bit too much and missing a lot of chances to find these picks.
The issues that we saw earlier in the split, right, with Mako, where you're like, what are you actually doing here? But if we're talking support versus support, what we opened up the show with, Missing by far exceeded expectations. Even though we already thought he was so damn good, that was another game of Thresh where he can be proud of, where Mako was like, oh, kind of slipped past. And we got this big gap between the two supports, at least in game 1.
Yeah, and Missing especially getting his best champion because as we saw from those win rates too, is really effective on the Thresh. Kind of after that, it's not that it really falls off, but it seems like he really does a lot better with these can pick from a range, not like a Leona or something that needs to overcommit into a fight. Thresh gives him the tools to do that, so going to be interesting to see how EDG change up the draft going into game 2.
Because you look towards Missing, and previous teams that have gone up against WE ban away this Thresh for a reason, right? There is no way you give him his best champion by far. That now 75 to 80% win rate, it feels like, as we jump into game 2.
It's interesting that both supports feel like they have a limited effective champion pool.
Yeah.
Sure, especially Missing can play a lot. He's played things like the Alistar, the Bard, the Janna, Blitzcrank, Tom, like a ton of things. But you really do have 1 or 2 core champions on each side that you rely on.
Thresh, Leona, Nautilus. Nautilus for Mako by far. That was his 15th game we just saw there before. He also plays the Brom and Leona. So keep an eye out for the supports while we stand the pick and ban phase here. With jungle bans yet again from WE, but the same bans from EDG, it feels like. Targeting Teachamar on his
Maybe
Pantheon.
they change up here and ban out the Aphelios instead.
Okay.
But the interesting thing, I think, is the fact that, you know, they did decide to keep Chunjan outing the roster rather than bringing in JJ and Jinu.
It's a Wukong, so Aphelios' first pick still available here for Jomung to repeat.
Yeah, if you're WE, I think you still just go for it. The adaptation you could make this time around on the side of EDG is picking up that Jarvan a bit earlier.
Oh, okay, so putting it right in the hands of Junjia. As you said, you know, one of his best champions when he doesn't have the Sejuani.
For him, that's what the name of the game was when he came into this team. It was after the first Nuna game, which flopped. It was all Sejuani, all Jarvan looked really good on these champions that could especially support the team and really engage in the team fights.
That we talked about pairing up with the Irelia, but pause that because taking away the Thresh seems like a big move as well.
Mako used to be quite a good Thresh player. Hasn't picked it up as much this split. We've
Only
seen it
twice, yeah.
We've seen him take it a couple of times, but going to be a really nice pickup to deny it for Missing. Put some threat on the Aphelios in the laning phase. Pairs very well with the Misfortune as well because you do have the Lantern for safety. So just an overall good pick. And oh my god.
That is draft adaptation right there, right? EDG making a move.
And we have constantly highlighted EDG's coaching staff for their draft decisions because they are one of the teams who looks like they prepare very well for their opponents and they're willing to adapt game to game. And this is probably the best first rotation you could pick against WE.
And now WE have to make the adaptation themselves, right? Missing with a new support if they want to pick up jungle here as well. Missing on another hook champion. Very viable here in the Nautilus to pair up.
Yeah, gonna go with that Nautilus pick overall. Is gonna give some kill threat in the lane if you can find something like a Dredge line. The Thresh will have a bit more pressure overall, but still going to do a good job at dissuading any kind of immobile AD carry.
Okay, and they opt between the Renekton and the set. They lock in the set in the end. So ZDG go for Renekton here or the Misfortune you're talking about now. Decisions to be made.
Here, I would just go back to picking up your AD carry. No reason to get your pool pinched out. Maybe he does feel more like he's more free to pick up something like a, you know, there's Kai'Sa, Varus, and MF still open, so.
I mean, these are two teams that haven't prioritized that early Varus, right? Like that we see in other teams like Invictus Gaming who will always first pick the AD carry in the bottom lane in the Varus. So this time around, EDG going to net it alongside the Thresh. It's a potent duo that we've seen in the past. Now in the hands of Hope and Mako. We move to the second ban phase though. And now, you're going to tell me what we're going to be banning.
I want to see EDG ban out the Echo from Beishang. So ban out jungle, taking away the Olaf is a good ban, but
the Echo just being his other most played champion, it's something that gives him a lot of comfort and something that you also don't get a lot of practice against. It's the biggest thing.
To our viewers, Echo Jungle might sound, like, oh, that's cool, that's a rare pick, but Beishang has played it 7 times here in this split and has a 70% win rate, 7.7 KDA as well, to throw some more numbers at you. So it is his most played jungler alongside the Jarvan. They've already banned away the Olaf. Let's see if it comes through in the last 10 seconds.
Yep, and no matter what, you would expect it to be a jungle pick, so not going to be many more options other than that Echo, but no,
Graves.
instead wanting to ban the Graves. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
He's also played the Graves, but only played it twice, and alongside the Kindred there as well. Still a lot available here, but 2 targeted jungle bans.
And you also already have 2 AD champions in your composition with the set and the Ophelio, so running something like the Echo wouldn't be detrimental at all.
Going to be mid lane bans here from WE. Meanwhile, towards Scout, his Azir, his Zoe, his LeBlanc, all taken away. Head up with Teacher Mars, Pantheon. We now look at a top lane for EDG.
Should just be the Mordekaiser. I wouldn't expect anything like the Ornn. He has only played it once this split, but the Mordekaiser is the second most played at 5 games. Will do fine up in the top lane, and we've seen this is a style champion that Audi really likes.
Okay, Audi is back in action here, going up against the champion he played in game 1. But now for W, we've got to round out this composition here, Lyric, and I'm curious what we get in the jungle, what we get mid.
Yeah, mid, we still have a few Teacher Ma champions open. You still have things like the Rumble and the Aurelion Sol.
Does the Aurelion Sol work here?
I think, with the way they play, it's not about what works here or not. Their composition, these champions really just play about moving towards side lanes and setting up your team. So they work pretty much regardless, but the fact that you've now locked in an AP jungler doesn't... Oh, I was going to say...
Vedius, did you watch the first one?
When you pick an AP jungler, it does set up that you'd rather have an AD mid laner, so you do have that mixed damage. Wouldn't be too detrimental if they didn't, but for anyone who doesn't know, I'll say it once again, Teacher Ma is Challenger on the KR server, and he actually mains Nocturne.
I know the man from Europe will be watching this one. Teacher Ma's already played this one game, by the way. It was not successful, but still, it's good to see it back in action here. And when W are at match point, now he's going to be running it into the Lysandra mid from Scout. Now WE are so close to tasting that position at playoffs. They're going to beat EDG here first in game 2 as we round out the comps on EDG side.
Yeah, so for just kind of moving back over, because this is where the story starts, WE's comp just wants to jump in, right? That's very easy to see between the Echo, Nocturne, Nautilus, and Set. It's all about jumping in. EDG have pretty much drafted the, antithesis of that comp, saying, hey, we have Mordekaiser, we have Lysandra, you jump into us, I put you in the Death Realm, I ultimate you as Lysandra, I lock you down, I give room for Hope to deal damage, and even Mako has some safety with that Lantern.
I mean, at the end of the day, very different drafts though coming out, but at least for the side of WE, we gave them a style. We said this team likes to, as you said before, hit the side lanes here, be very mobile. Very easy to do that with a Nocturne. Very easy to do that with an Echo if you're ganking bottom lane or top lane as well.
For me, WE's playstyle is all about creating tempo and trying to get man advantage.
Yep.
That's what it's been about through the second half of the split. It's kind of funny because EDG's is... We actually have very few teams I describe as late game team fighting teams this split, and EDG is one of them, though. So it's all about the 5-man coming together in front of Dragon, in front of Baron, and letting Hope deal all that damage while Scout jumps into the back.
So in a way, it's kind of opposite, right? They kind of go different directions.
They're aiming for different points of the game, right?
Yeah,
That's the big thing.
I look towards WE, I see a Nocturne, and I see Beishang's Echo yet again. You talked about it earlier in the draft. Beishang with this champion is in a really good position and has a very high win rate as well. He's the only person playing Dark Harvest consistently here in the jungle on his Echo. Now Beishang can see, he's going to show us if he can take us over the line with his signature pick. As we move towards game number 2, let's remember what's at stake. WE win this, and then they have to beat OMG to secure playoffs. But this is where it starts. As we spake the beast yet again to walk into this game, EDG have already secured playoffs. But with a win here, their potential at hitting 5th seed is on the line. Let's enter Summoner's Rift and see how we go again. After game 1 was so much fun, I'm looking forward to another fun game 2.
So I'd say there's some kind of good and bad on the side of WE getting this comp. You have a lot of comfort picks, things like the Aphelios. Not really a comfort pick, but a meta pick that Jomung does very well on. You have the Beishang Echo coming out. Morgan also has looked good on his 2 games of set that he has played.
Yep.
So I guess it's not comfort picks, but it's a comfortable play style that you're very well adapted to. The thing that's kind of different is WE didn't actually look very comfortable with playing around the Nocturne pick in their last game of LNG.
because Teacherma would ult in, get to the back line. You wouldn't really have a great follow-up because he's not the same type of CC champion like he is on something like the Galio per se, right? So he'd go in, he'd get blown up, and the rest of W are left with their hands in the air like, what do we do now?
And as we talked about with this Echo pick, you know, as you've said, you know, with the skirmishes, it does take a while to get going in certain scenarios as well. So I am curious about the interaction here. Again, Dark Harvest is the only one taking it consistently here in the jungle. And Beishang will start on the bottom side red here, while we look towards Junja, solo clearing the red top side.
This is one thing that is different about the LNG game where they did pick up the Nocturne, though, is that game they had a Gragas. This game you have Beishang's Echo, so you're going to have a lot more damage come out, someone who's much more comfortable on this champion, and you even have that E from Nocturne just setting up the parallel convergence coming out from Echo.
The ward spots Junja clearing red, but I don't think it spots him walking topside here. Wave pushing against Audi, but now with the jungle interference, Morgan in a lot of trouble. He flashes, he hasn't flagged drag, and Morgan accepts his fate. First blood goes over to EDG.
Yeah, it looks like Morgan just didn't have the confidence thinking, hey, if I flash, he's going to flag a drag, I'm going to die anyway, so it does hold that summoner. And we're actually see a reverse this game from the last time around of EDG finding this advantage in the top side. And now guess what? The wave is going to bounce back towards Audi.
Yeah.
Things feel good.
I mean, this is how they played this dynamic. When they first came in, Junja spent so much time in that top lane. Audi was babysitted constantly and then set up for success.
Not just Junja, though. It was also Scout constantly heading up towards the top side. And looking at this mid lane matchup, not something I'm obviously very knowledgeable on. We don't typically see Nocturne in the mid lane, especially against Lissandra, who not really played that much in competitive other than a kind of nullifying answer to LeBlanc. Not picked in solo queue at all either, so going to be a learning experience for all of us.
He started on the Corrupting Potion as you look towards the top side quickly to see Morgan punch a Metal Man. Audi does have the TP, but with the wave as well, can walk back while Beishang goes for the invade.
Yeah, it does look like Teacherma has the push between his Q and passive, but missing.
He's coming for a flank, but Junja's here as well. On top of Mako, they're looking for a bit of blood. He flashes away, but so does the Nocturne with a two-man knockup and a freeze. EDG say, thank you so much. We'll take it all.
It's great, too, because EDG's comp really is an answer to what W want to do. They jump in, then we lock them down, and I didn't expect us to see it so early in the game, but here we are. WE go for the aggressive blue steal, and Scout follows over. They lock them all down, and you have 3 kills across the board on kind of your most important members.
I mean, suddenly there's a Nocturne who's 0-1 and now behind. Scout picks up the kill with a great flash W here. And with an early game Lissandra getting fed, you know how dangerous the frozen thralls are. You know how painful it is to deal with a Lissandra in team fights. Already accelerated here with a 1k gold lead on the side of EDG.
And I want to keep seeing Junja look towards the mid lane just for the reason that you have so much lockdown coming out from Scout. Of course, you do have the spell shield on the side of Teacherma, but between the amount of CC you have between these two carries, once Scout does hit that level 6, this gank should be pretty easy to set up. The thing you need to watch out for is Beishang on the counter gank because it will be very easy to hit that W stud both of you up and then come out ahead.
Teleport coming through from Scout, though, to match this wave, as Teacherman's going to have to back as well. Note this Nocturne used TP and Flash in the last engage. At least use TP to get to the wave. And can he back here? Lyric? You're going to have to tell me.
Your wave is going to be in a pretty awkward place. You're going to give Scout the ability to, just going to push this, and now he has to make his way back quickly. He's probably going to miss 1 or 2 CS, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But the more important thing is you're giving complete control of bot side to EDG.
I mean, I was going to say that Junja, meanwhile, taking away Raptors. He has control of this map, control towards the Infernal Dragon to start the game off. And has enabled EDG to put down some deep vision here. So Infernal going to go down, and EDG already starting the game off rolling, continuing that advantage.
Yeah, great job by Scout creating that tempo advantage through his TP and then forcing out the wave and leaving Teacherman in an awkward position where he didn't have mana, so it seems like he didn't feel comfortable sitting in the lane, create that tempo advantage, grab the dragon, and now the next place our eyes will be on is the Herald for the side of EDG. But for WE, it is still about this mid-jungle 2v2.
Now, I will say, even with the attention top, Morgan does have the shove in this wave and is leading with a bit of CS as well. And it's been balling out Audi. We've seen this matchup a couple of times now, and Set looking okay.
Yeah, but moving across the map, another thing I feel comfortable about on the side of WE is, we just set up mid-jungle 2v2, but Lissandra's actually going to have a lot of survivability just in her kit, being able to survive any burst that Beishang and Teacher Ma try to put out on them.
True.
So I want to see, even if Teacher Ma has to leave lane at an awkward time and look for a pick on bot lane, Varus and Thresh, both extremely squishy champions, so if you can hit anything on the side of missing, you pretty much just delete Hope and Mako in this bot lane. You're not going to dive the top lane either. It is a Mordekaiser, so just completely ignore that lane.
But you know what I love? There's a ward in the lane itself to spot out Teacher Ma actually moving from EDG. I believe Scout put it down and then went back and picked up the lens. So controlling the fate of Teacher Ma right now, who, as you said, level 6 now available on the Nocturne. Scout is the one to move first and kind of just shadowing this bottom lane. So he's not going anywhere just yet here on the side of Teacher Ma. He's backed away, ping's going down, and safety here for EDG.
Realistically, you wouldn't expect him to make a play bot without Beishang to follow up, but that I was going to say that also provides an option where you can try and attack both sides of the map, but against the Mordekaiser, that's just too hard with the Death Realm, so I feel like it really is just committing the 4-man squad that we typically see out from WE.
But meanwhile, we're going to see Beishang, who is a level 6 Echo, spot out Junja, but not going to go for the contest because Scout has the shove here in wave yet again. So another Scuttle Crab picked up, and Beishang has to back away. Even with a slight CS advantage in the jungle, that kill does mean Junja is still ahead in the matchup itself.
Going to be interesting to see how EDG want to attack this because they don't scale particularly well, right? Lissandra going to be a lot more about the utility she provides in the late game, and Mordekaiser will do well in a side lane, but going to be a lot more about these team fights. Ooh, Junja.
It's kind of just a game of cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it? Ward put down. Morgan's like, I'm pretending I'm leaving, but I'm actually going to clear that ward. I know there's a ward in there. Let me just pop my head in.
I guess my point is you don't have a lot of consistent damage coming out from EDG in the late game.
Yeah.
It's a lot more about like the members of WE jumping in and you focusing down one target, getting that numbers advantage, and then really putting everything on Hope's shoulders to pull you across the finish line.
And I guess there's so many directions you have to look for WE, right? If they do eventually get this ball rolling, there's so many damage threats coming around us. This is going to be Rift Herald starting. What are you upset about?
They should not be allowed to do this. WE can contest the top side of the map right now. They have the damage. You have the push. You have all of your ultimates available.
But they're a bit slow here to the chase. Morgan's going to be looking for Audi. Parallel convergence in. It is secured by Junja. Now he wants to escape, and with the flag dragged. Instead, he flashes away because he didn't have it available. But that's worth. You've just gotten a big objective.
And you knew they were doing that for so long if you're WE. You saw Audi leave the lane. Scout was hovering towards the top half for a long time. Junja had kind of walked into Morgan just, a few minutes ago. So, and not even answering anything on the opposite side of the map, right? If you are going to try and fight that, I want to see them commit harder. But if you're not, if you're ultimately just going to get there too late, recognize that and say, hey, let's look for a play on bot side.
Because normally in the bot side, you see one lane commit or you see both lanes commit. We end up seeing a fight versus that trade. But here for WE, not a good start to the early game. It feels like those 3 kills have really slowed them down and kind of taken away the confidence we saw in the first game.
The tough thing for WE is it's going to be too predictable if you just have Teacher Ma push out the lane and roam bot. I feel like you're really going to have to kind of break up the cycle and tempo of like the game by just ignoring one neutral wave, trying to walk bot and looking for kind of like a pseudo lane gank. But at this point, if you go for that and Junja hasn't showed on the map, Junja can just head mid and drop Rift Herald. So the fact that EDG gets that is actually massive.
Junja now is still hovering around that mid lane as you're talking about. And the roam down, bottom lane of EDG have a wave that's safely put in their lane. They clear it out, they back away up towards their jungler and up towards a spawning dragon. So Lyric here, we got our second objective, or second dragon rather, spawning on Summoner's Rift.
Morgan is heading down though, so going to give WE immediate pressure. Actually looks like he's just taking a Scuttle Crab or maybe Honey Fruit or something like that.
Probably Scuttle Crab, yeah.
If you're Morgan, I think you just fully commit to heading down for Dragon.
Not the case. He wants to stay in this lane. Scout's going to come back to mid. He's going to have the shove as usual, and Teacher Ma's hanging back.
And W have shoved in the bot lane, so Junja should feel fine just to start this Dragon up. And if they don't, they can always just drop the Rift Herald first, then move over.
Going to be spotted on a ward. He's coming in hot, so maybe this is going to be the play. Wave is getting pushed out as well, missing only coming back to Wave with Beishang. He's a little bit to the left of our screen here with his ultimate still available.
And I like this by EDG. Don't overcommit to something like a bot lane play. It is about forcing WE's members onto you in these neutral fights that you want. Again, you've set up a lot of this CC for them coming into you and having room to play off that.
But again, EDG just take it nice and leisurely. They've got the second dragon. They've got a Cloud coming up with the Cloud Rift, of course, now. And this is really controlled play. While for WE, it looks like kind of turning their heads as to what move to make next.
I want to say I feel like the side of WE outscales. Nocturne, of course, won't do that well in the late game, but the fact that you have an Aphelios, you have an Echo, and you do have a true frontline coming in with this Nautilus and even the set in a sense. And we can see he's going to Fade, so isn't quite going that Blade of the Rune King first. So front-to-back team fights, WE probably should come out ahead, and I just wonder if you have damage on the side of EDG. Again, if it's not coordinated well by WE, you have one member jump in too soon, going to be easy to lock him down and burn him down. But if it's coordinated, I like how much damage WE has.
But at this point, it looks like EDG is starting to roll the ball here as well. Scout now appearing in the bottom side, and Beishang going to get spotted out here as well. Herald gets the charge, gold spread out. Hook almost lands for Mako, but that is the charge that is more gold for the side of Edward Gaming.
You're also right that it might not even matter about these late game, even kill team fights when EDG just might keep trying to accelerate the game.
But at least it's slowed down here from WE, so they must understand that this is their game towards the end.
And the great thing is, you don't have to worry about EDG just stacking 4 souls and then slamming you, because it is going to be a Cloud Soul, so pretty much the least impactful soul in the game.
Oh, you reckon?
Of course.
Cloud
It's not
Souls.
a reckon.
It's a shame we don't have, like, Swains in Summoner's Rift, man. That would be sick.
Which soul is less impactful? Actually, the individual Cloud Drakes are much more impactful than the soul.
That they are. So the game plan is let the team get the first 2 dragons, RNG for the Cloud Soul, and now WE will get 4 in a row.
Can you imagine Echo's ultimate with 4 Cloud Souls?
He probably ults into an ult at that point. I also want to note that since seeing Echo here again, we haven't seen the cool thing about Echo, which is if you time it right, you can just ult back onto Summoner's Rift where you're backed from.
The thing, we also don't see what he used to be, which is a lot more of a diving champion. You just have so much especially Set, also a very good diving champion. Unfortunate those two are up against the Mordekaiser, so that's not going to be the side of the map you die. But
what do you call him now?
Call what?
What do you call Echo now? If you don't want to call him really like a diving champion, because he still does die.
He dives well. We just don't see teams using him in that way.
Okay.
But I think the place, the place where Echo excels really is in these skirmishes where it's a lot easier to hit your W when, you know, fights are in a set place and you don't need CC to set it up and you have a ton of damage. You do great when the enemy team is kind of split apart and there's a bunch of chaos. You know, a 2v2 here, a 1v1 here, a 3v3 here.
Plus, you play really well in gaps of vision as Echo as well with the parallel convergence.
Yeah.
Remember that, like now, Beishang, that's not going to be seen until he's in the wave, so Audi's going to walk into it. There you go, the stun comes up. Death Realm is available, and Morgan just dies.
Doesn't even need Death Realm, actually.
Yeah, I thought he probably thought he'd survived the turret shot. Not the case.
You know, remember when there was this time in this game where we talked about how Teacherma and Beishang can look for this play onto Hope because you have Nocturne Ultimate. Very easy to get in there. You have tons of CC Missing's kit if you just want to look for a Flash Dredge Line or a Flash Ultimate.
Yep.
But nope, they want to go onto Audi, and Audi doesn't even need the Death Realm is the best part.
Dude, we've seen it with people like Gimgun and Langxing. Best weak side top laner, or at least one of them at the moment.
Why is WE not playing League of Legends?
He's so tilted. I mean, we just saw such an impressive game 1 where WE had a much harder... Do they have a harder comp this game or the last game?
This game.
Okay.
Well, I feel like your goals in last game's comp are much clearer to see, maybe harder to execute in the long run, where this one I'd say is the opposite. It feels like you have more avenues to play out the game, but not as clear of a place on the map to attack. Well, actually, I think it's kind of clear this bot.
I mean, I think just game 1 was very obvious to see that WE knew what they were doing pretty much all steps of the game, bar the last couple of 5-10 minutes where they weren't sure if they could push an advantage or continue forward. This game around, WE are stagnant. They're behind by almost 2,000 gold at 15 minutes. There's Cloud Soul coming up in 30 seconds. WE have had these small trades, small mistakes across the game. We haven't seen anything yet. You're right, Lyric. I want to see some League of Legends, especially in front of this objective spawning now.
But look at EDG's vision control around mid lane, and they're going to try and transition that in the bot now. If you're W's composition, You already talked about how Echoed is so good when the enemy's denied vision at being able to get onto the backline. So what do you do when you're the ones jumping in blind and you don't know where to go? You really have no good option.
Water in the river here going to be starting to encroach as Bei Sheng realizes it's time to actually drop a couple of bits of vision as WE actually moving towards this.
And WE creating a numbers advantage by having Teacher Ma just TP in.
Well, Scout might be in a bit of trouble. He's going to get locked on down. I don't know. Well, the Frozen Thrall is available if he gets a kill here. Good Dark Passage, but it's blocked by Morgan. The engage comes through. The paranoia from the Nocturne as Teacher Ma pretty much sacrifices himself, but into the Death Realm is Joe Mung with against Audi, who doesn't have the flash anymore. He can't get the damage down. Now on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, Joe Mung has to survive this. The Aphelios gets the damage out, but dies in the end. Their sentence doesn't find the range on the back end of that fight. And for EDG, they lose one, get two.
And the thing that sucks for WE is they blew pretty much everything onto Scout. And we see how this composition works, right? WE try to jump into you. You have so many tools to create time.
They're still not done yet because low health bars on EDG. Junjo gets forced out of the pit, going golden. He's missing the flash in as well. The face breaker from Morgan could have brought this back, but Bei Sheng is not in. The set is left alone. And now with Scout joining the fight, WE have to back away again as Hope takes down the Nautilus on the back end of that one. And my word, WE are in a pit.
And it's like you said, Bei Sheng didn't jump in, went in a bit late. Ooh, we actually saw Rift Herald go down in the meantime. We missed that.
It was from EDG.
But point is, Bei Sheng didn't jump in, left Morgan in a very awkward place. Didn't seem like he had the angle to do so.
Because that was a sick flash face breaker, right?
It was. It was nice. But EDG not only going to get the Dragon, not only going to chunk mid lane down low to a point where you can easily just stack 5 mid and take it, also get box hurt.
Oh, and now baited in by Mako has to cleanse away. WE looked nothing like they did in game 1, and EDG are walking all over them. 4K gold lead, now on Soul Point, coming up at under 25 minutes.
The thing I love about EDG's comp as well, just, another thing to add in. Now that I see Teacher Ma on the side lane. Darn it, never mind. That's not important. We see everyone go into Scout. Gets to buy so much time with his ultimate. Lantern comes in for not missing from Mako, but they do cancel that. And now Teacher Ma goes in, but again, it's very easy for them to just kite that back and play it out. And then Audi being the clutch member, pulling Jomung into the Death Realm. And now the rest of W don't feel comfortable taking the fight. Hope gets there in time and does secure the kill.
Mako hooked like 0.5 seconds of Teacher Ma entering.
Yeah.
With the paranoia. Like, that hook reaction time was sick from Mako. I don't know what the spell shield absorbed. Maybe it was something else, but that was still sick. And that fight going over to EDG means one thing. It means they're in a gold lead across multiple lanes here with almost 2 items in this. Varus and Mordekaiser. And even Scout in the middle has 2 items.
Going back to my last point, though.
Yeah, tell me.
Echo and Nocturne would really love to be able to commit to a side lane and find some picks, but again, you're against Lissandra and a Mordekaiser. You're not going to be able to do that easily. So now it's going to be a lot more about trying to roam that, push in that top wave, roam that Nocturne mid, and force an engage on mid turret. But if you're EDG, you just sit under mid turret, well, WE have no way of attacking the map.
Nope, clear the waves, have fun, and just play this out. Jomung and Missing can do that themselves here in the mid lane. You can see that Teacher Ma has opted in for a side lane a lot more recently. Now has the Black Cleaver in his inventory. Curious to see which way the build goes here for the Nocturne, because Black Cleaver means no lethality just yet.
Yeah, does have the team out for pushing power, and it's like we already saw. If EDG just commit a few people towards mid, the Herald got it down low enough to where they are able to secure this objective. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. Again, the least desirable soul, but a soul nonetheless.
You gotta remember, soul for Audi in his Death Realm as well means he runs at you faster.
True. Also gets us closer to Elder, which if you're EDG and you're ahead at that point, you would feel like you're the team that should secure it.
That's right. It means that gold becomes even larger here at this point. Have a look. Meanwhile, Scout, yeah, he's so far ahead. He doesn't have the kills on the side of EDG, but he definitely... Why does he not have a bounty? That's my question.
I don't know the answer to that.
He should have a bounty. He's 226 CS at 20 minutes. And if we talk about Scout Game 1 to Game 2, Game 1 performance was very lackluster on the Corki when he was ahead. Now on the Lissandra is having a very good, consistent performance here in the second game.
And if you're WE now, Again, not a lot of openings that you can create on the map without EDG looking for something first.
If you had the Aurelion Soul, it would be so different. It probably wouldn't. It'd probably be harder.
It would. Again, just the way that EDG ended up drafting makes it very hard for WE to attack anywhere outside of a neutral, which in front of a neutral is where EDG's comp feels most comfortable.
Yeah. At this point, still clearing away. We've got 9 kills in 21 minutes. At least we got some blood earlier on. Colonel has flipped down here towards EDG, and Teachama has been in this side wave for so long. Keeps trying to get this turret, but Audi just walks up, says no, clears the wave in an instant.
Just keeping that pressure up in the top side, trying to keep Audi there. And we constantly see him hover towards River, like towards the mid lane, but not going to be able to find anything there. And EDG actually are the ones who push up, and now Morgan in the bot lane does have TP, though, if EDG tries any shenanigans.
And try and at least get the turret, get some gold back for WE, while Vision secured again around Baron. And you can see they were kind of chasing Beishang for a little bit. But Morgan, he's gone Black Cleaver. He doesn't take this that fast. But still should be going down.
He's going to get it relatively quickly. And again, we see him going a lot more towards the team fighting set, a lot more about having more HP, building up that crit, harder, better shield, more about that haymaker in the team fight. So,
again, we don't see many Trinity Force sets here in the LPL. It's all about that Black Cleaver.
You never see it.
And I think at this point, we're about to see it in action here from WE. Around the Dragon, Dragon Soul time. Just giving this away feels like the pace of this game.
We need to see WE coordinate and engage with Morgan, Beishang, and Teachama all jumping in at the same time on top of Hope.
Teachama has the range with the Paranoia. The engage here from missing the play there. Paranoia into the backline on top of the Varus, but Hope just walks away. Teachama not doing enough damage with the Ophelia Assault and the Dragon secured. Maybe now it's okay as a disengage from EDG while Morgan deals with them on the backside. He survives while WE finally find an entrance into this play. They win out, they deny the soul, and they also kill 2 key members.
Multiple threat team compositions come out once again, pick up the Dragon, and now they're the team that gets to start posturing towards Baron with Junja down, but they need to be careful. Just have a ton of AoE and damage on the side of EDG. Good by WE. Gonna take it slow.
You're taking a breath because WE played the game.
Yeah.
And it feels good. And I honestly thought that fight was a bit doomed because Teachama goes in, can't kill Hope, backs away. But then the rest of WE are set alight. As Jomong's ulti, I think we're going to see is pretty cool.
And Morgan was zoning off so many members on the side, so no room for Hope to really play the team fight. And we've seen, and people might say, hey, this isn't a 1/3 team composition. You have Lissandra, you have Mordekaiser, but all of your DPS is going to be on Hope's shoulders. And we do see off the screen, it does look like Morgan is zoning him out. But yeah, we just see the Aphelios ult and how much damage that does. Mako lands hook. Mako tries to go in, but they don't have the damage. We see how much Jomong does at this point. And yeah, Mako pretty much baiting himself and his team into a horrible position.
And then we start seeing the gap close that comes through from someone like Beishang, right? Has the Proto Belt. The Echo chases up for the kill, forces the flash out of Hope, I believe, at the end of that play as well. And so now for WE, only a 3k gold lead and then some. And at this point, denying the Cloud Soul here in this game means that they do have a bit more safety here at the mid-game point. Also, after the play, Jomong has picked up a Renan's Hurricane. Junja is going to meet with Missing. But back up on the way for EDG as they once again control the river, looking towards topside outer turret.
Up in the game going to hit a bit of a stagnant point now, but WE controlling mid, going to walk into river. Oh, Junja.
Okay, Hook doesn't land from Missing. That's a first.
I was going to say, you're a Jarvan. You're actually not in too much threat.
Not unless you get hit by a Nautilus. And you get knock up City, but Scout spotted on the top side of the map. WE say it's time to take mid.
If you get hit by a Nautilus there, you deserve to die.
Oh, okay, all right. That's kind of toxic, but that's fair enough.
There's Lantern, there's EQ. You have options.
Still toxic, man. You can't say that. It's 2020, man. Can't say that. Morgan dealing with Audi in the side lane, though. And I'm pointing this out because Audi now going up against a Dead Man's Plate on the set. So doesn't really have much MR outside the Mercury trades to deal with this lane that is pretty far ahead on Audi.
Neither team is itemizing for the side lane play. True. We see even going over to Audi, going with the Leandries means it's a lot more about that AoE damage, right? We've seen some Mordekaisers go Nashor's Tooth first and kind of more for that 1v1 in the Death Realm, but Audi knows it's not his job. It's a lot more about playing next to Hope and with the team when they jump into use. So I like the build coming out from both sides.
We also got a Morellonomicon if you move your eyes towards the mid lane for Scout here. 3rd item against this team that has a bit of healing in the Aphelios and set as well for the HP regeners. This champion just doing things. Alt Mako, he says. Jomong was close. I give him brownie points for getting close.
If that was like, whatever it was, like 3 or 4 patches ago, would have hit.
Yeah, absolutely would have. Because that thing hit from like mid lane to top lane originally, didn't it? Pretty stupid.
I think you're
Nah, not over-exaggerating.
Over-exaggerating.
I want to also note that Beishang is ahead by 70 CS in the jungle. So at the very least, while the early kill went over to Junjia, you can see that this Echo has been farming up a Storm and is actually kind of accelerating his growth as well.
Echo is more of a scaling pick. Jarvan, right? That's not the name of the game for you. You're all about the early game. You're all about being utility for the team, playing an engage role.
Because at this point, he's got the Warmogs, right? So 2 items here for the Jarvan as well. He's tanked up quite a bit. Facilitating the rest of EDG, well, that's already on the list. We'll see how quick it takes him, or rather how slow he is to die here in the second.
And so, preparing for this Dragon team fight, I actually favor WE at this point. Despite the fact that Hope does have an item advantage, if the engage comes out coordinated by the side of WE, it just feels like it's too hard for Hope to be able to dish out any DPS.
So I'm going to pause because this turret finally, it's gone. I know Teacher Ma would be happy.
What does it mean, though, Hysterics?
It means that Teacher Ma can be more positive gaming here.
It means nothing.
It means everything
to
this Nocturne. It is a bit of gold. Beishang sending out the parallel convergence again. Everyone's in that brush. TP being used. That's the Nocturne coming through as Missing gets hooked on in. The plate used, but the plate used this early as the depth charge as well from Missing.
Coordinated engage was the name of the game. That was not coordinated.
And now pulled on in. This Nautilus is not taking up. Missing looking for the disengage while EDG getting re-engaged from Beishang. But Soul Point still on the line here. As Aphelios ult comes out once again, only onto 2. The poke coming through as WE, the Paranoia is used here. Into the front line, Jomong is doing some damage, but into the back line, Paranoia coming through, and it is stolen away by Beishang, who is now in the middle of the pit. And the AoE that is coming through from Jomong is massive, but Audi now has free reign on the rest. And EDG just got collapsed upon, but Mordekaiser loves that every time.
Here we are talking about Hope is the only damage choice for EDG. Audi completely disagrees, says I'm the only damage choice for EDG. Things look so good for WE in that fight. They deleted the damage choice. They stole the dragon.
Yeah.
But Audi coming up clutch in the end, and Junja, who we talked about being 70 steps behind, didn't matter, played well for his team. And here we see the Aphelios ultimate not do much. Beishang's going to jump into the pit, and they do use the Nocturne ultimate to try and deny any sort of vision, but Audi just jumping right onto the backline, but Teacher Ma as well gets right onto Hope. Beishang is here. Going to have a very easy time landing that W, but look at Audi on the back, still just hitting away at Morgan. Yeah, still full HP, healing up very well, and now Beishang not having the damage to take him down. And
holy moly, someone buy the Morellos. We got an Executioner's calling somewhere. Because Conqueror Mordekaiser, now with a Nash's Tooth on the way, is massive. And this game quickly became about Audi after that last fight.
And another thing to mention, actually, is the fact that, hey, you only have one AP source of damage on the side of WE.
Yeah.
It's all Beishang, and Echo is not this really big AoE threat, right? It's a lot more about getting on your target, throwing down that single damage, and sure, your Q can hit multiple people, but still, play pattern doesn't work like that.
Yeah, remember Time Winder really slows down. It doesn't go much further after it hits its first target, too. Echo main, by the way, is... Now, look at the scoreboard. Look at the gold that EDG is still up by. 4,000 here in this game, 30 minutes in, and I know you talked about the scaling element, but now it feels like it's much more difficult for WE to justify that with the Baron getting started and with EDG having so many fed members.
Still, though, WE can still jump into them so easily.
Okay.
EDG trying to bait out a fight.
Audi's
Keep your eyes on Audi once again.
He's used a Death's Grasp, but still has the ultimate available. Level 16 Mordekaiser here. A Death Realm on a pretty low cooldown at this point. WE have priority through the mid lane, now looking to finally pick this up. And even with the Glacial Path, maybe a mistake from Scout, he will go a bit invulnerable here. As Missing flashes away. Good flash because Mako had his number with the hook. And after that, now remember, no aftershock for Scout, but into the death roll. Beishang in the middle of this one. He ults right into the middle of Audi, but remember, as he comes on out, he's pretty dead. Over the wall, he's cornered away. The flash from Junja, he's trying to get away, while meanwhile, WE are going to take this time to turn the engage. As into the backline, Hope is low. Teacher Mar gets close, but Jomung finishes him away with a great cleanse as well. This Aphelios is actually mega massive. Audi flashes over. He's still alive as well. It's Aphelios versus the world. Can he do it? 1 versus 4. Not the answer as WE get aced in the end.
That healing coming out from Audi was absolutely insane. We saw some pings go down for the base, but EDG instead going to turn their attention towards his Baron. Everything looks so good for WE.
And then at the end, you're like, okay, now with that fight, it feels like EDG have secured the Game 3 path here in this series. TP going to be used. That's Scout, and even though people are low, even though this Baron goes slow, it's EDG's net win.
Oh, fans and members of EDG, I am sorry for saying this was a one-threat comp. Audi showing up so massive.
There are many, many threats to the side of EDG now.
We've seen that big one is Audi, right? And
yeah.
It's not even necessarily how much damage he's doing. It's the fact that they aren't able to kill him. We see here he's going to be the one to actually pull Beishang into the realm of death. Beishang doesn't have a lot of mobility, so they aren't going to be able to take him down easily. No one on WE wanting to commit just yet. He comes out, Junja's going to jump on top of him, but missing landing that hook onto Scout, and then Teacherma going right onto Hope. They actually are able to burst it down with that fear coming down. Jomung walk up, but now just keep your attention on Audi. They don't have the damage with Jomung focusing Thresh. Perfect time for that Zanya's, and then heals right back up, so what can they do?
Audi played that so damn well. That was awesome to watch. 9-0 and 6 now here with the Nash's Tooth picked up on top of that. 4 items for the top laner. And it feels like this game has become Jomung versus Audi. Even though we have the Nocturne, you know, Beishang's Echo here, still looking towards Jomung.
We still don't have Grievous Wounds, so
it
feels like Audi will come out ahead of
Well,
that.
we have the Last Whisper, so building towards maybe the Mortal Reminder after this. QSS taking the inventory slot right now. Also has Cleanse as well, so he can't get taken into the Death Realm, and he can block one of the hooks. WE in the bottom side of this river looking at position. Look where Teacher Mari is, the level 16 Nocturne with TP and Ultimate available. Soul Point still there. 3K Audi going in as well. He pulls in Beishang to the Death Realm.
Whoa!
It is secured here by the set. So now denied again, as in comes the Nocturne, the Aphelios ult into the choke too. Audi spent so much time on the backup while WE dealing with the rest, but still, Hope is the other damage source here, and it's all over for WE.
WE get the dragon, which is hilarious, but the fact is, EDG could just end the game.
They're going to run it through mid. Beishang the only one left alive. 35 seconds for Jomung, 30 for missing. And with Hope, they have so much damage, they can just keep going.
Ooh, Beishang.
He's going to try. Audi doesn't have the Death Realm here. Onto the Mordekaiser, trying to delay the game. They're taking the wave, but still 2 minions going with him while Audi delays him. Deathgrass going to pull him in as well. Beishang ults here. The Chrono Break used now. As Audi might actually die here, but the shielding again from Mordekaiser comes through, and he dies. Holy crap. Audi's massive, and he took this game to a Game 3.
Here we were questioning after that game on Lost. Why didn't they sub JJ and Jinu back into the team? Audi showing up so big on this Mordekaiser.
That was an Audi showcase game, and Audi, why? He came through in the top lane with Junja, and they performed so well together. He was kind of silent for the first 10 minutes. It was just like Mordekaiser set, Mordekaiser set. Then we got in these fights, and it was all about Audi all the time. Then Hope finished off that game for them too.
It's crazy to think that this guy hasn't really been a starter ever, right? He started in the EDG organization a few years ago, then went over to Vici. I think there was a short stint in BLG in there as well, but was never a consistent starter on any of these teams.
He's always that 1-2 game sub, right?
Yep.
Just to fill in a position. And this season is the longest season he's played in the LPL. That was a sick game from Audi. That was a sick game from EDG. That looked so much more controlled. And like their direction was kind of reignited here in the series.
It was great too. The members who we needed to see step up did step up. Mako also playing much better. Game 1 we saw Missing do so well and Mako kind of falter. This game a complete reverse.
Yeah, Mako on the Thresh. I mean, now it's just about the Thresh, right? It's like both Thresh players, when they get their champion, looks pretty damn good. And you have to say that in that game, you know, the slow start from WE kind of rolled through it. And even though they started coming back in these fights, it was that early game that kind of pushed them back to an unfavorable point.
It's like EDG were always a step ahead in the fact that Audi was so big on this Mordekaiser. Because think about how close some of these team fights were.
Oh, really
Especially that one in the mid lane. Had they been able to kill the Mordekaiser, feels like WE just would have been able to run away with it.
Because Zhao Meng was cleaning up the rest of them, right? Like everyone was zoned away. If he lands that Calibrum Q, he would have even killed Mako as well off the back end of that. So Audi with some clutch moments, man. That's good to see, especially here on a Mordekaiser. So we go to a game 3, and WE thought, well, we're geared to win this series.
Okay, so
no longer.
Reevaluating, I was correct. This is a one-threat composition.
It's just Audi.
Just all around the Mordekaiser.
Well, hope it's counting the same amount of damage. Holy moly. Almost 30k. Well, he did more than a Felios.
The one thing that's great is EDG's comp is great against things that want to jump into you. And we saw that. We saw how useful the Thresh was, the Mordekaiser as well, obviously. And Lissandra buying so much time with her ultimate set all that up.
EDG set themselves up to a game 3. WE are pressured. They're on match point now against them as well. It becomes a BO1. It becomes WE making playoffs or not through this next game. We find out right after the break.
Justice will be served. You are null and void.
闪现过来拉到的是一个埃博，埃博这里一个状态非常危险，和自己的队友有一些脱节，而这面战场上 X 已经被打退了。
但卡萨丁的一个 R 技能好像踩出了非常高的一个 AOE， 而且埃博一配合布隆的一个被动，再加上奥拉夫在正面一直狂砍，拿下了一个 double kill。
Prepare to die.
这波想做汉子哥吗？汉子哥过来偷了大招，楚留香这边给大招再反手。
哎，这波汉子哥有
过来，
危险。
泰坦给大，汉子哥 W 顶一下，闪现过去 ，Q 了一下兵，斯拉斯交闪回身被汉子哥戳到一丝血，一技能拉到的感觉有机会吗？哇，这一口回了一大波血，
还在操作
呀，弱点还在操作。
No exchanges.
3环都没有打出来，骚粉就直接被迫要交出自己的大招。
小诺言 RQ， 艾菲又要死了，而且对面等下一个人。
That's a woman.
好像要单杀幻风了。
哇，幻风大招下来的时候，还是被了帅无情的一个锤子直接给锤死了。
Time to roll out the barrel.
直接开吗？
哎，撞起来了，
勾变一个计划。
这波出事儿了。 希望是大头。
这能死，不过潘森被炸了回去。潘森给卡山做了一个跳板。
巨扎跟后坡两兄弟。这波 IG 的话是阵亡一个 ADC， 还有1分钟的大龙。
不过正面皇子怎么办？被留住了呀！
海少那边被开了，哎，被刷了过来，南风。
Nico strong。
这边反而攻过来一个出去，但是这个有大招牺牲，我的天
！Taken world。
马上要被融了，
而且鳄鱼来发现正面的队友已经死的死，伤的伤，能不能在塔下创造奇迹？
无敌的
四杀有没有五杀？
最后一个克死，回下去。
IG 到底有没有五杀
？IG 有五杀，好像锤了一下 GP。 Rookie 很急，
又是 TP， 5杀
Pentakill。
Everyone fears Nico now！ 哈哈哈。
Chasing adrenaline. You take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in.
Oh shit.
Well, thank you so much, Lyric, for bringing us into Game 3 in style as we return to now one apiece. WE-EDG, so much on the line. WE need this series win to continue towards playoffs. If EDG win this, then they keep Vici Gaming alive as well.
And you know the cool thing about that, for anyone who hasn't realized, iBoy is over on Vici. So it really depends. You know, how do EDG feel about that relationship with iBoy?
I think you said it well as we came into the broadcast here for Game 3. It really is a do or die moment, essentially, for both Vici and WE. Imagine sitting here and just watching this series and how tense it has become. We're into a Game 3 where we've seen some really interesting drafts. We've seen some exciting games out of both. I'm now expecting it all to come together and for W to get back on the high horse and really give us a contestable Game 3.
I mean, even Game 2, sure, EDG were in the driver's seat the whole time, but yeah, W were contesting some moments, and had Audi not get so big, they could have been able to take it.
Who gets MVP? My God, Audi. Well deserved. Very well deserved. 42% damage on a top laner. Dude, do not fight this man.
I love his facial expression and the hand motion as well. That really describes that game.
42% is insane. The goal difference tells the story as well. 10-0-7.
You know what's hilarious, too? WE are the ones who started his snowball by trying to dive him up in the top side.
Yes.
Remember? He didn't even need the death row.
That's right. He just got the kill onto Morgan. And as we saw in here in one of the last fights, watch Audi the whole time. He had a very fun moment.
Yeah, walks back in, is just fighting Morgan off to the side, and they're all trying to put damage onto him and get him down while Jomonk's zoning off the rest, but they just don't have it very good. Zanya's coming out and heals everything back up.
It was just a really nice flash Q into the Death Grasp, right? The turnaround, the individual mechanics here from the Mordekaiser as well. So now we're into a Game 3, and after that, we got some highlight players to look at. I mean, at least Teacher Ma in the mid lane has shown us the Galio Game 1. We've seen the Nocturne mid Game 2. We've also seen Beishang's Echo, his 8th game now played. And he doesn't lose on that champion much, so I'm curious how the blow will affect him going into the third.
The thing that's pretty confusing is the fact that WE early on with Teacher Ma really also liked the Rumble, but have completely stayed away from that pick recently. Even with it open every time.
But EDG, this is the third time that they are banning Pantheon in a meta that it doesn't really get banned anymore. Welcome to Game 3 pick ban, WE on blue, EDG on red, as you can see. And the Mordekaiser deserves the respect ban here against EDG.
And you just mentioned the Pantheon ban before that. Of course, it is Teacher Ma's probably best champion, and really sets up for Beishang's champion pool so well when Beishang loves these AP junglers.
But now what finishes it off? Because we've seen the Aphelios make it through each and every time. WE say no Varus. This time around for Hope as well. It feels like it is a bit more targeted in this final pick and ban phase.
We got to see once again, is it the Wukong or is it the Aphelios this time? I think you just leave open the Wukong, honestly.
I mean, it's what you said in Game 2, and
yeah,
I agree with you.
I think you just leave open the Wukong.
The
you give
Aphelios
over.
Has been a bit of a fundamental for Jomong to show up here in these games.
And then you get the only high priority AD carry left, which would be Misfortune.
But they don't want to go that path. Third game in a row here for the Aphelios.
Yeah.
And now the plot thickens. No Varus, you talked about the MF, but EDG adapted well in the Game 2 ban phase.
We still do have the Jarvan open, which was one of the key pillars of their success. Of course, again, Junja's second best champion.
But remember, they were banning Sejuani from WE consistently.
Oh,
that is now
right.
open.
It is open and also opens the possibility of something like a Sejuani Irelia combo coming out from EDG.
Even if they don't look at it now,
heart's broken.
Would Beisheng even pick up something like the Sejuani? The Trundle was also left open.
Yep, so there we go. That's a big dissuader of that Sejuani pick. WE, again, it has been a very standard and staple pick of the meta, and you do expect Audi to go towards some kind of frontline champion at the top lane. But how did we miss this?
Because EDG picked it the first time around on
yes,
red
they
side.
did. The Thresh is still open, and EDG changing the plan completely is pretty surprising.
Especially when missing game 1, this Thresh is what felt like pretty much won the game for WE, along with a couple of other elements.
Think about it. He's over a 75% win rate now after that game 1 victory.
Yeah, he's close to 80 at least. EDG looking for a jungle in the early rotation.
I saw Jinja solo queue, and he's playing a lot of Graves. Of course, Graves, very good in solo queue, but no, they don't care about the Trundle.
I mean, this is left open. He doesn't care about the matchup at all.
So this now opens up more possibilities. One, again, Scout could take the set into the mid lane. And two, we should expect an Irelia ban out from WE.
Okay. We still need a bit of AP damage, though, right?
True, you are right. We need AP damage somewhere.
So
we've seen Scout pick up the Echo quite a lot. Another melee champion that combos well with Sejuani. And again, Sejuani's kit does set up the parallel convergence quite well.
We've already seen EDG ban away this Ornn. They're really consistent on getting rid of Morgan's Ornn, which is his most played champion.
Look at that Echo that I just said would be great for Scout with AP damage.
Beisheng is like, I already got my jungler. No one else is getting this.
No. Of course, much smarter coaching staff than I.
Listening to the broadcast, maybe?
If he is, hey, Domo, shout out for me. I miss you.
Obviously, we just want to clarify they are not listening to the broadcast while they're doing this. EDG final ban, though, and the Rumble that we talked about previous seasons, it's like, okay, teach him up. Probably okay with that anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like their comp is really setting up for this Rumble pick. They don't have any good setup CC. The Thresh hook, of course, unreliable, and Trundle having Trundle needs setup really for his kit to work out as well. Yep. You typically want to pair him with some kind of main engager on the team.
But what is the final ban? You talked about the Irelia being a priority.
You're right, though. So it fits well with their composition, but they are going to need some AP damage.
That begs the question what we're going to see from Scout, and if we're going to see it in this phase here, because his Sylas is still open as well, just to name drop a couple of champions. Zoe is, I can see, still there if he wants to go for that, not synergize with the Sejuani.
So they are going to leave last pick for Scout. This is what they always do, so it makes sense when the core component of your team is your mid laner. And the fact that mid is just the core component of the map just makes sense to leave it for last pick. The question now is, where does Teacher Ma go?
Show us something fun. I have loved Teacher Ma's champion pool. He doesn't have Pantheon. Remember, this is an Aurelian Soul big trick
I was going to say,
player.
I don't expect it to be the Galio this summer. Like, if it's Galio, where's your main source of engage?
Yeah.
Who's following up? No, who are you following up? There we go. That's better.
Not the Trundle. Maybe it's the Aatrox, I guess.
Feels too unreliable. You have... And Galio's not the same type of champion that it used to be, where you're fine with playing a more protection role with your ultimate, giving the resistances to your carry, because it's not how that works anymore.
Plus, everything changed when he couldn't flash shield a Durand, right?
Yeah.
So now we've got the composition for WE. We'll talk about that in a second. EDG, I'm curious about theory crafting. This was played in game 1, and Scout failed.
It's a free laning phase for the core team.
Yeah.
So that's why it just makes so much sense. Gives, great late game team fighting, which is how we've always set up EDG's play style as.
That's right.
And yes, if Scout locks us in, which he just did, he's going to have to show us a much more convincing performance in game 1.
Because he was super fed. He was in a very good position in game number 1, but couldn't execute upon it. So now we get to the point where we have our final game drafts, where EDG are supporting Vici here with a win, where WE is supporting themselves for their playoff run. And as you talked about with WE, it does look like it's going to be really hard to execute once again here on this side.
So for WE, what stands out to me is it's going to be a lot about Trundle invading in the early game, because like we saw in game 1, Galio will have pressure in that lane, and their bottom lane as well should be able to have some semblance of pressure. So looking for these duels with the Sejuani, but as it goes to mid and late game, what does this composition do? I can't tell you. You need EDG to run into you, but they have long-range Misfortune Ultimate and a Corki.
Is this the same, like, 1 damage comp from Jomong once again, though? Because we still have the Aatrox, we still have the Galio, who still output a bit of damage themselves. But it does feel like Jomong will be the core carry once again.
It is very similar, but it feels like the same composition without the tools to succeed.
Okay.
Because that game, they had the Jarvan.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, we saw it combo so perfectly. Beishang got MVP game 1. Don't forget that. We saw Beishang do so well with his engages with Teacher Ma following up.
And who was the top laner for Morgan in game 1? It was a while ago. Sorry to test your knowledge. Was it Set?
Renekton. It was Renekton.
Renekton. I mean, even... Okay, well, the similarities. Anyway, at this point, though, you're right. It looks very hard for WE to enable this Galio pick that has been the core style of WE. Remember, they influence the rest of the map with this mid lane. Teachama, where does he go here? And can he achieve it here against EDG?
And let's remember, they still do have the ability to do that in the early game from the fact that Galio will have push in the mid lane. But how does this all come together in the mid game? It's very reliant on the way that EDG decides to play the game, and that's what I don't like about it.
Because EDG have their core champions that they've been playing so much over this split. In a game 3 where they hold Vici's life in their hands with a win, where WE hold their own lives in their own hands with a win, it comes down to this. Welcome to Summoner's Rift here for the final game of this series. Beishang and Junja are just going to spot each other out. But note here, lethal tempo Corki from Scout.
Yeah, going to go a lot more for not only that scaling option, but going to be indexing heavily into those auto attacks.
Plus a fleet footwork Sejuani, which, although we don't see much Sejuani, we still don't see much of the fleet footwork anymore.
It is still pretty confusing that you'd actually go lethal tempo. When we're talking about how they just really need to play from a range. And not even that they need to play from a range, it's that they hold all the cards, right? They can play from a range. They can engage. They can try to fight through side lanes with the Corki. They have so many avenues available to them.
I guess Muramana Corki we've been seeing a lot more as well. We could see Lethal Tempo paired up with that nicely. There's a lot of avenues there. While, again, look towards Teacher Ma's runes. It is going to be the Predator Galio that we saw in Game 1 that we've also seen out of Duinby this season as well. And Knight, by the way. So Teacher Ma, as you talked about, the shove in wave in the early levels with the Winds of War, as you can see Junja in the jungle side of EDG spotted out on a ward that was placed by Beishang, is now pathing up towards the top side of the map.
And Beishang actually going to cut the map in half, going to look for this invade on the bot side, which is very good because we need to see some action get going early. And looking for these duels on the Junja, obviously not going to get a duel, but is going to be able to get everything in his bot side jungle. And that feels very good, especially if you're Jomong and missing. Maybe going to see if they can set up some sort of dive pressure, but might be hard by the time that Junja gets down.
Because as a bottom lane duo, Jomong and Missing have been pretty much comfortable in their lanes all series long, right? And especially this lane yet again that we saw in Game 1, where it was shoving against Hope and Mako, and Missing was really abusing his accuracy with the hooks. Means that Hope and Mako in a similar position here, and now even more so with Beishang doing the full clear towards this side, but being responded by Junja in the top side of the map.
Looks like that EDG have realized that they're doing this, so going to get some camps back for himself. Neither side really having the pressure to dive the other side lane, especially for WE. Maybe you could have done it if you're Galio pressure, but does look like the wave bounced back, and now Corki is pushing in the Galio.
Morgan going to be receiving this big wave from Audi as well.
Ooh, actually they are going to go for it.
Okay.
Set is a great diving champion.
And the teleport from Scout versus 3. Facebreaker doesn't connect. Morgan wants to leave this lane. He flashes away, but I think it's too late with Permafrost with the Haymaker. First blood goes over to Scout.
For anyone who is watching EDG coming back from Chinese New Year break, you would know that they love going for this play.
And now, with a TP coming through, WE want to make a response. Facebreaker here again. Morgan TPing to his death. I don't know. Even under turret, Audi absorbs the pressure. Haymaker shield, Scout as well. Balanced. Teacher Ma joins the play, but WE have already lost so much. The heal for the movement speed as Scout manages to flash too. The Winds of War, good, with the Justice Punch follow-up, and now the Shield of Duran, so close to the turret, and Audi, in fact, walks into the range. Double kill for Teacher Ma, and WE with a response that's unexpected.
Oh, and still going. But yeah, EDG getting punished for the way they tried to path out from behind the turret. How they just walked out from in front of the turret, they would have been
Ignite's going to come on down. Double up is there. Heal there as well. Flash is available for Hope. Missing. Sends out the hook with Hope flashing away from it at this point. The turnaround from WE, but the trade so much better from EDG's side as Mako with the dredge line again. Good play. Ignite turned around, but missing his low, and he's dead in the 2 versus 2. WE now trying to get it 1 versus 2 as Jomung has the Gravitum, but no trade back. EDG across the map still ahead in goal.
We are seeing so much action across the map right now. Still, Base Shot going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab is quite nice with the fact that they just lost in bot lane, but yeah, a lot of action.
But sir, I have to say, while I'm impressed at EDG's dive towards the top side and Morgan TPing in and getting punished again, Teachama picked up 2 kills and it was a good response. That was a good dodge from Jomung as well.
But Scout also picked up 2 kills.
That's right.
And if you ask me...
Uh-oh, Mako. So close. Teleport's going to come in now. This is not good because WE might get the support, but there's 4 people here. Jomung is in a pickle on top of Hope. He's trying to trade this one away, but missing now. The pickle belongs to him as well. And EDG with 2 more kills. The bottom lane in shambles for WE.
I love that EDG are just ready for Mako to overstep like that, committing everything down towards the bottom lane, and they're the ones to pick up 2 kills. And going back to what we said before, if you asked me, would you rather have a 2-kill Galio or now a 3-kill Corki? Of course I'll take the Corki every time.
I mean, Scout is more set up to succeed than he was in Game 1, right? Scout with lethal tempo. We're going to get a very ambitious Corki this game. And at this point, now behind 1,000 gold at 5 minutes in the game, WE at least picking up the first Cloud Dragon here. Ocean coming up next, which means a Mountain or Infernal Rift.
I also want to keep my attention towards the top lane to see if EDG can set up another dive. We saw how good Set is in these dive scenarios with the shield from that Haymaker.
Yeah.
And now especially he picked up the Executioner's Calling, so we're going to have the Grievous Wounds. And now with Scout being such a monster and should probably have the ability to push out this wave, you can just constantly look to set up that play again and again as EDG.
He's holding the wave here, Lyric.
Yeah, so looking for that lane domination, but Teacherma doesn't care.
He's level 6. Chicken ready to fly.
But unreliable engage. Feels bad.
As you said before, but maybe not if the dredge line used so defensively.
No flash.
Missing does have the death sense available. As you said, there's no summoner there. The pillar used nicely, and there's no way he gets out of this one. Mako is going to die for his 2nd time here in the game, and Jomung picks up the kill crucially.
Ooh, Morgan though.
We're just fighting across it. This is now some LPL game. Fantastic.
EDG in an LPL game?
But Junjia, oh no.
Oh
Back
no.
comes through. Help me, he says. I'm getting engaged on. Teacher Ma has the Predator. It is used but can't get in range in time.
That was scary.
That was really scary.
But going back to that bot lane play, Mako knew they were there. They knew that this dive was going to happen. So him like walking so far forward to try and control vision was quite confusing, but still EDG, WE only getting 1 isn't too bad.
So the game state now, I think we have to clarify because a lot has happened and WE have clawed back some of the gold that was there a second ago as that hook somehow lands. But it only means Poke is going to come through easier here for WE because their bottom lane picked up a kill. And we got 2 on the mid lane Galio.
But at the same time, I still feel like if you're EDG, you're in a good position by the fact that even that bot lane dive was still a response to what EDG dictated, right?
Okay.
Scout looked for the freeze on mid lane, so Teacher was like, oh god, I can't do anything here. Had EDG played more safe, like better, backed off sooner around that bottom lane turret, and then given Scout like the heads up, hey, now you can just start pushing out, everything would have been timed very well, and W wouldn't have been able to find an advantage.
And just to reiterate on that as well, while we look towards EDG having that small favor, you can see Manamune is picked up here on the Corki as Mako walking a bit too far forward yet again, missing. I don't believe he threw out the hook there in the end too. But back onto Scout, this guy has a Cull in hand as well. So Corki is going to be a huge threat at this 20-25 minute mark with the way this game is already going.
I also like how he changed his build from Game 1, because Game 1 we actually saw him sit on the components of Triforce.
For a long time, yeah. Even trading really well in this mid lane already with just the Muramana.
Not even sit on the component, he finished Triforce. He got tier, finished Triforce, and then finished the item.
Yeah. What other builds do we want to look at this point? I'd say Teacher Ma's getting pretty close to the Proto Belt here. But as you talked about, like coming back to your point in Champ Select, you can already see Teacher Ma hasn't altered in this game.
Well, and okay, Galio has Proto Belt. Is Galio going to be the one who walks forward, flash Proto Belts into the enemy team? Like, that's
Not really the option.
Yeah, I mean, it's an option, but it doesn't sound like a good option.
No, I agree. And at this point, from the start of the early game, it has slowed down quite a lot. But notice with this Rift Herald take, EDG are pinging. I said that at a very wrong time, because it looks like we're brewing.
And yeah, WE actually need to go for this since they are the early game.
But they're turning onto Audi. They're actually going to find the set. A great hook yet again. Everyone flies on in. The Haymaker shield not enough, but the bullet time might be. Scout separates here with a really nice package. Now WE are the ones that are split. Morgan into the world and is trying to take on 3. He gets a knock-up. Here's the engage. But Galio is a minute too late as Mako getting chased by Bei Shang. Scout finds Morgan, and they're getting collapsed upon. WE at least trading here, at least getting some kills, as Mako now slowed down. No death sentence there with the range. They're getting so close, but Mako, they just need one auto, and Hopen is also going to join him here. So it is a net win for WE in the end. Where's the pillar? 3. No, we're 8 seconds away.
Yeah, I'll say we're very far.
But we're going to chase this all the way through. Joe Bog is trying to cut him off.
He's 100% dead.
It's just about how dead. There it is.
It's not about how dead.
Give it to
you
80.
Oh my god.
Give it to you 80 carry. We're still watching this. Okay.
I mean, I could start breaking down that fight, but let's be honest. We're going to get a replay.
We're going to get a replay.
Point is, WE have the comp that, once again, needs to accelerate the game. So I'm glad that they're the team who gets on Herald first, forces the fight, and we saw really botched execution coming out from the side of EDG.
Yeah.
Ooh, but speaking of botched execution, but now actually EDG are going to be the ones to start up on this Rift Herald, but actually not feeling quite comfortable. Really confusing when we see Hope going back down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, and then EDG just backing away in the end. It's like, okay, we're going to commit, but not really. WE is saying we're going to commit. Really?
EDG were like, okay, we're going to hope that WE are making a mistake, but WE did make a mistake. They get pressure in bot, walk up towards this Herald, and everything is great.
Everything is great. Well said, sir. Very well said. WE with an early game gold lead here as well. It's been chaotic. It's been fun. But now I'm expecting this Rift Herald to get dropped down, and you talked about WE with the time that they have to really start playing with these objectives, like the Ocean Dragon, and that again has been started, but no one here.
And this is just EDG mismanaging their windows, but ooh.
Scout TP'd in. It's going to be a late TP. Jomong in the flank here as an Aphelios gets Graviton onto the jungle, but the Wombo now available as Mako's in a bad position as well. Scout is fed, but he can't get the damage source down. Audi here into the backline survives for a while and does take the Trundle with him. But Morgan is flying sky high with a fed Aphelios who has a triple, who wants a quadra kill. And you know what? They won't give it to him, but WE will take the gold from EDG's nose.
This just makes you scratch your head and wonder, why was EDG not doing the Dragon when WE were, getting on Herald first? Why were they not getting deeper vision set up, having Audi already in the fight? Because we saw how far Audi had to walk to even be a part of this team fight. Wasn't there at the start of it, and
WE, I mean, holding the goods here.
Like, just look on your rating map. Audi's not even here. You should have been the team who had first set up on this objective from the fact that they were doing Herald. And Hope getting a full channel bullet time, but doesn't mean much. Jomon coming in from the back, they take out this front line. And Scout just not having the damage needed at this point in the game to be a relevant enough damage threat.
I'm going to say the pillar from Bei Shang there was really nice. Stop the end of the bullet time that we saw on your screen. And now WE ahead by 1k gold, 13 minutes into the game, and things are looking good. They've got an Infernal Soul to play with here in this game as well, already having the 2 first Dragons.
Now, EDG, just slow it down, take your time. You're only sitting at that first item on Corki. It's not even a Mirror Mana yet, so it's not even where you'd want it to be. Hasn't even finished his cull.
But he's on the way to finishing his Triforce, right? And as we talked about in the early game, I mean, Scout was big. Scout still is pretty damn big. He's the one taking the kills at the end of these fights. But WE still holding control across the Rift right now. Next objective we need to look towards is this Herald, which is now getting placed down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, WE constantly will have the priority now to play around their bottom side. Just, again, Galio hover towards the bot lane, have Bei Shang there as well, and EDG have to just constantly give. You really don't have any other route to play in this game. Even at this point, it seems like dedicating your resources top towards Audi would be too much when WE then can try and force some sort of play onto Hope and Mako, but very reliant on missing.
Did you just see the goal, though? Jomong, I believe, picked up 610. First turret of the game. Turret plating as well, 400 to this AD carry. Scout is now going to be spotted out heading towards top side with some good place wards. And Jomong is set to succeed here. Game 1 on Aphelios, he had a great time. Game 2, he almost had a good time. This time, he's having the bestest of time.
And this is, I was going to say, it's so reminiscent of Game 1 where they find these early advantages, they start getting their other members ahead, and even Jomong ahead, right? And then he is enough damage to win out in these team fights. He's positioning very well and missing, playing right alongside with him, giving him the space to make all these plays. Also makes you question once again, was it worth it to ban the Wukong instead of the Aphelios?
It has been pretty big in all 3 games, as you mentioned. Teachman now on their side lane, though. He's about to get a firm surprise here. As gets the taunt, flushes away. And Junja forcing the summoner there. That's a good little surprise. EDG will bring back up here. While WE is still pushing towards the mid lane. And Scout going to start realizing how big Jomong is shortly. But they won't be able to get this mid lane turret. So that is a net win for EDG, however small.
Yep, so in WE, actually, though, are going to be the ones who are able to control pressure off that, so getting vision into the top side jungle. Ooh, maybe more the pressure.
Pillar against the wall. Hook lands here onto the support in Mako. Beisheng doesn't do any damage, of course, being the Trundle. But Jomong, who does, is on his way through. They might still be caught out here. Missing brings him in. He still has a death sentence. Mako's kiting away. The ult flashed away from as Jomong sends out the Moonlight Vigil. And now, EDG on the back foot yet again.
Though, Scout did finally finish his Triforce.
That he did.
So that is a huge item breakpoint for them. As well as Hope, who was sitting on just components before for Essence Reaver, has also picked that up. So I don't want to say we should get to the point where EDG should contest. Maybe you feel fine giving up one more dragon and instead trading that for pressure on the opposite side of the map, but you need to be wary of how much you end up giving.
Again, gold lead relevant here when we have that discussion. 2K here as Teacher Ma says Predator time shielded Duran onto Junjia, but he is able to Arctic Assault away. On the bottom of your screen, you're looking at Jomong. You're looking at how much gold I believe he has here in this early game. Either that or over Hope. I apologize, I'm still learning. But at this point, you can see the difference between the 280 carries is that half item right now.
You know, another point to about W's comp and lacking consistent engages. You actually don't need consistent engage if you're ahead and you're able to get on the objectives first, because that's engage. It's like, hey, I'm on Dragon, you need to come into me.
And that means you need to walk into range of where the Galio is going to ult.
Yeah, so WE from ahead should have a fine time playing out this game, but Scout's going to continue to get bigger and bigger as the game progresses.
Let's see if he can actually turn it into something this game. Already has had a pretty decent early game despite the last fight.
But keep your eyes on Jomong this fight. He's a full item up over Hope. And once again, if you're EDG, I feel like you just give this dragon up and live to fight another day.
At least stop the Infernal Soul right at this point. We're going to give the stats over with the Infernal itself. WE control the river. EDG, you can see, are pathing up towards the Rift Herald, which still has 2 minutes before it despawns. So it looks like that's the play, while WE just going to take this in full vision.
Yeah, and for some reason, EDG started heading over to Rift, then suddenly backed off. Maybe they were afraid that the members of W would come over from how they were posturing, but now W get first turn on mid lane.
Looking towards the open mid. I mean, at this point, I'm just waiting for Mako maybe to make a step up. Their sense of lands again. Look at that Dark Passage. Brings in Beisheng. Missing does not miss. As usual with his Thresh.
Feels like this match is a signal of the changing of the guard in a sense.
Yeah, very much so. Missing becoming that real veteran. He is the standalone player here in WE, now with the longest history on this org since losing Mystic, since losing Xie. And Xie going over to DMR.
And we thought of Mako as like the captain of this team, right?
Yeah.
He's the leader. He's the one that's supposed to have experience, in the highest level of experience, right? Competing internationally many times.
It's like when he has good performances, then the rest of EDG do, but it seems like it's up to Scout, who has to walk a— What? No way is this champion allowed to exist. Get it off.
I miss the hysterics freaking out at
What
the Philios.
the hell was that? The Corki's bottom is in the air, and WE now have a man advantage. They're going to get turret. Another hook lands, and this absurdity cannot continue. Bullet time to clear the way, but a good play yet again as WE continue forward. The aggression with Teacher Ma, now with the shield of Duran, zones away EDG. He's going to be walking out of here because there's no Nautilus ready to go in. WE won the fight. Ooh, maybe not yet.
Sure?
Ultimate into the back onto Audi. Graviton means he gets locked down here, but with the Haymaker shield, can he survive? Because Jolmung is walking forward. Corki, look at Scout. He's now come back for vengeance on top of Jolmung, who is still healthy. At half health while Morgan deals with the backline. Mako is going to make the double kill here meanwhile, and Scout can't get anything done. WE want this chaos to continue, but they've already won out. They're 6k gold ahead. WE just absolutely smashed EDG.
I wanted to point that out as well, that just 2 or 3 minutes ago, there's only a 2k gold difference, which doesn't feel that insurmountable for the side of EDG. We're suddenly at 5k, I'm sorry, and now who cares about scaling? Look at your Aphelios. Look at the damage he's doing. The rest of your members still completely relevant, and EDG not able to find a way into these fights.
6k again, just to remind you, just about. A little bit under here for WE. Jolmung is picked up more gold in that last fight as well.
Just like game 1, too. They're playing the map better, pushing out their side lanes, getting vision, roaming first, setting up these dive and aggressive plays in the mid lane. They're pulling EDG apart.
Are you ready to watch this again, though?
I don't know.
Let's see how it's done.
I know you're not ready, but...
He didn't even hit the ulti.
Yeah. Just has the Jackrums.
Oh, come on. The tennis balls fly at Corki's butt in the air.
Kind of cute.
Oh, dude, it was longer as well. It was longer. He used to have infinite range.
It was longer. That is the part that's... Oh, my God. That's
Oh, my
scary.
God. I hate this champion so much. Well, he's going to do more of that. He's got 3 items now. Jolmung, you said he was an item ahead of Hope. Now even more so of this misfortune. And he's 3 levels to boot as well. WE make playoffs here with this game win. They continue forward, and then their fate is decided if they can beat OMG. The playoff dream for Vici is silenced with EDG losing this game 3.
Yep, so WE need to win this here so they can then contest OMG for that 8th spot. And looks like they're going to be able to do it, just ignoring side that's completely saying, hey, Scout, we don't care. We're just going to force 5-man in the mid lane. Actually, 4-man, but Morgan has TP.
Even with Riptail, this is just going down so quick. Hope is stopped by a great pillar. Yet again, it does clear out the minion wave, but now Teacher Ma in a bit of trouble. Will go golden here with the stopwatch. Going to be knocked up with the depth charge, but Justice Punch was used really nicely. But 2 turrets for EDG here for Scout, picking up the gold.
You know what, though? It didn't change the gold lead. We're still sitting at about 5k for WE.
Oh, what a game. If you're missing this one, you'd be very sad. Apologies again for the stream issues as they look to get resolved here at 22 minutes in the game. Note that Infernal Soul's coming up in 30 seconds.
Also note that the kill participation on both Bei Shang and Jolmung being highest on the team is so critical, and again, your only source of engage is on Thresh, so the fact that they're able to find these kills and set up these teamfights without that, just using pressure around the map to move first and surprise the enemy, very impressive.
Lyric, can we do an item check-in? I think it's important, though, before we get to this dragon. I want you to note that Corki has 3 items. Infinity Edge on Scout. Zhonya's Hourglass now for Teacher Ma. 2 items here for the Aatrox. WE moving it.
We need to see Scout start putting out some damage.
Morgan Flake. He has the World Ender available, but he's been spotted out now. On top of Scout, the most fed member, as he has to deal with this Aatrox. He's poking him down, but Morgan has his number. He's got the dunk down. Aphelios ults in the middle, and WE know that playoffs is important to them. They ain't losing here. 5 versus 4 for 40 seconds.
And extremely crucial was the fact that Hope didn't look, he just had bullet time up now, didn't have it during that fight, so would have had a really good timing right there, but still WE finding engage. Great flank coming out from Morgan, and Infernal Soul picked up.
Now pings are going down towards the Baron. WE know this extends for another 15 seconds. They're willing to start this one up. and draw in EDG.
They have the chakrams available, so also going to be great. Just once again forcing EDG into you. Missing that ult on Sejuani is so crucial.
Scout with no flash, crucially to look at. No package in hand either. Baron going down to 5k. WE looking for the turn. Teleport is coming in. They've pulled in Teachama, who goes golden again. The bullet time now used, though. And to no effect is the re-engage from WE. In a choke out, he does find a good haymaker, but he's dead to missing as they fly in yet again. Morgan is massive here on this Aatrox. He has a window to close on in, but he doesn't have flash available. EDG lose yet another member, and it's Audi dead again.
Look, 6,000 gold and Infernal Soul on the side of WE. They just hit too hard at this point in the game, but still, at least you dissuaded WE from taking the Baron at this point. But there's nothing stopping from WE just recalling and going at it once again.
Round number 2. Talked about that gold lead here at only 25 minutes in the game. It does feel like we're at late game, right? It feels like we are in close to ultra late game territory with how this game has developed, with all the fighting that we've seen, with 27 kills underneath 25 minutes. Look at what they picked up on the way back here for WE. Another BF sword in hand of the Fed Aphelios on Jomong. They're ready to go once again. A lot of broken stopwatches on the side of WE, but they're ready to fight nevertheless.
Important to note with that is that somehow Jomong still has not used his stopwatch once this game, and he has both summoners available. So it doesn't matter if you get on top of the Aphelios, still going to be able to reposition and play out this fight very safely.
Plus hasn't had to use the flash as well. Has the heal in hand too. Missing Note still has his flash.
Yes, he does.
You said that, didn't you?
I did.
I
didn't say the missing flash. I said the Jomong.
Oh, no, sorry. That's okay. I was too absorbed in the items getting picked up. I was absorbed in this Corki pushing towards the bottom lane, so I'll apologize for that one.
This is why we also love seeing Scout on champions like Irelia, who can abuse enemies in the side lane. But Corki needs to be this team fighting champion, grouped up, laying down the damage with the rockets. And I'm expecting to see Scout on the bottom of the damage graph once again.
Oh, okay.
We don't even see him throwing out rockets when WE are just right in front of him.
Now, as you said, he does have to get back, though. He has the teleport available, but looks to pick up this rapid fire cannon before the fight begins. Baron has already been starting getting chipped down yet again.
Ooh, looks like they're just going to use it to force out the TP.
Yeah, right through the mid lane here for Scout. No package again. Missing looking to zone at 5k. Crucially, once again, the death sentence lands on top of Maker. The pillow sends him up, bouncing again. Junjia walking away, missing, getting low. The bullet time was good, but Teachama into the backline. Two-man shielded Duran. This Galio has just sealed the deal. Teachama might fall here. In fact, no, he survives while WE go forward. Flash burnt in the end by Jomong. And that's going to be all she wrote with WE really smacking home.
And this is WE once again keeping that playoff dream alive, and Hope not going to be alive much longer, but actually it's only missing here, of course, Teachama coming from the side. Can they end?
I mean, that is a good question. 15 seconds on Audi, 15 seconds on Maudi, on Mako, sorry. Teachama's going to come in, Hope is going to die, so at the very least, if it's not an end now, when will it be? 3 people here.
Oh
Audi's still not up. Mako's still not up. Now they spawn. Junja trying to dissuade this. Jomong kites back, but takes a turret shot. So does Bei Sheng. Game's not over just yet. Vici is saying thank you.
I was right the first time. Not able to end. Got a bit dicey there for EDG at the end. Like, oh my god, they actually could do it. But guess what? WE, even if they don't want to do it now, they could even just reset and then do this Baron.
No, they're going to do it right now. They don't care, but this could be very dangerous. Remember, this still doesn't go down as quick as you think.
And a lot of ults are down on the side of WE as well.
Teachama, Bei Sheng low. Jomong at full health, though. Missing at half. Junja over the side. Arctic Assault there. He's found the jungler. Ooh. EDG with the biggest pick this game.
EDG can turn on Baron.
And it's a 3k. They keep the aggro triggered. Morgan still in the world ender, though. As EDG look to move away, but no. Again, Teachama towards everybody. Mako now left line. The bullet time interrupted. A quadra kill for this better Aphelios, and now it's definitely the game.
And Jomong has been so massive this game. Doesn't matter that Bei Sheng went down first, finding the right members, and they, like you just said, they live to fight another day. They have a chance in playoffs.
Do you think Teachama doesn't care that he can't find a way into this fight? He walks up to them, he presses W, and just like that, EDG disappear.
Game 3, WE keep their playoff dream alive. It's goodbye Vici and hello to WE and OMG coming up tomorrow.
You know, this is so exciting. I'm so happy after game 1, I committed to the WE hype train.
You did.
Looking great in that fight. And again, the best part is how on point their play around the map looks, their macro as a whole, and my God, Mako just absorbing these hooks all game.
I mean, all game long, right? But I have to say, while I was looking at Joe Mong through his fights and how well he played them, also looking at Morgan really kicked ass, but more importantly, Teacher Ma, the last 2 Shielded Durans, made the game.
Think about it. Everyone on this team had a highlight moment. We saw Morgan come with great flanks. We saw Beishang having amazing pillars this game. Jomung we don't need to mention, and you just sung praise to Teacher Ma. What else is there to talk about?
I mean, look, all elements of this team came together at the end, right? When I thought a game that EDG was set up to succeed, where Scout on Corki was so fed so early on. But again, another time where that lead didn't really transition into the fights, where it didn't translate to EDG having control.
We've seen that Scout on Corki is not the move. It's not the answer for EDG. They treat him more as like this side laner who's just constantly split pushing rather than setting up for these team fights. And again, we also saw them answer a lot of map plays by WE wrong. W went for Dragon. They don't start. W went for Rift Herald. They don't start Dragon right away. They're kind of like biding their time, meandering around the map, and not getting the correct setup to then win the fight.
I have to say, now this really gets me excited for OMG, right? WE and OMG, the winner of that series, will make it into playoffs. EDG was so close to just saying, nope, Vici going to get their chance. You're going to have to get out early. But now we're going to secure our last playoff position on our very last day of the split.
You know what's extremely hype about that too? Both of these teams missed playoffs last split.
Yeah.
So we get a new playoff contender no matter what.
And now for anyone wondering, EDG are secure in playoffs already, but this was their chance to hit 5th if Top Esports lose towards FPX tomorrow. Now, EDG are secure here, and they will be versing RNG. They will not be versing WE or OMG. So these guys will not face off. They will not be on the same side of the bracket.
Wait, so they're guaranteed facing RNG?
They're 6th or 7th at this point.
Ooh.
So we're essentially going to get EDG RNG. I am 99% sure. Why did you make me doubt myself? But yeah, at this point, 9 and 7, right? And OMG/WE can't reach 9.
Ooh, they can match RNG though.
Yes, I was going to say potentially OMG or WE.
Oh no, they can't. They can't match RNG. Yep, it's confirmed.
You're making my math go backwards.
Sorry.
Due to game difference.
Sorry,
due to
brother.
game difference.
Yep.
I rehearsed this and everything, man, and now you just got to... But the point is RNG have a higher game difference.
The point is that WE Jomung's damage is off the charts.
Oh, damn straight it is. I don't want to talk about that kill onto Scout. That kind of topped off that WE were coming in large and in charge.
This time, though, Scout actually did do damage this game. Didn't in the first Corki game, but still not doing enough needed to get this team a win.
Yeah.
But WE is so exciting this split, not only for their win, but how proactive their play style is.
And yeah, and the play style itself makes it fun, right? We saw the Galio, we saw the Nocturne here. But remember, I'm expecting to see Teacher Ma on the Aurelion Soul again, the champion that really makes him, even though, you know, in solo queue, the Nocturne we see in Challenger's career, right?
Yep.
But Teacher Ma as a mid laner is a heck of a lot of fun. But just WE looked like they found so much form, a team that should have been 14th, 15th.
The thing that I love about this team is they have a clear identity, right? We can't boil them down to like, well, they just play late game team fights or they do this, that, or the other thing. You know their key champions. You expect to see the Echo, the Pantheon, the A-Soul, all of these fun picks, and it just makes them so fun to watch.
Remember at the start when we came into the split and we had names like Jolmong, you know, people hadn't heard of, right? We heard names like Teacher Ma. Plex didn't play too well.
With Plex on this roster, I think they looked like a 14th, 15th place team.
And then Beishang as well, he was good, but in summer he kind of fell off, you know, off a cliff. Morgan as well, there was a bit of hype, but not as much hype as the other top laners in the league.
And we saw early on the split when they were playing around top side, it just wasn't working out as well.
Now, WE with what we called a mediocre roster on paper, do not look mediocre against OMG. That is such a big marquee matchup tomorrow to finish off the playoffs. For EDG, going into playoffs, there's going to be a lot of questions here. More about the champion pool, I'm sure, for
No,
Scout.
you know what's exciting?
What?
EDG versus RNG.
Yeah?
That, like, okay, that's exciting for EDG with how bad RNG have looked, but also as a fan, just that kind of hype rivalry.
True.
Heck, we casted that hype rivalry this split.
Yeah, no, we actually did. That went to all 3 games.
It ended with, like, crazy backdoor shenanigans and everything.
Remember the game 2 of Hope on Varus just firing away onto Xiaohu on his Fed Cassidon.
Yeah.
Also, just to confirm as well for anyone who missed that part before, EDG will go up against RNG, so different sides of the bracket just to resume that point. While WE and OMG, the winner of that tomorrow will secure 8th place. And for a WE like this, I mean, going up against OMG, that's going to be a great discussion because different play styles. And OMG are going to have their work cut out for them to deal with WE in games like this.
And you have very different focuses on the map with OMG actually wanting to head top early and then converting that into bot lane, where obviously this team is all about the mid jungle and the bot.
Where we look towards WE, their bot laner, Aphelios Jolmung, was big. This game, we saw, again, the best of this guy.
And this was not the best for Hysterics, though it's the best for Jolmung. And here's where things got scary. You're like, oh my god, they found a pick onto the Trundle. They can try and force something. Now, Hope isn't here, of course, but still, WE feeling the confidence to walk forward. Teacherma especially, you point out, with a great W. And then Aphelios just having all the damage to clean up the fight. In the end, gets lanterned in by missing. And
just missing Thresh as well. You cannot, if you give advice to OMG, number 1, do not give missing Thresh. That champion on missing looks so damn good. I guess his name is so funny and ironic at this point in time, especially with this WE support. So we're at a point where now WE are hyped up. I don't know if you'd say they're looking the favorites, but WE are definitely turning expectations.
WE have a chance, right? I don't want to hype up this team too heavily as like some like dark horse that's going to come into playoffs and can win it all. But they're a team, I think, that can play exciting games, turn some heads, and surprise you if you don't have the correct strategy on how to take them down.
Especially with a mid lane champion pool like Teacher Mara as well, right? There are so many big champions that this guy can play. Jolmung, if we're looking at a highlight, he will be MVP, by the way, as soon as we have that for you. Jolmung really shouldn't be given Aphelios as well, as you said in that draft. A lot of the time, EDG were not willing to ban that away. The Wukong had a higher priority, and then you're like, probably get rid of the Aphelios instead.
Makes you wonder if it's a player-specific thing where Audi himself doesn't feel comfortable in that matchup, right? Thinking, hey, a lot of my champions lose to this. I don't feel comfortable. Please ban this away.
That's true.
But still, this doesn't really open up too many questions for EDG for the fact that we don't know what roster they're going to use in playoffs, right?
Yep.
They will have some flexibility if, let's say, you do run this roster and things start to go bad and they start tilting and things aren't looking good. You can always put in JJ and Jinu, or vice versa, right? So, a lot of options.
We've got a lot of J's in this roster, I just realized
yes,
as well. But
we do.
Jolmung, another J. He's MVP. Well done. Let's see it. Yep.
46%.
That pretty much sums it up.
That does sum it up. And this is so crazy when early on in the split we were looking at this guy very questionably. He would go in by himself too early. He's an extremely aggressive AD carry, always walking forward in lane and things like this, and really demanded to be played around if you want him to have a good performance. WE make the shift from playing from top to bot, and things start working out for this team.
Isn't it kind of funny that like Mystic leaves and Xie in the same split, and the 2 core members that come through is the AD carry and mid yet again? Teachama and Jolmung, really big elements. Missing, was always kind of going to be like a favorite support of mine. But now we've got the Xie Mystic effect kind of yet again.
I also want to say Morgan does feel like a key component. And missing as well, right?
Yeah.
The whole team is this is a system team. Everyone needs to come together, but Morgan very much feeling like a Zoom Junior, having a very similar play style to him in my eyes, and makes sense when you consider he was under Zoom last year on Joy Dream.
Yeah, that's true. The apprentice maybe becomes the master here, and we'll see if they get to face off in playoffs. If WE can get there. They need to win against OMG tomorrow. Now we have to secure playoffs with our very last day. EDG is safe, but how safe will they be going up against RNG? That's it for WE and EDG. A great way to finish out, in my opinion, where we finish the day itself with IG versus LNG. Now that one's going to be a doozy to see if IG can secure first place in the regular season right after this.
直接动这个先锋，但这波西叶不在的，反观 RNG 5个人都在，RNG 是可以选择接团的。
顿时怕了，西叶距离确实蛮远的，而且又是一个带点燃的妖姬，这个峡谷先锋
小龙宝拿下，看一下能不能捡。
感觉位置被逼得有点惨，而且西叶快到了，想用一个大招效果很爆炸。西叶从后面进来，直接找 Betty 打了一套以后，点燃伤害挂上 ，Betty 没有能够活下来，狼行也逃脱不了这个战团。正面虽然拿了一个峡谷先锋，但先锋之眼好像是没有捡到了。哦，阿乐直接一闪以后冲上去硬踩一个大招，完了，又卡扎丁也被击杀了，而且是西叶拿到人头。
热菜在绕后 ，GG 也交了，这个位置想先起火一手塔姆，同时也已经看到这个龙血2000血，这波是有惩戒的，看一下有没有机会抢。
伤直接上去一推，伤害非常高，维鲁斯这个状态是直接被秒了，剑魔后面1打3，最后 Q 闪进场 ，W 正面完全没有一个反抗的余地。直接下来想要抓一下卡米尔，
有机会的，
这波卡米尔上了，
卡米尔稍微有点被骗。 被 W 技能吸住，但是这波的大招规避下，果然
小虎这个位置差一点血，
踢小虎。
得把羊掏出来了。
这位置主要再不开的话，家都要被推了。
这两路相当于一个平推
来了，
这里羊来，
感觉开的还行，引起了4个人，这个位置一羊4吃，但是被爆了一下，爆到了后排这边，摩根有点扛不住了，上来。
手算很肉啊，顶着对面4个人的输出，自己还没倒，并且好像能完成收割。
大面刷新了，这位置
继续刷新，这波3杀，哇，有没有？
感觉有点5杀的感觉啊，哎，
但是被好兄弟抢了，
而且。 左边 Hope 没有双招，这种局面下，如果 OMG 再进一次的话，维鲁斯的环境是很烂的。
这波感觉要看杰杰能不能抢了，因为目前看来 OMG 这边也没有什么人能够管杰杰。上来之后，icon上来先留一下
，OMG 有点犹豫 ，OMG 有点犹豫，拖了一下子，现在继续打到了，
抢到了，
我的天，那怎么办 ？OMG 气势有点溃散了，被推球推晕了，完蛋了，被杰杰再一个回旋踢回来 ，Scout 打下 double kill， 杰杰再一次 Q 上前 ，Hope 在这一波团战里面本来预期他输出环境应该会很差，但是却没有受到任何的威胁。
Silence is a rising night.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we return yet again here for the LPL for the final series of the night for the second last day of the LPL regular season for Spring. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Dagda this time around. And after what was WE, make it a hype series against EDG, I'm ready to round it out with Invictus Gaming cementing first place if they can beat LNG.
And they would love to get that one for themselves. I mean, look, either way, it's guaranteed top 2, but definitely Invictus Gaming, I want to see them take that top spot.
This is where it comes through. No one can catch IG with a series win here, and this will be their last series of the split. 14-2 if they win this. That would be a mighty record, and it would also show up teams like FPX, who did it all of last year.
Yeah, and it feels like it's a little bit of a throwback as well. It's good to see IG coming back to their senses, taking over the LPL once more. And it's such an unusual style is what I love as well, because it is just IG doing IG.
It gives you that flashback, doesn't it, to the year that they were most dominant. Now, last year, they still won Spring, but in 2018... take a look at that.
Yeah, look at the way this goes. You've got the regular spring split finish was first place in 2018. In summer, it was first place as well. Now, the playoffs didn't go quite to standard, but when we last saw Invictus Gaming in such a commanding position, they were the ones who took the world championship. They were the ones who were the best team in the world. And now we're starting to see them come back to that spot in the LPL.
And their worst placing within 2 years was 2019 summer, where they finished 6th, right? And that was very surprising. So apart from that, IG have come through and have dominated pretty much every split. Now in the face of it yet again here against LNG, we have to look at what makes IG successful, what they're going to look like here with their guaranteed semi-finals position no matter what. Going straight to the semi-finals and starting there on a side of the bracket, because teams will need to know how IG tick.
Yeah, and IG is all about their solo laners. It's about getting them ahead, having them just control, and the individual outplays that this team is capable of putting forward. We've seen solo kills across the board from the Shy in the top lane on Ornn against Renekton, where you never really think that that should be the case. We've seen Rookie looking smooth on his picks in the mid lane, and even the two in the bottom lane, Puff and Southwind, who we never really expected to come into their own, have taken on the IG mantle of killing their enemy laners. It's across the board. This team looks absolutely amazing.
They're coming out of their shell, aren't they?
Exactly. And even though Puff and Setwind, we usually look at them as kind of the fallback, the insurance for IG in the bottom lane, where these guys are going to perform without the investment from Leanne or Rookie or the Shy. They're even stepping up, as we said, and taking over their lanes. And it feels like they've got that IG magic now flowing through.
The IG magic, I love that. And if we're talking about magic, when people think Invictus Gaming, I know they think of one player, but it's time to shed some light on the Shy. Now, while IG might be successful, the Shy has this weakness, and if we're talking about how teams can beat Invictus Gaming, look at this very friendly man and how much he actually dies.
He dies a lot. And oftentimes, we've seen him on the Aatrox where he's like 0-3, 0-4 in lane. And you can see throughout his career, that's kind of been the story. The only time on that chart that we see where he's actually got a positive kill to death ratio is in Spring 2019. The rest of the time, it's way more deaths that he has had those kills.
I mean, the career, right, from like 2019 summer from now as well. I mean, now is actually a lot worse than the previous year. But for the Shy, we're not saying that this player is bad by any means. The Shy is one of the best top laners, if not the best here in the LPL and in the world. But he is a bloodthirsty player that really plays to the limit.
And it's the whole of IG. That's what it's hilarious to look at this team. They're second in kills per game with 16.6 on average. They're third in most deaths per game as well with 15.2. IG are going to go in whether it's good for them or not, but it has been succeeding for them. And that's what makes this such an enjoyable team to
You
watch.
call them persistent. They're a persistent team that'll make the same play over and over. And if you've seen IG from 2018, you'll know this lineup, bar Luyen, the Shy in top lane. Luyen, you saw at Worlds last year as well. Rookie in the mid lane. Puff and Southwind are the new duo coming in over Jackie Love and Baolan. That in a second. As we look at the top lane, it is not Flandre, it is Chenlun 17, XX, Maple, Light, and Dwan. And we haven't talked about LNG because they are no longer in playoff contention. They've had a pretty rough split here with their new roster. We'll see if they can go out on a positive note going up against IG, who are currently first place.
And LNG have the opportunity to disrupt the very tip top of our standings if they do get the win here, setting FPX up to potentially take down IG and take that #1 spot as we come into our draft.
Yeah, that's right. If IG lose this series here, FPX with a win over Top Esports tomorrow can take first place. So that's still on the cards. And as we go into this pick and ban, I like the Wukong taken away from Chen Lun, who is filling in for the veteran top laner in Flandre, who we actually haven't seen in a couple of series.
No, and I think Chen Lun has earned his spot. He played really well against WE. Saw him bring out the Jax into that Wukong. It looked spectacular, but Wukong is taken off the board here. And
Rule 1 against IG. Ban Kalista because this doesn't go to Puff.
It doesn't go to Puff.
It's a flex.
It can go towards the Shy in the top lane, but Puff can still take it towards the bottom lane. You have given the Aphelios over, which I feel like is going to be really good for Light. He's been struggling a little bit in the bottom lane, but certainly come into his own in more recent series. So having this Aphelios, the strongest AD carry at the moment, would definitely fit for the LNG bots.
It's been 5 weeks since we've seen this in the top lane of Invictus Gaming. Every team has banned it against IG for a big reason. You've taken away the Shy's. Lucian there up in that top side that he constantly picked as well. So we'll see how this draft develops. The Aphelios you already mentioned, looking for a partner here or maybe another comfort pick here for LNG solo lanes.
And this is why it becomes a little bit more difficult, because you don't know where that Kalista's going. I would have preferred to see LNG here actually hold off to see if they could have called the flex and gone towards a jungler for XX. The Lee Sin is still up and available, or you could have gone towards a little bit more of a classic style with the Gragas if you wanted to here, but now we're going to have to look and see, okay, if this Kalista does go top, it does really well into this Aatrox matchup, which is where you're assuming that Aatrox is going to go.
But if it does go into the bottom lane, it now has the Taric paired with it, which has been a really strong lane in the LPL.
Really has, and I wouldn't be surprised now with that Taric lock in if we just see the Kalista committed towards the bottom side of the map. The Syndra pick here, I do like. You've got that flexibility still in, there's not very many picks that do well into the Syndra. So when you're looking over at the LNG side, we're like, okay, are we going to solidify ourselves a pick for XX here, try and get something strong for him in the jungle, or are we trying and get something that we can pick off this Syndra with and do well in that matchup?
Seems the Elise is going to be the call here for XX. XX has had a bit of a rougher split here on the side of LNG. Now, he's going to show us what he can do here in Game 1 on the early game jungler.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see IG try and ban out Maple's champion pool. Maple has actually been struggling as well on this. He often ends up about 150 gold behind his lane opponent at the 15-minute mark. So now when you're up against Rookie, you cannot fall behind like that, because Rookie will just punish you over and over.
We talked about the solo lanes of dominance through the laning phase itself. Already starting to get built here for Invictus Gaming. The Olaf taken away from Luyen, but remember that Luyen is a Lee Sin player through and through, even against the Elise. He has taken different matchups as, yep, that's towards Dwan. Dwan is the OG Bard here in the LPL. Very well deserved here from IG to ban it away.
Yeah, so now we can look at LNG, going to ban away their last jungler. They could go towards the Lee Sin, but you're still leaving open the likes of the Rek'Sai here for Luyen if he wants to go towards that as well. So I don't think Luyen is going to be pinched too hard here. Maybe instead you go look towards the top side and get rid of some of the Shy's pesky picks, but it is the Lee Sin banned away, so we'll still see some of these other early game champions for Luyen that can match up against this Elise.
But they move away from the support pool with Invictus Gaming and they say it's getting rid of Maple's LeBlanc, taking the comfort off the mid laner that he said has been struggling so much here in the regular season. Do LNG leave it towards mid for the counter pick, or do we just get an early support? I think I've answered myself.
Yeah, there you go. And now you're going to be looking at Maple and going, okay, well, what do you want to play here? Because Maple's other most played champion has been the Zoe, who has a bit of a bad time up against the Syndra. So we'll have to see what Maple wants to opt in for. Could go in towards the likes of the Rumble or something like that, but even then it's not the greatest of matches.
But now we find out which lane this Kalista's going into. Vi is global banned at the moment, so we won't see that. What is it going to be from Luyen? Looks like the Sejuani is going to be the final choice. Okay, show me. Where is this going? The Shy loves 80s.
I imagine if you've gone Sejuani, you need a melee somewhere in this pick. So I think you are going to get some sort of melee top laner here to try and pair with Sejuani. Otherwise, the Sejuani just feels like a really strange pickup in this jungle. I know it does give a little bit of a tanky front line for you, but you want to have at least one more melee character paired with her.
That's going to be the Shy on the Jace top there. Because the Shy isn't normally the one to pick this up. This is a very much rookie pick and has been this year as well. So, okay. We've got a bit of a change in draft for IG. How do we cement it?
I actually think I'd like to see Maple go back to a little bit of an old call-out in the Galio. You saw how wonderful that could work where you've got the Aphelios in the backline to provide that damage, but Maple is going to opt back over towards the more comfort pick here. It's not the best matchup into the Syndra, but Maple's most played champion on that Zoe. So he's going to be looking to see what he can do here and try and survive this lane against Rook.
I think at this point you just need a bit of stability here. We're going to wait 20 more seconds just in case. Sometimes IG have fooled us. In that way of draft, sometimes they are like the G2 of the LPL, but IG their own identity here. I should never compare them. You ready, Dagda? You ready to go in again?
I am definitely ready to see what both these teams are going to cook up. I'm a little bit worried for LNG looking at their composition right now, though, because it feels like it's losing lane across the board, and that's where Invictus Gaming shine.
Will be game number 11 for Maple, though. See what he can do here. Going up against Invictus Gaming. LNG are already out there trying to get ready for summer at this point, while Invictus Gaming secure first undoubtedly with this game win, rather series win, as we see the Shy with his Jace picked towards the top side of the lane. Now, Jace for the Shy hasn't been picked this split. Again, it's been a rookie pick towards the mid lane, so we're going to see his debut on this top laner.
It still feels like it's the IG strange drafts, though. We talked about how, look, you kind of want another melee champion to fit with Leian here, because the Sejuani wants someone to help him proc that permafrost. Well, Leian doesn't really have that, because 9 times out of 10, the Shy is going to be in that ranged form. So I'm curious to see how IG want to approach this.
I'm super surprised, though, it's not a Kalista top, just from seeing it first in the pick and ban phase, where if anyone doesn't know, if you're seeing Kalista top in solo queue or in other competitive places, the Shy is the one that started this. He was picking it up in KR Challenger, and if you go to any of the VODs on YouTube, you'll know that his gameplay of top Kalista with Halo Blades is absolutely disgusting. So we'll keep an eye on that series. If LNG leave it open again, the potential's always there, as we have junglers starting on same sides of the map right now, pathing towards this semi-fickle top lane.
You can see as well that the Shy has opted in for the phase rush here, so usually you can see stuff like Conquer come in. We've seen Comet if you want to try and poke out stuff, or even the Summon Airy if you're going for this full poke style with the Shy. But opting here for the phase rush is looking to just try and bully out Shenlong as much as possible in this lane, because you can get the auto attacks to proc the phase rush fairly quickly, and then as well it gives them maneuverability in these team fights, which will be great help when you're trying to avoid some of the CC that's going to be coming in from the likes of XX and Maple.
Again, remember that the Shy likes to win his lane. We can't say it enough with Invictus Gaming. Win lane, win game. Their identity hasn't really shifted much from their 2018 World Championship roster. They team fight a lot better, and they do have a new bottom lane in Puff and Southwind that came over from Beachy Gaming. But they've been really successful here on this roster, and you can see already Puff and Southwind with the shove here in this lane, with Halo Blades, Kalista on Puff, and also the cleanse, plus exhaust taken by Southwind, so there's no heal in this lane.
They don't really need it in this lane. You can see actually on both sides they've opted to get rid of the heal. And this is something we've seen come out from AD carries a little bit more because, well, let's be realistic. They haven't been the most mobile of AD carries in the meta right now. So having the cleanse there will help out against the plethora of CC that's wormed its way into the likes of your mid laners, junglers, and even the top laners in a lot of situations.
But Leian's getting a bit cheeky here with XX. The smite does go down to secure the big chicken away, so Leian has to back off eventually. Does mean he's in position to secure topside scuttle. Again, remember, XX passed up here as well, but has a couple of camps towards the bottom side to secure it at the end of the day.
So looking at what LNG want to try and do in this game, it's XX would love to try and get up towards this top side to try and help out Shenlong, but Rookie and Leian have already made their way up here, so this is going to be a very warm welcoming for IG to the LPL for Shenlong.
Especially to Shenlong, right? The flash away as one summoner for one summoner. A good response here from Shenlong on Aatrox, but now completely zoned away from his turret.
So needs to try and get here to pick up the CES. Has a ward to spot out where the members of IG are, but now he knows he's in trouble.
Oh no, the shock blast combo. Leian going in for the dive. Maybe a bit too soon there, Dagda. First blood over to the Shy.
He thought he was safe because Rookie was spot on that ward going into Tri-Bush, but didn't realize that Leian had stuck around. Ends up giving over his life there, and that roam from IG working out, not only getting the kill, but that golden experience dying to the tower instead of gifting it to Shenlong.
You talk about a warm welcome for Shenlong because this is his first LPL split remember that this guy is coming in over Flandre, who never missed a game in 5 years of his competitive time on Snake and in the LPL. Chenlun comes from Snake Voodoo in the past, or also known as LNG Academy when they did do the name change. So he's been in the LDL for a little while, but has never made the trip up to the LPL. Now he's versing the Shy and Invictus Gaming. This is going to be a tall order, already put behind in the lane by 10 CS, and the Shy with Burst Blood has picked up a pickaxe. That is not going to be a fun laning experience.
No, it's not. And it feels like, especially with Flandre having played all those 5 years, definitely deserves a holiday at this stage. And it gives Chenlun a bit of that experience too on the stage. So I like that they're bringing this guy in. But the pickaxe will be an interesting build. Looks like we're going to be seeing a bit of a different story come out from the Shy. I'll be looking forward to seeing what he's going to build out of that. But Duan here needs to be careful. A lot of members of IG hovering around to try and catch him.
Maybe going for the Manamune.
That's what I'm thinking. Might be going back to a bit of an old school build. We'll have to see what he exactly decides to go.
XX spotted out on a ward. Pings are going to come through. The Infernal Chains actually brings him in. Now the Shy in a bit of trouble himself. Remember, we said this guy has more career death. And it looks like he's going to add another one here as XX picks up their first kill of the game.
And this is how teams are consistently punishing the Shy. He likes to shove in the lane, will always try and get some sort of aggression underneath the tower, but does leave himself very exposed in that top side. Now you've got XX who's picked up the kill in top lane, but it's been answered on the bottom side for IG. And what LNG are looking to try and do here is get their lanes rolling a little bit early, try and help out Chenlun, who's been set behind, because they're looking for Light to scale up and hit those 2 to 3 items where he's got Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, the Seal item done, and then they can look to really team fight against IG. But the problem, of course, is IG don't like to give you that time to scale.
Especially not when you see these winning lanes coming through from Victus Gaming. Maple forced back a little bit here. We're looking at a trade. Is now Rookie going to have to make one himself. XX pretty active here. Unleash Power goes into the Elise, but I think Rookie's just dead. Sleepy Trouble Bubble really nice. And Leanne looking for the response kill onto XX with the Permafrost. He'll find it, but Chenlun's coming in as well. Leanne not tanky enough. And a double kill to Maple Zoe is not the early game you'd want to see.
With Chenlun roaming, though, he's now going to lose a lot of this farm to the top lane, especially if the Shy can zone him off. So, yes, LNG are getting advantages for Maple, which is great for them. But you do have to look at Chenlun and say, hey, look, buddy, you're really starting to fall behind here. Look at the CS score and that level lead that the Shy is going to tick over to 7 with in just a second.
I'm sure he's happy just to get out of that lane in the end anyway. But now 2 kills onto Maple in the mid lane. He picks up the Mercury Treads. He's got an Amplifying Tome and 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. Even behind 10 CS, this is a much better early game than you'd be led to believe with the early dive towards the top side.
See as well, though, that IG are trying to get their solo lane rolling. They're trying to see if they can get Rookie with a little bit of help. Leanne was coming in to try and turn that around, but this is where we usually see Leanne take a step back, because oftentimes we've seen like Nidalees, we've seen a lot more of these hyper-aggressive early game junglers where you can get in, aggressively invade, take your camps, and use the pressure that the Shy and Rookie have created in the mid and the top side of the map. This Sejuani pick doesn't lend itself to that, though, because you're much slower, clear. You're not going to be able to get in as aggressively. You're the one that's on the back foot against XX. So this is why we're seeing now XX is having his way with the map, punishing where IG are usually strongest.
Pushing aggressively in that river, has control there with the ward up towards the top side. You can see the Shy even pulls back for a little bit and is now moving back to lane, while Southwind is going to spot him out. Cocoon doesn't land. XX also has to be careful here with the roaming support from Invictus Gaming. Duan is about to match that here. Doesn't have mobility boots, has gone for the Merc Tread, so a little bit slower to get out onto the map, but still here matching and shadowing the mid lane.
Duan did a very quick right turn once he saw that Southwind had already made his way up towards that top side and started to make his way down towards the bottom side. But now you can actually see that XX has decided to forego this top side, not looking towards the Rift Herald, seeing if he could pick off Callista instead.
Puff was actually trying to sandwich that one while Light stays in the wave. Now, Light has evened up a bit of the CS here in the Callista Tarek lane, so things going okay here for LNG.
So the IG have a pretty strong poke and siege composition right now, with the Rookie and the Shy being able to provide a good amount of that.
No damage. Oh, but hang on, Southwind actually might be in a bit of trouble. Dazzle comes through, Fate's Call going to be used. I don't know about aggressively here, because Maple's made the roam down. Trouble Bubble was close to tagging Southwind on the exit.
And here's found a bit of company in Maple and XX, so we'll quickly avoid them and make his way back into his own side of the jungle. But I like how aggressive LNG have been in this early game. One of the biggest concerns we've had for them is that they don't really look like a team. They've been a lot more kind of scavengers and opportunists, and oh, we've come across a play where we make things happen. This time around though, XX has been doing wonders in getting his team rolling in the early game. Maple is roaming out of his lane after securing those 2 kills. This is LNG starting to look a little bit more on the same page.
Do you remember earlier in the split when we saw Rogue Warriors go up against IG? The compliment we had for them was matching the aggression of Invictus Gaming, and we've seen many times before that's how teams beat out IG, by going pound for pound with them in the early plays. So far, LNG have done that here. They look to start the game off rolling, at least the series rather. At this point, notice Rookie has blue buff. We're looking mid because he has the shove, he has the wave under control, and he's got a sizable CS advantage here over Maple. And XX is nearby. Troll Bubble's going to land. That's not good. But Maple can't get the full range here as Cocoon nicely dodged away from Scatter the Weak to stop the play, but XX is still adamant on making it. Flashes away. Repel up into the wall. The range doesn't come through, but XX survives. And now another kill here to the Elise.
Heal from Maple used to keep XX nice and topped up, so no worries about going down to the Unleashed power. Now LNG can move over towards this Rift Herald, and this is a very different game from what I expected from LNG. They are controlling this early game beautifully.
Especially when they're already out of playoffs. I mean, a lot of teams, maybe the pressure comes off them and they're willing to, I don't know, they're able to play, I should say. A lot better quality of League of Legends. Rift Herald is half health, and this is just not going to be contested at all by Invictus Gaming.
And now that you've gotten this Rift Herald for LNG, well, they can back away, look at the dragon that's about to spawn. You can use this power that you can create in the mid lane thanks to the Rift Herald, that you can easily rotate over towards the dragon and pick that one up for themselves as well. So LNG very much in command of these objectives when it comes to the timing.
Now backing away with it. Where is he going to put it? Well, many, many lanes. A lot of time left for turret plating at this point as well. Okay, well, the Shy still hurts, by the way. Now that we've got a pickaxe and a serrated Dirk, I'm thinking Edge of Night.
It does seem like it, looking to try and avoid the ganks that could come through from XX. It's a very different style of build that we usually see from these chases. Oftentimes, if we are going towards this, you might see something like a Duskblade or even something more standard like the Youmuu's Ghostblade if you're going this lethality style of build. But definitely the Shy taking a step back here and saying, look, I need these defensive stats first.
But, I mean, taking a step back in the lane itself, he is not. Chen Lun is just backing away, realizing the threat of Rookie moving. Rookie's actually going bot with Luyan.
And this is now where Chen Lun, those early game advantages that the Shy got, won in pushing in the... Oh, hang on.
Okay, Glacial Prison's going to come through. XX moves away from Scatter the Weak as the Troll Bubble comes through, and Southwind gets thrown in with a Fate's Call at the last minute. IG did pick up the Dragon, but are not going to pick up their jungler. Maple takes another.
Nice one from Maple, managing to pick off Luyan in that situation. 2 Paddle Stars is all it takes to take down the Sejuani at this point, and a 3-kill Zoe can definitely put a wrench in the work for IG's plans. I want to go back to Chen Lun though, because this guy's really starting to struggle, and if the Shy is opting for this... Actually, no, there we go. The Manamune is picked up there, so this is where we're going to see the Shy going more towards this accelerated shock blast gameplay more so than the lethality style that we usually see. So wanting to opt into a siege and poke style more so than anything else.
As Rookie gets in trouble here in the mid lane, exhausts their ultimate launched up. Rookie, oh no, 0 and 3. I guess he's the one dying this game.
And now LNG can push in here. This is a fantastic call. They got the Rift Herald going down as well. They should crack up a mid lane turret here, and this will open up both sides of the map now for them to control, and that's really how they're going to have an opportunity to shut down IG.
LNG controlling the early game tempo. Bottom lane stopped here on the side of Puff and Southwind.
The problem here, though, is that even though they're getting the kills, they're getting the towers, it's the CS disadvantages that are in top, mid, and even in that bottom lane that are keeping IG at an even pace. The Shy as well, with all these turret plates he's kept up, is very far ahead of Chen Lun. So LNG are doing good, but they're not out of the woods yet.
At least Chen Lun was able to stop the push coming through before turret plating disappears. The Shy waiting in brush for him to come back to lane with a 40 CS lead, and that's growing pretty fast here. At this point, I want you to also note that Chen Lun has a lot of swords in his pocket, while The Shy actually picked up the Lucidity boots alongside that Mirror Mana, or Mana
And a
Mune.
Cole. So the Cole is already popped for him. So not only is it tower, turret plate, CS lead, the 300 gold from the Cole on top of everything. Like, the Shy is monstrous right now.
But Maple and XX are too. I'm waiting to see what XX actually build. The fact that, again, LNG have kept up in this pace means we're going to get pound for pound yet again. Maple just doesn't miss this game either.
So if we've got the Shy opting for this more tier-orientated build where he's going to be trying to poke as often as possible with these accelerated shock blasts, there is the opportunity for the Shy to just do that by himself in the top lane if he wants to and continuously clear these waves in a split push style, which could be an absolute nuisance for LNG. But if the Shy does group up and try and use...
grow up.
I know, grow up.
Grow
Yeah,
up, the
he's a
Shy.
growing boy. He's got his milk.
You know...
But it's Rookie and the Shy. If they grew up and they're poking underneath the tower, that can be a lot
On
more
that
of a different
note,
situation.
the Shy's only 20 years old.
Oh, wow.
I looked the other day, the Shy is only 20. That dude won Worlds at 18. He was born in 1996. I looked the other... Wait, no.
No,
He's
that
not
can't
20.
be right.
Hang on, I'm going to have to look this up.
Because I was like, he joined
No.
He was originally a streamer, joined WE, and then came to IG in 2017.
I'm still
I was
sure
like,
he's pretty much...
There's no way he was picked
I
up
got to check this. It wasn't 90. The year's not right. Hang on. Don't listen to hysterics.
Okay, either way, I'm going to go back to my point. So
you
the
go
Shy
talk.
can poke really well, and you're going to have Rookie who can do so underneath turrets as well. You know, you end up with this Scatter the Weak into Accelerate Shock Blast combo. You're going to take people out, but Maple's going to be really good at answering for that as well.
I was right. I just got the year wrong. He is 20. He's born in 1999. Imagine being this good at League of Legends and being 20 years old.
It just makes me feel old that a 20-year-old is from 1999.
99. Thank you to people who are clarifying that as well. So the Shy, with his youth, in this game especially, flash away from Southwind. Nice from XX. Just poking the bear. That kind of is his bottom lane.
And we got to look at IG because they stole away that last dragon as well off of the back timings from LNG. So now they're going to be looking to pick up this next dragon for themselves as well. This could put them onto Mountain Soul and make it a lot more difficult for LNG to pick them off.
Oh, but a flash forward from Dwan. Flash away from Rookie. The cleanse used as well. Man,
LNG from the Shy. They didn't want to keep going.
To go forward. Yeah, the teleport, as you mentioned, coming through. But no, the Shy says it's wave time. Sick. All right, let's get a turret. He doesn't care about fights, man. He wants gold. As, okay, maybe onto Dwan. The potential's there. Wow, Maple gets shocked and blasted. As Dwan now going to ult. This is a bit all over the place, but so a lot of IG's games. Fate's Call goes in. Southwind going to use the ultimate to go invulnerable. The Shy now back on in it, but Chenlun in a great position here until he gets turned on. The members of LNG are getting pretty low as Puff runs forward as well. Meanwhile, they have found Southwind as Light flashes forward. Good dazzle in the end. Everyone's so low. Finally, someone dies.
Maple!
The Moonlight Vigil and the Shock Blast both don't connect. Maple almost gets a kill on the back of that as well.
Maple is doing a lot of work for LNG here on this Zoe. He's managed to pick off the likes of Rookie to get him low and stop the advances of IG. Now LNG have managed to pick up the dragon for themselves, and this is good. This is really like LNG putting a fight against IG and forcing them back.
So tell me, IG is still up in gold though. You know, again, those lane advantages,
exactly.
right?
It's the turret plates for the Shy, it's the CS differences, and this is where it's still coming from. But this is why these fights are still incredibly close. And when you've got Maple who's on point with the Zoe, watch him over the wall here. He's picking off people continuously. So while we're watching the likes of the Shy chase down Shenlong, Maple is doing the work here on the back line. And that's the issue in this fight for IG is with that tower up, they can't chase the low health members of LNG, and LNG are the ones aggressing and finding the kills that they need.
This just went on for so long and only one person died in the end as well. Now that we're back in real time, okay, IG are going to get yet another turret here. The Shy's actually grouped up with the rest of mid, with Puff actually clearing this wave. Looking for a bit of burst damage to come through. That mid turret's still standing.
I'm looking to see how this Rift Herald is going to be addressed by LNG, because it feels like if you start to get the IG grouped up in this pit, Maple can make some magic happen. But the problem right now is that IG are bursting it down without LNG in a position, and this is a big issue that we've seen from LNG previously, where the Rift Herald control just hasn't quite been there. It's pretty much a coin cost as to whether they get it. And it's answered in this game as well. They get the first one, don't even bother to fight for the second one. And now there's a potential for them to lose their mid lane turret. But I was going to say with the Rift Tower, but it's not even with the Rift Tower.
Getting collapsed on though. IG make it out towards the top side where the Shy is pushing down a turret meanwhile, but Maple's working on this bottom side. So at least it's a trade until IG get positioned for the inner.
And that's the problem here. They can use this Rift Tower to take down the inner turret. IG are zoning Shenlong off of this top side. You're losing out on this trade, LNG.
This is going to get a charge towards the inhibitor turret in under 20 minutes. Suddenly, it's go time. Maple only now just backing. He has no TP to get in position.
And here's the siege we were talking about. Rookie and the Shy advancing forward, setting each other up for success.
Okay, IG, all fiber here. Base exposed at 20 minutes. The ult from Aphelios doesn't connect, so Light, opportunity not there as the Shy gets burst out. He sends some back to Maple, but Maple does more at this stage. But now with an exposed inhibitor, only IG would go forward.
But they really want this inhibitor. There's the redemption to keep members topped up on LNG side.
But now the collapse onto Shenlong in the base. Dwan now dead as well. 2 people dead. They send in Southwind. Cosmic Radiance not in time. He'll die as well. Repel into the air. IG underneath XX. They won't kill him, but they will get an inhibitor. The Shy almost dies. Maple is keeping this game alive, flushing forward, maybe XX is as well, but he's going to get engaged on. He's dead as well. Everyone jumps in, and now Aphelios has his thing. Yes, he does. He has his moment in the sun. IG is suddenly dead.
IG are dead, but LNG's base is in ruins. They've already lost the top inhibitor at 20 minutes, and when you're trying to protect that with this next dragon coming up, that's going to be so difficult to do. But look, Light, it was Infernum. It was grouped up low health members. Aphelios gets a triple kill.
And Baron spawns, so you know what that means? We're going to fight around something else. This day has been all about our years here in League of Legends, hasn't it?
It really
and
has
again, what is 100 plus 100? We got this at the end of the fight. Oh, God.
Yeah, there you go.
Stop it. Why do I have to
So here's the thing, though. Now you've got an Aphelios that has 4 kills, picks up a Rune and a Hex Trinker just off of that play alone. This Aphelios is really, really big now. So
Yeah.
IG, yes, you've got this top lane inhibitor down, and you can do work when you're from afar with the Shy and Rookie, but if LNG are able to aggress forward onto them, they'll go down pretty quickly.
I have to take note of items while you were looking at the Aphelios. I also want to note that Maple with 2 items there, that'll quickly become 3. Also, I hope for the Magi's. This is the game for Magi's. Just do it. Show the... What's a friendly word for... Show your tenacity against IG. Sorry, I was trying to keep this PG. Because LNG right now still have that gold, right? Even though gold is even across the board, the fact that they're even with IG, who had such big lane advantages, is to be commended. At this point, the Shy, remember, still doesn't have the Muramana just yet. He's got double lethality item. And now, Loyen says, let's flank. XX is just dead. Who does he die to? Give it to Puff. Puff is now growing as well. And there's a dragon there coming up soon.
XX, a bit unfortunate with the range on that repel. Wasn't quite able to get onto Leyan in the way that he hoped. And once he was up there, he knew he had nowhere else to go. Jumps back down into the waiting hands of IG. With that jungler down now, they can easily turn towards the Baron as IG. You've already got this Blade of the Rune King complete on Puff alongside the Rune's Hurricane. They will melt through this objective.
I mean, it's 22 minutes in. It wouldn't be IG if we didn't get maybe that. The Shy is level 14 alongside Maple. He says, should I go in? Probably not into 4 people, but that's a smart the Shy thought. As now they re-engage. Fate's Call here. The Aphelios ult comes out yet again. The hope for this fight diminishing here. With the Cosmic Radiance down yet again. LNG on the escape route. But Maple, one more taste of the porky pig here from Leyen. But he's just going to walk away as well. And he's pretty tanky at this point. So LNG, they've lost some members again as Light, watch out.
Takes a big old shock blast to the face, and now LNG trying to deal with this minion wave in the top side. Baron going, or not quite going over to IG, but IG will be able to turn towards this dragon and pick that one up for themselves, putting them onto Soul Point. And it feels like at IG now, despite this great early game from LNG, have found the success that they want.
Casting IG series, man, it's just
so strange.
Stupid. It's just like, again, when we talked at the start of this broadcast, or should I say the start of this series, Dagger and I were talking about the Shy and his career deaths being more than his career kills. As good dodge away. Now he's going to show us why he does get the kills. Just hold on that thought, ladies and gentlemen. XX in a bad position again. Spider in the air. Now dead. As the Shy is going to pick up 2 more kills. That was a really nice kite away. Again to the Shy. He's his own worst enemy. And that time around, he was his own best player.
And that's what makes it so upsetting to watch IG, is that you really don't know how they win in certain circumstances, but how they manage to keep things even, how they manage to keep themselves at a pace where they can go for plays like this. Because if you take away that scoreboard at the top and you say, hey, look, LNG, with that game the game you had earlier in this, you should have been able to pick up a victory for yourselves. It was all LNG all the way, but IG always finds just a couple of CS advantages, terror advantages, turret plates, and they always keep themselves in it.
And suddenly this game is at 3K. LNG looks so great, you're right, and the 2 most fed members are still fed. So there is that slight glimmer of hope. The Shy putting out a bit of damage. Juan up with the door, that's great. Muramana, by the way, now complete with another serrated Dirk on the way to be the 3rd lethality item. As that lands onto Rookie, really nice, but the ultimate comes through from Le Yen. Juan in a pickle now himself as the Shy hits over the wall. Rookie's one to pick up the kill. As Le Yen goes down, now the Shy's by himself, looking for the re-engage. He flashes away, but not in time. Getting caught out there is Invictus Gaming.
And this is what we talked about. If IG are setting up for the siege potential, they need to have LNG backed right the way off. If LNG are able to engage, they can kill IG. There's no one really tanky apart from Leyen, and he's not going to be able to survive
Rookie
everything.
has no health. I mean, I was very surprised for him to still be there.
So LNG now looking to take a tier 2. This is them looking like, okay, we've got some control back in this game, but the problem, as we said, is in 3 minutes, that Mountain Soul is spawning. And even if LNG move in to try and take that objective for themselves, the poke that IG can put down on them into that Dragon Pit will mean they'll lose the ensuing fight. So it's a lose-lose when that objective does come up. Here, though,
I mean,
despite the early plays from this play from IG is great, but here's the problem with the respawn coming in from LNG. LNG get the re-engage. They're already taking Rookie low. The Shy isn't able to put down damage onto some of the more crucial members like Light. And even Maple, because he can take his damage from way back field, is able to bring it forward despite his low health bar.
Chat, if you want advice to be a caster, you got to pick the Aphelios plays that you think are the absolute bane of anyone's existence. You can't look at them all and you can't say 200 for all of them. That's all I'm going to say about what we just saw there. A lot of damage, though, is coming out of Light here with 2 items, 2.5 here with the Hex Drinker. LNG getting back control of their jungle as the Dragon you mentioned will be up in 2 minutes. IG going to be backing away for now. I want to note that the Shy, who we've had a focus here on this game with his Jace, now has his 3rd lethality item plus the Muramana. Also note that Rocky, who's been hurt early in this game, now has the Void Staff 2nd.
And this is all just doubling down on, okay, we want to pick off these low health members like XX, Maple, and Light under these turrets, and then we can set ourselves up for a dive in conjunction with Leyan. Southwind to provide that Cosmic Radiance, but they still have to be careful on IG's side that they're not falling into this trap of, okay, we're going to go over towards this Dragon that's spawning in a minute, and giving LNG the setup where they can dive onto us once again. We saw what just happened underneath this mid lane turret, so IG still need to be careful when they approach these objectives.
You just don't say the C word with IG, okay? Careful is not in their vocabulary. IG will make the same play over and over again. As this Baron expires, expect them to make the play like they do have Baron, right? 45 seconds till the Dragon, as you mentioned.
Now we've got a GA complete onto Light, though, so this is a little bit more difficult for you to try and take down this Aphelios. But now we got the poke from
potential, yeah. Southwind is in a pickle himself. He's going to get fates called. IG re-engaged with him, though. Southwind is sent to death, as Guan will die as well. Here comes Leyan and the Shy. That was ambitious. As Maple setting up in position, he has Blade of the Ruined King. Wow! The Shy gets him to 1/4 of his health, now goes in, almost dies himself. In fact, is very close to getting killed. The Shy gets flashed on. Chenlun wants some revenge. Aphelios hits everyone. As Light has the range, Maple gets a double trouble bubble. And LNG are still fighting back.
LNG are not out of this game yet. They will now turn over and pick up the Dragon as the reward, taking that timer off of their backs for another few minutes. And LNG, oh, hang on, this is a teleport coming in.
Oh, it's the Shy as well. Here we go. He's running at the
Wait
speed of light. He ran into a trouble bubble. Uh-oh. The Shy now low and lights after it. What form of the Shy are we going to get? I'll tell you one thing. That was definitely not the positive one.
If you ever wanted to see the face of instant regret, you can tune into the IG webcam of the Shy there.
Do you know that run meme that was there before? You know, like, run. Yeah, that's literally, yeah. That's the Shy. That was that moment of the Shy. By the way, best top laner in the world as we look at the replay.
Chenlun, I like that he's trying to play aggressive here and sets up the rest of LNG here. And Chenlun, I mean, look, he's been wailed on in this game, but definitely having, at least attempting to have the impact there is what I want to see from these rookies, because this is where you will find some sort of success. But, I mean, Chenlun, you did a lot better than the Shy did in this play.
I mean, I gotta say, like, if he dodges a trouble bubble, that probably turns into, like, a Shy 1v2. Maybe not killing White, but killing Maple. Who knows? Who knows?
I would think I'll put my money onto the 7-0 Zoe and the 5-0 Felios.
Dude, he's got a Rabadon's death cap. And again, like, while this seems a little bit memey for IG, remember that this series is all about securing first place. To get the easiest side of the bracket.
And it's going to be tough, because we said, okay, look, the Shy and Rookie want to set up for this siege potential where they can push at people underneath the turret with all this damage, but Maple's been able to respond to that now, especially now that he's got the 7 kills underneath his belt. So LNG are in a really good spot, and they're controlling vision at this Baron, so if IG try and push in, they're going to find themselves on the business end of all the damage LNG are now packing.
It's super impressive to see LNG. Like, let's take a note to stop and a moment, excuse me, to say that LNG are out of playoffs. They're the bottom 2 team at the moment in the LPL, and they are performing well. Like, it's not IG handing this game on a silver platter. It is LNG taking it from them. And with these Fed members you talk about still in front of this Baron, with the game getting later and later, get to a point where LNG are getting more and more comfortable.
And it's a problem now, because we really were looking at IG as this team that we are opting for Worlds with, where we want to see what the IG can do in these big games. But when they're falling behind against teams that are, so I want to actually rephrase that, because basically they'll get their leads in lane, where you're getting the kills and the gold and just outright beating your opponents through raw skill. But this is where LNG are outthinking them and outsmarting them, and they're not able to carry that raw skill into their team fights. If they move forward onto an international stage, that raw skill won't be as big of an issue for some of the other teams. And if they can't have the mechanicals, are they not
okay, well, we're going to have to pause you, Dagda, because IG say it's time to go on in. Aphelios does his thing yet again. Unleash power is great here. Solo lane survival lay in there as well. They flash on in. That scout of the week split them apart, but now the Shy is dead. And LNG always had the gold here. It was close, but LNG, never mind. They got 4 alive. They just smashed them.
And that's what we're talking about, the outthinking from LNG, going towards the pit, drawing IG into them, and they can turn on a dime with Zoe, with the Felios, and rip through them. 8-0 for both the carries here in LNG.
I guess it's just game over at this point. As LNG, they might not be in playoffs, but they can stamp their authority here over Invictus Gaming. They may be the first place team, but they got rolled like they weren't here from LNG.
LNG still looking to upset our bracket. Even if they can't make it towards the playoffs, they can ruin IG's day. And this was LNG. We talked about playing a very smart game, picking off this early game pressure where they didn't really, I thought to begin with that they would have struggled with XX, because there was winning lanes across the board for IG, but XX did a great job of getting towards the top lane, picking up a kill for himself. Mid lane, setting up Maple for success. And Light in this bottom side against a very potent lane in Tark and Kalista ended up coming out on top as well.
At this point, I'm so uncertain because, you know, LNG played well, but IG just had one of their happy games, right? As stated a couple of years ago, IG do have happy games. Or was that FPX? I don't know. But this was definitely a happy game where we had some good moments and we definitely had some questionable ones, like throwing Southwind into the team of 5 people from the bottom lane. Now they're like, we're having a happy game as well.
And the Shy's TP, I think, was
that was a happy moment, yeah.
But now we got to look and see, okay, so if we're coming into this and LNG are playing this smarter game, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to pick off IG here. We need to see a step up coming through from Leyen. I think this Sejuani pick didn't really work out. This is not a Leyen pick classically, and it showed here because IG were struggling without this jungler that could be as aggressive and match XX's pressure.
Isn't it funny that for LPL fans out there, I'm talking to you, as LS would put it, savants. LNG with a team that 3-0'd IG in the playoff bracket round 1 in summer last year. LNG with a team that took them out and IG had to run the regional finals. They were the 3rd seed and only just managed to beat Top Esports in a 5-game series. So LNG once again have their number even a year later. It's quite incredible that we're in this situation again where LNG are kind of one step away from not knocking out IG, but at least taking a win here at the end of the split.
And potentially knocking them down in that standings, because don't forget, this is IG securing their first place in this series. But if they can't do that, well, Top tomorrow, or FPX even tomorrow with a win over Top could match back and take that first spot.
And will if IG lose this series here. You can see the goal difference. IG were ahead, but LNG always had Maple, always had Light. And in this game, it's always that conversation, right? A lot of people will tune in, a lot of more of our casual or international audience will tune in and they'll say, why are you guys, like looking at IG like this? Why are you laughing about IG? It's because IG always do this. They have these crazy / happy games, and then they come back and they really fire. It's like they knuckle down after that. So we do need to see how LNG play the rest of the series, but it is a good sign towards summer that this team can actually show us a bit of consistency across the roster.
And I think it does have to come back to that draft. Talk about Leyen having a little bit more proactivity in this early game. Sejuani doesn't really allow that, and it didn't really feel like the IG style. It was, yes, 3 winning lanes, but when XX was dominating that jungle matchup, well, that was where the issue started to rise. And a different breed of LNG. We saw Maple starting to roam from his lane, where XX was being the one that was actually getting the ganks off to begin with. Oftentimes you see a little bit less proactivity from XX. So I'm happy to see that LNG can still show this side of them, even when they don't have to push forward and try and make the playoffs.
There's a good game one from LNG, simple as that. We're going to go to a break. When we return, see if IG can fight back, or if LNG can just say, nope, you're not getting first place today. After this.
好在这个位置依然是有察觉到，一点大招刮一下，
刮到了千珏，刮到千珏还可以，正面这个位置，
在这边
又来了，
开吗？打得好，但在小五被秒了。这边他千珏的大招怎么开？千珏没开大，直接被杀，又被秒掉。我的大招撞得非常的好，这波感觉 RNG 有点炸，小龙宝没开出大。
狼行这里能拖多长时间吧？
拖不住了，拖不住这波肯定要死，25分钟。大龙有没有说法？
后面有兄弟是帮忙阻止了一下 VG 其他人的进场。Nico 和鳄鱼的位置刚才很好，
有了这条风龙 ，VG 更好去拉扯了，就看能不能关车到。
哎，卡塔丁这个位置，正面谁来开？直接进场了，打了一套，拉回来，想秒巨魔，但巨魔太肉了呀，位置的选择不太好，这面可以撤了，结果砍上来，芒泽这个位置交出自己闪现，Nico进场打出4个人，但是伤害够不够？卡塔丁先斩掉了飞机，
后续这边卡丁进场之后被虚弱套到了，威武这边的伤害不是很够，主流箱这边一个血线很差，后续吃到之后，塔姆拿下卡丁一个大人头，
哇，这一波剑魔发挥了呀！哎呦，没有刘斯洛弗兰也不在正面，其实你看 VG 这个正面，他们的清兵能力也很有限啊。
金属在塔前很扛啊，扛得住的呀！
我的天哪，这里差一丝，洛弗兰上来直接被塔姆吃进去，没踩到。剑魔被秒了，奥拉夫残血交出闪现拉开距离，
小韩这边也被秒。
哇，勒弗兰这波发挥了呀！正面一波4打5，勒弗兰在斩掉2人之后，也是
被小东被换掉了。
双射手安竟然第一时间不能被
哎，照到有人回城了，那这边可以开了。
大叔 TP 的位置有点刁钻。
EZ
直接给大叔
再踢回来，大叔这个位置要爆了，EZ 被爆到。
换风
，EZ 被秒了吗？
哎呦，换风这个闪现。虚弱挂错人了，挂了个假猴，里面做他的还是大招，
又没开出来吧？
小老板连被秒，而且阿明直接锤死了梅鲁斯，这波感觉是苏迪那个追击之势。我这波感觉 RNG 有点炸，
要溜，勒弗兰创造不了奇迹，这个时候只能撤了。
这边能撤几个吧？反而是被方 plus 这边撕破了一个伤口，
不太应该啊，真的，因为当时先看一下这里飙到，要不要上去 PK 一下？
这波 RW， 哎，还要打公子哥开大招，但是好像伤害回上来了，哈尔这边没技能了，很尴尬。一个 Q 给他砸到，最后一个 Q 闪。
Well, how many times can you say IG doing IG things? I'm not going to say it here. LNG killed them. Killed them all. And game one was LNG's success, even though they're out of playoffs. Good start to the series. Dagda, Hysterics. Maple was fed. Maple gets MVP. Let's go to game two. I'm very much ready.
All right, let's keep this rolling, folks. Let's keep. But still, no, very good play from Maple. And as we talked about, I like to see Maple taking new agency into his play, where he pushing the lane, starting to roam, because this is one of the big factors that I saw lacking from Maple, especially coming off of Suni.
Yeah.
With this ambush predator style we're used to with Maple, I expected to see him more active on the map, but now in this game, we finally saw Maple get out and have influence on the rest of the map, and he looked spectacular as a result.
I mean, Maple Zoe was just a class act at this point. If they weren't out of playoffs, you'd think that LNG in this game looked like a playoff team, despite what IG were doing. I mean, the double paddle star was gorgeous, and even this last fight, although I thought it looked close, it was still Maple from the rear, right?
And this is the problem that IG were having in a lot of situations, was they could get Maple low but couldn't count him out because they couldn't finish off the damage. And it was after you'd seen the engage come through from LNG where Maple really shone, where a Cocoon was landing, or even his own Trouble Bulble was landing and setting him up to consistently pick off members of IG.
Yep.
And unfortunately, when it was only Lian who was the tanky member, and yeah, kind of Tarek, it's not going to be able to enough to sustain the amount of just gold that had gone into that Maple pick.
Now we have to discover, are IG better than V5 or not, right? Because that's my growing question. I'm just saying. Because V5, they've shown us they can be a good team, and IG, that game one, did not look that great. There's a lot of question marks here, but there always is. I mean, game two is all about, like, if IG can recover, if they can show us something here, if they can be more consistent. Because that was an open inhibitor towards top in under 20 minutes. And then the game lost fights from there. So,
I want to see them come back to a little bit more agency in the jungle. We talked about Leon. Yeah, I know he's played the Sejuani before, but definitely I feel like the new style of IG that he's had the most success on is where he can get into the face of the enemy jungler.
Yeah,
be
like
a little bit
right?
more of annoyance for them. And I think that's where, especially when you've got the Shy who's pushing in, Rookie 9 times out of 10 is pushing in as well, you can use that advantage to try and help out. And then, or even work in getting vision control in the enemy jungle to allow Rookie to roam topside, because oftentimes we see Rookie setting up the Shy for success as well.
Like we saw in that game 1 where he roamed up in level 3.
Yeah, and that's what we usually see from IG. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough this time around, because XX was on point picking off kills top, mid, objectives, and even though IG had started to set themselves up for success with the Dragon, they couldn't solidify that because LNG had all these advantages and a big Aphelios come that third drink.
XX just had one of his better games as well, I think. Chenlong, there's no subs here on the side of LNG, so it will be Chenlong yet again, who survived all the bullying that came from Victus Gaming, while we now have IG on blue, yet again LNG on red. Look at the bans coming through, look at the moves. IG, what is your third ban going to be?
I imagine that it is going to be that Trundle ban once again. That was what they went for in the last one. Or they could even try and pick that up for Leyan themselves, but not going to be the case. And on the opposite side, LNG could go back. We've seen the Senna, we've seen this Lucian. The Kalista was left through in the last game, but they're going to ban the Jace. Chenlong did not have a fun time, and especially when I was looking at Chenlong coming into this series, he was 250 gold behind the 15. I feel like that stat has slightly large in this series.
I'm curious now, Varus or Kalista? After that game 1?
Yeah, I mean, you can still get the Taric for yourself if you want to. And as well, over on the opposite side, you can still go with the Aphelios here for light. So both these guys are going to be happy. I still think I prefer to see IG keep this Kalista open as a flex and not prioritize picking up the likes of the mid laner here for Rookie, instead going and getting Leyan, something he can become.
I'm so curious because a lot of the time when I mentioned a lot of teams will first ban Kalista against IG for this reason. Like the strength that we've seen multiple years through playoff series with IG, but they can rely on these flexes. But my point is, Varus was always looked at first by Invictus Gaming as a priority, and now you get your agency in the draft, you get your agency in the jungle, and Rookie also returns to the Syndra.
So it means that when we're looking at LNG, they're probably thanking their lucky stars that Taric isn't locked in here again, because usually Taric can be a real pain to deal with the Kalista. Southwind, though, couldn't quite get the timing right because of the poke that was coming through from Maple. Makes it a little bit more wonky to have the correct timing in Cosmic Radiance. However, strong set for IG here with agency we talked about in the jungle, Rookie still on this solid blind pick in the mid lane, or even affects the bottom lane if Kalista's going top. Still got a lot of flexibility here at the IG setup.
We don't see much Syndra towards the bottom lane here in the LPL. They do it a lot in the LEC. I don't believe we saw that in the last playoff series with Mad Lions and G2, but I know that it's very possible. And we did see a Vayne though, and if anyone's going to pull out Vayne, it would be IG. As now, let's see where we go with this draft, because we got a Taric ban. Taric not picked up in the first rotation instead of this Lee Sin.
That makes sense, so we're going to get rid of the Taric. Possibly to get rid of the likes of the Thresh or something here as well. Southwind has looked really good on the Thresh in the past, and just gives a lot of control to that bottom side of the map of IG, which is definitely not what you want when you've got this likes of the Aphelios here who wants to try and scale up.
We also have a Thresh ban. I want to ask you though, Zoe gone? We get rid of Zoe here?
I think so. I think when you just saw that Maple's more than happy to play out this lane and get some help from XX, which you can still get thanks to this Rek'Sai in the jungle, I'd imagine that is going to be a ban towards the Zoe.
Oh, Rumble. Well, Maple, rinse and repeat then.
Yeah, why not go for it? The only thing here that's changed is instead of having the Cocoon here coming through from XX, you can still have him provide that CC and setup in these scenarios. So I do like this if they want to go for the Zoe, and then you can leave a little bit more blind for your support and make sure that you're getting a good matchup there for your bottom lane.
And now we get to find out. Hang on. Please. We haven't seen the Shy's Kalista since week 2. Week 2 or 3. They only got to play it in one series, and he won both times. Puff is a great Ezreal as well. I'm excited for that too. Please, 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 please.
There we go. Okay.
Here we go.
So this could be the Yuumi pickup here as well, which we've seen paired pretty often with the Ezreal. And I think that could work really well in just dissuading any of this aggression in the bottom side of the map and allowing Leyan to focus on the likes of the Shy with Rookie in tow.
Isn't it kind of funny because even though Flandre is not playing, the only other person to play at top here in the LPL was Flandre on LNG. So Chenlong's going to get a taste of the medicine. As you want to see the Yuumi, I agree, but we're going to get the Braum.
So this is the Braum to try and counteract Maple's poke and keep some of the members safe if a Trouble Bubble does come their way. So I can understand why they're going for it, but I think the Yuumi could have been just as good in just providing a bunch of heals, especially for such a squishy team as IG. But now you've got what is the Shy, split push all day, a lot of wave clear coming through from Rookie, and Puff being able to keep himself safe means the Southwind can be on protect the Rookie dude.
Last time we saw the Shy and Kalista was versus Vici Gaming. That was like week 2, week 3, the 11th of March. That was a month ago. And against Vici, he won both times, 4-4 and 6, 2-2 and 4. The Sanguine Blade and Blade of the Ruined King for that solo lane threat. So we'll see if it has the same success here, because no one has really let this through. It's now come to their last series where he does get to try again.
We'll have to see if they will find success. I'm liking what LNG have opted for here, actually, on that last support pick. Going towards the Rakan.
Sure.
When you see a Braum and an Ezreal, you know that there's not going to be a heavy engage or anyone that's really going to be trying to fight this Aphelios. So Dwan here has opted to say, look, I'm going to go roam the map. I'm going to get ourselves ahead and set up LNG for success. And if IG don't have the 4-man on the bottom side of the map in an advantageous position, it makes it a lot easier for LNG to sweep through and deal with the Shy in the top
As
side.
we saw, the tempo advantage to LNG pretty much at all parts of the game. The only time was IG pushing top, but that meant nothing in the end. So props to LNG for taking us to a game 1 advantage.
I just want to say, Chenlum, though, I'm real sorry, buddy. This is a horrible matchup for the Aatrox. Every time you try and land a Darkened Blade, well, Kallista's jumped away from it. Whenever you try to land an Infernal Chains, Kallista's hopped out of the chains. It's just not fun, ever.
Dagda, you said it so well. Game 2, the Shy, finally. 6 weeks later, you can hear in your ear, he's binding someone. We look at the Pokeball Cup. We stand back and we say, welcome to Summoner's Rift here. The Shy on Kalista top. And IG here with a game disadvantage. Now, let's talk about Kalista top, because Dagda, when this was first seen, I did the research all the way back. We got Halo Blades up there, and you talk about the potential here for him to dominate lane.
So the idea here for the Shy is, especially when you opt towards the Halo Blades, is you start to attack a few of these creeps, get your Ren Spears in towards them, and then jump aggressively onto Chenlun. 3 quick auto attacks, rend the creeps that you have, so then you've got that reset onto your end. You've already hit the slow and a bunch of damage onto Chenlun, and you can continue this aggressive style forward. Aatrox, as well, as we talked about, sucks at trying to lock down this Kalista, which makes it even easier for the Shy to play that aggressive style.
Also, I want to tell you that if no one knows this already, of course, when you use your Q, use the Pierce through a minion that's about to die, those Ren stacks follow and hit whoever it hits behind. So the secret to trading here as the Kalista is hit that back line, Q through it as well, and then trade in the Aatrox while you have a Rend available on another minion, so you get the reset because of the minion kill. If that was hard to track, I do apologize, but the Shy is going to be zoning out here with the Halo Blades. He just has to dodge the Q, and there you go. There's the first look there with the Ren trade, as we're going to see how much attention XX provides to this top lane.
And I love that the Shy is opted for the Cull here as well, so giving him a little bit of lifesteal, yeah, that's good, but definitely getting that gold injection the Shy wants, because at the beginning he's just looking to farm up, but the Shy is pushing this wave incredibly fast. This is the problem with this Kalista top, is that because you're rending the creeps to get the damage onto Chenlun, you do leave yourself exposed for ganks. So I want to see XX make his way up here, but he's already cleared this top side jungle, so may just opt to go bot side instead.
Surprised to see XX with Halo Blades on Rek'Sai. The Rek'Sais we've only pretty much seen the Conqueror, but Redemption hit early. I had gripes with this yesterday. We saw yesterday, I can't remember the matchup, I think it was, maybe it was Suning, where the Zoe mid in Angel picked up a Redemption, and SOFM got first blood off of it. And Redemption at level 3 for a Zoe, I mean, that's another silly point. Come on. As we're looking towards topside again to re-establish our ground. IG has a massive wave up here, especially the Shy. Chenlun, as you said, is in a bit of a nightmare.
This is not fun for Chenlun, and unfortunately with the waylay on his paths as well, the Shy knows that he's safe to go for this. Doesn't have vision on where XX is, but XX has gone towards the bottom side. He should be trying to help out Chenlun.
You know what the worst part is? We're going to get home, we're going to play some League of Legends, and we're going to get Kalista top, Kalista top, Kalista top.
Yeah, for me.
And then, yeah, well, sir, I'm going to be honest, we're not going to be as good as this at all. Chenlun struggling to move up to this wave. half a turret plate already gone here. The Shy stands near turret.
I'll make a deal with you instead. I'll take the Callista support, and then we can try and make it
Oh,
work instead.
yeah.
You know, that'll be fine. But no, I still think this is definitely a very potent lane for the Shy. But the problem is that XX, we aren't seeing him try and have an influence on the map as early as he did with the Elise, and especially when you're on this Rek'Sai pick, you should be going for it, doubling down on the fact that you've got this Hail of Blades. You're trying to burst out members very quickly. That's exactly why you take this Hail of Blades, to burst down low health members like this Callista for the Shy.
And Leyen spots him out, but XX knows he's there as well. That's the bonus of the lens while you're burrowed. So just going to be backing away now, while Leyen is actually pathing towards the top side, but hovering mid at the same time.
So this is where Leon is going to live right now. He's going to move in, he's going to try and steal away a few camps, but what he's trying to do is path between the Shy and Rookie to help both these lanes.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, no.
Dear Lord. He doesn't have the Halo Blaze, but the flash is gone. The Pierce does not connect. There you go. The potency of the matchup. Leyen is here as well. But XX with the response. This could be bad for Leyen.
Oh, he finds it, though.
Sonic Wave safeguard out. XX looking for the engage. He has flash available, but doesn't want to use it. The Shy steps a bit too far forward. Has to burn his own flash. Now for the Callista. Almost turned sour. Has to burn his flash, though, which is big.
Which is great for Chenlun, because if he was getting chased down with the slows from the Rend, but hang on a second, Chenlun. Watch out for Leon here, but still we can see as well, Duan, how effective he can be in getting out onto this map early, because you don't have to worry about Puff and Southwind.
Big Krug to Leyen through a Sonic Wave, and Chenlun now has to respect that he's here, while we have a mid 1v1 off to the river.
The
Rookie
cleanse
is in so much trouble here. Maple with the passive W damage, flashes on in, saved by the bottom lane, while meanwhile top, Callista first blood. What the heck do we miss? Chenlun now very happy.
Get him, Duan! Get him! Go on, you can do this. I've seen Rakans win this.
No, okay, well, he's out now. If Duan follows this, I think he could die.
Leon is going to back off, but this is where, okay, Maple now winning out again in this mid lane matchup. Unfortunately, tried to time the flash to get over the Scatter of the Weak, but couldn't quite do it. So not going to pick up the kill, but controlling the wave once again. And on this top side, with how low they were, this feels like it's going to be the Shy TP'd into his death again. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, he TP'd before, but Duan with the roam, you mentioned it in Champions, like the ability to really get across the map.
And it's because you don't have to worry about Puff and Southwind, right? They can't go aggressive in that bottom lane, and Light is free to farm underneath his turret without too much worries of an aggressive dive, because Puff doesn't have the damage to try and take down Light by himself with Southwind. So now, Duan helping out topside. You had the TP come in from the Shy straight off the bat and to his death. So that's actually Chenlun. Only has 16 CS, but at least he's getting the farming experience.
At least he got a kill for a bit of that gold as well. I will say, though, this doesn't end with one gank. From what I know about this top lane, the Shy continues pushing, he continues in the side lane, and with the Sanguine Blade, he doesn't stop, right? You need so much attention to stop this Callista from actually just winning through pushing.
And he often opts towards the lethality first rather than going for the boots. When we look at an AD carry, you want to try and get those boots so then you got the further leap and the longer jump and more damage, and it's all great and dandy, but not when you're in this stall, because you're all lane focused. You're trying to just get as much of that flat armor pen as early as possible.
To support that as well, notice that there is no point in his Sentinel, because you do not get the passive from your kin, what do we call it? The kin?
Yeah.
The
Blackbeard person.
Oathsworn. Because you have no one Oathsworn. Now, you normally tether the jungler as well. We'll see when the Shy comes into Rage of Leyen, but it doesn't look like he's actually tethered anyone yet. We heard it at the start of the game.
I wonder if it's Rookie.
Maybe.
So remember what we talked about. So Rookie's the only person that's actually going to struggle to get away.
Who is it?
Oh.
I guess the Chinese castles were asking the same thing.
Okay,
it is actually Leyen, but because no Sentinel, you don't get that chain. You know, the ethereal chain.
I'm impressed that we managed to, like, that was great timing.
That was, by the way, we have no communication with the Chinese production crew, so thank you so much. That was just, wow. As I guess we get our answer as Duan is going to get one himself. Good true shot barrage from Puff. Duan is now low.
Can look to try and at least get those quills to heal himself back up, though. Once he doesn't get popped too quickly by Puff, still needs to be relatively safe here. You can see already starting to heal his way up.
Ooh, Arcane shift forward. Never mind.
Yeah, they want to clear this wave for Light. He wants to try and get underneath the tower. Southwind, though, being a nuisance here and keeping the rest of the bottom lane of LNG at bay, so they can't push as effectively as they want.
I mean, this is why we go into the conversation of Jacular Balan versus Puff and Southwind now in 2020. Puff and Southwind are finding their groove here in this bottom lane, and it does look like a Jacular Balan style bottom lane. Like the Ezreal winning out in CS here down in this lane. Now, of course, that's because Dwan roamed up and we saw the Aphelios left on an island for a little bit, but still having a good time here with the trading.
And that's because, I mean, look, Puff and Southwind have been playing together for years at this stage. They started on Red Wolf Gaming back in spring 2017, so these guys know each other's playstyles in and out. They know how everyone's going to react in every situation. So they don't even have to talk. They'll be on the same page.
I mean, Puff and Southwind, yeah, that 2017 LSPL summer promo. We look across the map, though, bringing you back into Summoner's Rift. IG do have a 1k gold lead. They have traded Dragon for Herald. Oh, no. Herald to the Shy is going to be Chenlun's nightmare.
And exactly how he won out in the last series as well. This was what they did for IG, was all their focus into the Shy, and it worked out wonderfully for them. And there hasn't been these follow-up ganks that you talked about, hysterics from XX, trying to push down the Shy. So now they can take the Shy with all this gold injection he's just got. 6 more CS until that cold pops as well. This could be a massive back for this Kalista. Go towards bottom lane and try and get some good work
This
there.
is why it's so annoying it doesn't stop. Sonic Wave connects. They're actually going for the dive. We need to look topless. Meanwhile, there's going to be a trouble bubble here. The 1 versus 1 through the mid lane becomes interesting. Unleashed Power is available. Rookie doesn't have enough orbs. Now launches it into Maple. Good dodge away, but Maple's passive takes him down. The dive did stop in the top lane. Leyan, believe, went in. No summoners were burnt. Chenlun does have flash, though, while getting pushed under this turret.
The Shy has 1 CS left, which is why you know he's going to stick around for this next minion wave. But because he's poked out Chenlun, they could actually try and take this top lane turret. Leyan is here. The IG know that XX is on that bottom side because he showed to try and help taking the turret plates. So this will be a tier 2 in the top side going down for IG, although Dwan has roamed up to try and dissuade that.
Props to Maple from that play. Taking a 1-on-1 versus Rookie again. This time he wins out, gets his first kill of the game, and turret plating. Maple is having one hell of a series.
The problem here, though, is that 2 kills are over towards LNG, but there's a 1,500 gold lead for IG at the moment. And that is all through the Shy, it's through the Cull, it's through the turret plates, and the 50 CS lead that the Shy has managed to pick up for himself. Sanguine Blade now completed only makes this even more obnoxious to deal with.
So, of course, we'll continue watching the top side. The rest of the map seems to be a bit fickle for IG, back and forth. Plus now that kill favors the matchup here for Maple. As with that Sanguine Blade and Berserker Greaves plus Longsword. A lot more damage now available. Pings are going down there saying, where is the Shy? But he's just going to return to that same lane. He doesn't really move. He doesn't really interact with the rest of IG.
Well, that's the thing. Especially when you got Sanguine Blade, you can't. You need to be by yourself in the lane, 1v1 against the top side to get the stats that you want out of that item. So the Shy has already told the rest of the game that I will only go against Chenlun. And the Shy is happy with that. Chenlun is struggling right now, and it's only getting worse because the Berserker's Greaves make it easier for the Shy to get away from any of the lockdown Chenlun has. And it means as well that he can chase him down so much more effectively.
And also, because people don't see this item much, don't forget Sanguine Blade works even if your jungler's there. It's only about the enemies that come through. Above 1 and you lose the lethality and the lifesteal. Chenlun is stuck around for way too long. He's going to use the World Ender. And the world ending for no one at the moment. The Shy getting forced out. It's going to see XX here on the end of this ward's life. Just backs away.
LNG, just like Vici when we last saw this Kalista, are struggling to deal with it now. This gold lead is very quickly ramping up, and a lot of it is on the Shy. And unfortunately, LNG aren't in a position now to really respond to this. I think IG, though, need to start swapping the Shy around, because at this stage, pushing in this aggressively is only going to net a lot more problems, where maybe you can get the shutdown with XX.
Turret plating as well, right? Like, yeah. if it came through a little bit earlier, where Puff and Southwind went up to the top side of the map, we might have seen the Shy look to push 5 bits of turret plating, or 4 at the moment, in this bottom lane. But not the case.
So there is an opportunity when the dragon spawns in. Oh, hang on.
Unleashed Power. Flash away, though. Flash responded to, and Rookie's dead again. He is not having a good series.
No, this Syndra pick hasn't worked out for him. Maple, with the support of XX, has done a great job to shut this lane down. Now the Shy is actually TPing, and I don't agree with this. I would have preferred the Shy to stay in this top lane. I was about to say with the Dragon spawning in a minute, that's the opportunity for the Shy to maybe put some pressure on this inhibitor turret in the top lane. Now,
Light a bit too far forward. The Brom ulti lays down. The Glacial Fish is good to slow, but now Leyen is in trouble. Maple is fed yet again. We look towards the bottom lane. Exhaust comes through onto Puff, but Light and Tuan survive. Maple now here. Puff gonna die, and yes! He does stick around in time. Maple has a flash. This Zoe mobile as anything. They run, they dive, they want to kill Southwind too, and yep, that's a mistake from XX, but still, LNG net win as... Oh, he's still in here. Maple's going to be spotted out. No flash until he has his own. Yes, he does, excuse me. There is a flash, but no ulti for Rookie is what I meant to say. As, oh, this game's gotten very silly, very fast. Maple almost dies there. Cleanses away versus 3. Tuan now in trouble as well. Scout of the Week is available. Not going to be used.
But the Shy is getting the mid lane turret.
Yep.
The whole time this is going on, the Shy, after teleporting to the mid lane, got the turret plating, got the kill onto that tower. Now, IG do lose bottom lane, but I'll take a bot tier 1 for a mid tier 1 any day, especially when it's building up this split pushing shot.
Well, let's watch that chain of events again, though, shall we?
Do we have to?
We do.
We're going to see LNG setting this up. I like the play again. I'm talking about Maple getting out of lane. This is exactly what we wanted to see from this guy. Fortunately, though, it goes a bit AWOL when XX goes too deep. LNG then stick around to try and see if they can pick off Rookie, and that's where the play starts to go a bit, well, berserk. Now we're looking towards what is going to be the Dragon still on the bottom side of the map, but the Shy is having company here from Tuan.
Remember, it's about spacing here, but now with 2 people here, the Sanguine Blade rendered a little bit useless, but he has the Cutlass. So the Shy is still massively fed. 720 gold taken off turret plating. All 5 in the top lane, and he got 2 mid.
Crazy mental lifesteal as well for the Shy. So even if that Sanguine Blade isn't quite up to par, even just the raw Vamp Scepters that are in that build make it really tough for the likes of LNG to take him down. He's 0-1-0, but do not let that fool you as to how far ahead the Shy is. If you even compare it to the other AD carries that are there, he's half an item essentially above the likes of Light and Puff right now.
That's why I like that the bottom lane moves up. The duo lane, negating that effect is at least good. Blade of the Wrong King picked up though, so I'm going to hold my words for now.
Full item ahead of the AD carries on both sides.
And I mean, look, Chenlun, people are going, this Aatrox, but it's like, what can you do here? You're set up to fail and absorb the pressure, while the rest of their map is actually succeeding.
And this is the thing, this isn't Chenlun, this is a horrific matchup. That's why we stated at the very beginning that you're going to have a good time, and Chenlun, especially when you're against the Shy who loves to bully, you're going to be able to do
Sorry, that eye was just not popping. That was... okay. But you're right, sorry to interrupt you there, Dag. That was just outraged.
Oh, you're good. It's kind of me beating a dead horse at this stage with the way that the Shy is going, and unfortunately,
I'm doing it as well.
When LNG aren't really in a position... Oh, this is just bullying now. Leave Chenlun alone!
It's
He's
not
only
even
a
the Shy anymore. Where is this Callista, by the way? Let's look on the minimap. Oh, she's coming out of base. Okay. Another dagger. So from this point, just coming back, while Chenlun survives the bullying attempt... Not out of time, am I?
I'm not certain. I would like to think IG are going to back away because there's nothing to fight over, but you never know because it's IG. Still, though, yeah, I think with the play being forced back on the bottom side, Chenlun still keeping control of this tower. Well, LNG are holding on to these outer turrets, but I want to see... Oh, my God, the Shy...
11.4 CS a minute.
That is 3,600 gold above his lane opponent, right?
That is correct.
That's a lot of gold.
And XX has just walked into him. No one else there for now. The ultimate use, that means he's isolated. Sanguine Blade returns, and goodbye immediately to XX.
They do manage to crack the mid lane turret though as LNG, so maybe, just maybe LNG can use this map pressure to push in, get some vision, and still fight in this 4v4. That's where LNG are their most strong, but the Shy doesn't care.
Troll Bubble gonna land there. You know, the chances of G2 Fnatic watching this before their finals is high. A quick shout out there for watching the LPL. But if any of them watch this and say, you know what's a good idea, especially G2, would say, we should play Callista top in our finals. That is today.
You say that as if G2 haven't been practicing that for weeks after they saw the Shy play it the first time around.
Well, another reminder again, I said this in game 1, but Callista top was started by the Shy, undoubtedly. He's the one who brought it into KR Challenger. He's the one who started experimenting with it as well. Yeah, I think the final later would be quite hilarious in LEC. I believe the LCS final is later as well. Imagine, let's go.
I'm laughing.
Kalista top everywhere.
I'm laughing at the Shy because, like, you look at the champions that he's been known for, and he just seems to keep adding in more champions over and over that you've got to worry about for this guy. There was Vlad, there was Riven, there was Nidalee from way back in the day as well. Now there's Kalista. I mean, how many champions do you have to try and look at the Shy and go, we can't give him this and this and this?
You just gave me a throwback with the Nidalee top, right? Do you remember Triforce Nidalee
yeah,
top?
I was only talking to Lyric about this actually before his first series.
Yeah.
It was like, that was a definite old school.
I tell you what.
Let's talk about Seraph. That's who it was.
Yeah. Let's have a heartwarming moment together. This game has shown us a lot of different metas. You know, that's when I cry and say, thank you, League of Legends. Now, caught on out. That was a good kick flash, but you're just dead. No one else really on the same page as Liam.
Well, Liam was trying to walk down Nostalgia Lane with us and show us the origins of the insect kick, but unfortunately it was the wrong time to do it, and LNG punish him for it now. IG being forced back, losing the vision fight, although Dwan, you need help here.
Unleash power. He's not going to get the range there on Dwan, so he's just going to back away.
So these picks are really important for LNG because now they can start to encroach in vision, force back the lane so the Shy can't as aggressively push in. And maybe then they can look to pick off the likes of Rookie or Puff with Maple on this Zoe underneath towers. You've got Light who's starting to stack up those items. And I love that Light is opting, instead of going for the likes of the Essence Reaver that we usually see, going for the Infinity Edge Druid's Hurricane. Because it just means you hit this spike much harder off of 3 items because you've gone this full crit style build.
Yeah, we've seen it in our last series as well from WE's Jomon, who, another congratulations to them. They have secured their chance at playoffs against OMG tomorrow. We still don't have our top 8 teams here in the LPL, but to reconfirm, IG are secured in top 2. This is about securing first. Because the Shy is the one trying to do that this game around. Gold lead extends here. IG about 2k in the lead. The Shy has been flame horizoning all game over Chenlun. He's still sitting on that Zeal as the rest of IG are fighting around mid. Maple getting pretty accurate, and there you go again. Nice trouble bubble. Dwan's popped the ulti over the wall. The flash is there. 2 people, but Dwan's going to die. Scat of the week yet again. Great as the poke from Rookie actually just saves. The Shy's TPing in.
But that was 5 people from LNG losing in the 4-person scenario against IG. So, yes, the Shy is here, but it's to confirm this Dragon and maybe more.
Again. Oh my god, the Shy doesn't even need a Sanguine Blade passive. He's got a rapid fire cannon. And even though Maple gets the trade on the Southwind, they're going to start this Dragon up.
And look how quick that attack speed is. This is going to rip through these objectives across the board. And now Maple still needs to be careful.
Puff's starting to do a bit of damage as well with the Triforce Ezreal, and the Mirror Mana almost complete. LNG lose another Dragon, and IG have set themselves up. Oh, you get an Ocean Soul as Kalista top? Are you joking? That is the best RNG roll I've ever seen. What the heck? How lucky is the Shy?
Well, he got his Kalista, so I say it's a pretty good lucky day for the Shy. Now you're starting to see, okay, LNG aren't able to keep control of these side waves as much as they would like. The Shy is getting turrets. He's starting to put himself into a really strong position. And the TP coming in from the Shy was a little bit wonky, but if he does just want to group with the rest of the team here, they can very quickly work their way through this Baron. And although they'll lose some of the passives that are coming through from the likes of Sanguine Blade because they're going to be grouped up as 5, the Shy is so far down ahead, it doesn't matter right now. If he groups, they're still incredibly strong.
I mean, yeah, those 3 items we mentioned before. Just note as well that IG have just completely covered Baron with vision at this point. They've cleared away the majority. Deep control ward to TP to if you're Chenlun. And Chenlun, who is still 1-0. He hasn't died yet. For this lane, that's very impressive.
And it is a case of, look, he's going to fall behind in the experience and the gold, but still, as you said, to not have died, it's incredible for this Rookie because we've seen what the Shy can do. He takes over this side lane, but how big the Shy is will make it a bit tough for him right now, especially with the rapid fire cannon. It can make it a little bit easier for him to get those Ren stacks into the Aatrox and then try and chase him down in these longer lanes that we find ourselves in.
Look at where LNG are. The Shy is actually paying so much respect here with the lack of vision in that bottom side jungle. waiting for the Aatrox to push in, while LNG have other plans.
And this is why we talked about LNG getting this control being so important, because the Shy has to play respectfully then, or can find himself picked off. So even though the rest of IG are situated up towards this Baron, they don't really have the quickest Baron taking, and especially they need to be careful if they end up going into this pit. Well, Maple can start to take pop shots at them, and with nobody particularly tanky on IG, that could spell disaster for them.
They're still sticking around as well. XX and Chenlong have been here for a long time. The Shy's backing away though. So this is one of the rare times we see the Shy actually pay a lot of respect.
Uh-oh. Rookie's got a lot of spears.
Setting up, great scout of the week. Into Light, he was feeling it, but wasn't able to walk forward to get the ulti. Close call here for LNG, but they survived. That's important.
Now you can see Chenlong and XX moving over to try and support the rest of the endeavor of keeping Baron safe. But the Shy now grouped up with the team. This is where LNG are trying to now find a 5 versus 5 fight, but I'm not convinced that they're going to win it with just how big the Shy is, and with the 4k gold lead IG managed to secure.
Massive poke that's coming through from Puff, but poke that can be responded from Mabel. Rookie though, oh my lord! He was not spotted out, there was no vision there. You talk about the Baron, but Rookie just deleted XX. He's still here as well. Maple over the wall, now going to spot Southwind. Rookie getting zoned away, but the Baron's just gone. And suddenly, Juan's dead as well. Almost. He doesn't die, but he almost does.
Nice battle dance to escape away there, but still IG. This is where what we were talking about. The Shy is happy to come and group because of how strong he is. He can rip through that Baron in the help with Leian. And Rookie finally finds the pick that this Syndra is meant to find.
XX going to be up in 2 seconds. IG pretty adamant on breaking the base here, but Maple in a flanking angle to get that trouble bubble. Doesn't hit the Shy, kiting around as Puff is the one who takes it in the end. Now inhibitor exposed. IG want that too.
They'll be able to get it. The Shy is going to be here. He'll help take this down pretty handily, and they can now back away. And with this mid lane going to be pushing in their favor, the other 4 members of IG can take their pick more than likely towards this bottom side, start pushing in there, leave the Shy to split push on the top side with his teleport coming up.
He's got a QSS, by the way. The back was actually completed by Rookie, and Southwind, I believe, coming back as well. Okay. Well, talk about Ocean Soul being a bit OP for the Shy. We're 2 dragons away from that becoming a reality. Next Ocean Soul, or next Ocean Dragon, excuse me, going to be secured by IG at this pace. A 6,000 gold in the lead for IG in game 2. Rookie, good dodge. There's Maple still on the mark here with his trouble bubbles. Even his paddle stars, unleashed power. Syndra trying to outplay. He'll burnt.
I like that we were looking at 2 different carries. You saw Maple nearly going down. I looked at Light getting half of his health taken off him because of a Q rend from his Kalista. The Shy is a force to be reckoned with right now.
And now he's just walking through mid. Chenlong going to go for the engage. He flashes on top. The ultimate from Aphelios lands. The Shy going to be engaged on here. Remember, he's the most fed member. He's exhausted up. But LNG still takes so long to kill him, and they can't even do it. They're walking towards IG, and IG say, no, that's game. Because Leian says so as well. On top of Light, this Lee Sin doesn't want to get Season 10 today. And that'll be all she wrote. IG now poised to strike here and make it a game 3.
They will force us on to a game number 3. The Shy keeps his record going with this Kalista.
Undefeated, that's right. In this game, he was uncontested, it feels like, as well. Thumbs up from Maple. He's 6-0. He doesn't want to ruin that KDA. Second Nexus turret. Like I said, a game 3. IG want to secure first place. They're still in the running here. They're going to go for the dive. And I guess just IG things in the end.
This is why the Shy does not get Kalista, and this is why you cannot blind pick that Aatrox against them. This is where I'm looking at LNG, and consistently they are going towards this Aatrox on the second rotation. I think you got to leave that counter pick towards Chenlong on the bottom side of the map. They opted to give it towards the Duan here with the Rakan. I don't think that was the right call, and unfortunately, because you haven't got the attention you can give towards the Shy in the top lane, he's able to take over. He gets the turret plates off the Rift Herald, he gets the cult to pop, he gets the kill, and it's all lights out from there on.
I will say the attempt for LNG, though, for the rest of the game, with Maple actually getting an advantage, was decent. Like, I think a lot of teams would struggle to know what to do there. LNG are still showing something in this series, which is nice, because we're looking at them towards summer, right? We're looking at them to see what they are going to show us in the next season, because they are out of playoffs. IG that time around, you're right, like Rookie finally comes into form a little bit there on the Syndra with a great scout of the week that LNG probably shouldn't have face checked that brush, you know?
And that's some of the problems that we did see was that the four people that we were looking at on the bottom half of the map for LNG should have been able to control it. They were in good shape, they got fed, with Maple doing well. We actually had a few kills and a really strong Aphelios in the bottom side of the map, and then they end up walking into the likes of Rookie. They're not getting the vision control that they should have. And even though they were controlling the Shy on the bottom side of the map, it meant that they lost complete control over Baron, which was where this game really swung over in the favor of IG.
When you looked at the time it took to do it. Okay, well, that's an easy win. 27 minutes in. Now we go to a game 3. I mean, at this point, like with IG series, it's really hard to know what is serious, what is not. That was still very much an IG game, just in a different form.
It's one where it's, again, the individual performances that are coming up. So this is where the Shy is... What was it?
Poor Chenlin.
Oh,
he did
yeah.
1,600 damage, man.
He's not having a fun time.
That's
He's
so
just
hard.
And I think you gotta give him a little bit of help here. This is where when you're going to draft, give him the counter pick. If you're on red side all the time, give him that counter pick, because you've already got Maple on the Zoe. He's happy enough. You see the Syndra locked in early from IG every time. You know what you're playing against. I don't understand why they're locking in this Aatrox so early every time, especially when we've seen Chenlun have good performances where he's got the counter pick into the likes of Wukong, where he took the Jax. This is where you can set him up for success, but instead, they're just making this game so much harder.
Well, they've taken us to a game 3, at least on the side of IG. We'll see what happens. Can they secure first? Still the question on this series.
这波挺伤的，对于小威这边来说，
而且还不给开石头人，这边小威就直接回了。
而且威这名选手其实要注意，他是一个很喜欢2级抓人。哎呦，这中弹很好，
这可能要打技能了，
这个要死了，不交闪的话。
包车
真不交吗？
哎，闪现！
哇，这波滔博这卡塔是玩了个心理，你知道吗？
卡塔直接第5层啊！
这里公子哥直接交闪现过来想拉人没拉到，公子哥现在是。大招还在 CD，
像皮塔他要被追死了，
小田踢了一下，传了个葫芦。这边库阿玛净化解一下，
库阿玛这输出位置很好啊，
库阿玛这波伤害可以的，皮塔这边是把自己给卖了，但是库阿玛能活下来吗？先打一下红 buff， 但是飞机飞了上来，
进来了，
哇呀，飞机这波扫射直接达到一个3杀。
看一下这波是不是想守，因为刘金松也赶过来了，这个拉到直接开了，
大招直接开了，华马跟公子哥单挑，这么
应该要死了，
活要被 A 死的，而且公子这边还要打1打2，下子踢了上来，被沙皇推了一下，而这边刘青松也是赶到 ，Killa 这边可能要被卖掉，帮不了这边大赚特赚，我的天哪！
这一波因为人员的一个减少，很有可能要放高地了。
飞机直接起脸了，被晕了一下。飞机这波有机会吗？飞机被秒掉，为何拿到这个大头？小 Z 的伤害落了下来，但是 ED 怎么办？死掉一个 CP， 还这个辣我快这边被点了一头，这个辣我直接一脸了，把快一带走。
Q 技能是收掉了沙皇的人头，
我感觉还有空间，还有空间。这边还要追，莫伊菲娜打到，再杀欧拉夫，双杀。而这边贝克感觉也要死，能换掉吗？换掉了。
这边底下也少了一个大，少死2个人。
女上大招直接是把中野给融化。华马这个位置有没有可能？
小天也想追，小天有闪现的。
华马这波伤害打得很高，我这终于爆炸了，
上去，
但自己被拉了过来。华马交闪现，
铁男是有 Q 闪的。
有机会吗？哦呦，这个 Q 闪。
Chasing, oh, 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 yeah. Adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing.
And you'll see your 2019 World Champions tomorrow for their last series against Top Esports on the very last game of the regular split, while you're going to see your 2018 World Champions from the LPL here against LNG in Game 3. Dagda, Hysterics, and Rookie gets MVP of game number 2. And I think this is well-deserved. He started out a bit slow, but kind of came through in the end.
A lot of damage coming through from Rookie as well. We were heavily focused on the Shy and how he could go into the side lane split push, but Rookie was doing magic on the rest of the map, and that was what really kept IG in this, to allow them to take over.
It's kind of rare because, like, with the Shy and Kalista in that pick, it's very easy for them to just go MVP for the Shy, because he played Kalista top, right? So it's kind of nice that we get someone who didn't have the greatest early game performance, but then kind of made the play that put IG on the map, especially in front of this Baron, with that big pick.
Yeah, and it's that was the one that really sealed the deal for IG in this game and now pushed us on to game number 3. So I think we're starting to see, though, still that LNG are able to push IG in this early game, and that wasn't what I expected coming into this. I honestly thought LNG were going to kind of lay back like they usually do and have IG step all over them. Now, though, I really want to see LNG come into this game number 3, get rid of the Shy with this Kalista, and see if they can do what they pulled out in game number 1, where they take over this early game, they run away with it into the mid game, and find those successful fights in the later
Because that Zoe from Maple has been successful both games now, right? It's just that the other parts of the map weren't as successful as game 1, where we saw that Aphelios on the side of LNG. So now at this point you go, well, there's a couple of bans across the board. Kalista definitely needs to be taken away, because that element of flex that LNG can't deal with. There's no point. Just get rid of it. But at this point, I've got to say LNG are playing the series well again. It compliments to LNG, who've already finished their season, who will not be in playoffs, who are sitting 16th at the moment. They just need a win for morale. IG still secure first here with this series win. So that's all it's going to take here just for IG to get over the line against LNG in Game 3.
And I think I'd like to see LNG, if they do want to try and continue this streak where they can maybe pick up the victory here. They've got the Senna ban that they've been going for consistently in this draft. I think that's the one you drop and give the Kalista ban into that situation. Sure. It does mean, though, chances are you're giving the Aphelios over to Puff and Southwind if you're going for this red side like they did in the last game. That could be a bit of an issue, but I will have to see if that is the decision that they go into this with. Don't know if that's a better scenario, though, in a lot of situations. Although, as I say that, the Senna is already banned away by LNG.
3 games on blue side here for IG. They have actually preferred this side in 2020. We knew them as a red-sided team, especially back in 2019 when they loved that solo lane counter pick. This time around, though, you can see LNG are still banning the Senna here. Dagda?
Well, I think coming back to your point just on the blue side, when there's so many strong picks that are available for both those solo laners just off the bat, where LeBlanc, Seth, Renekton's, all these picks can start to move into the solo lane roles and still have the impact that you want. Why not try and gobble one of them up for yourself rather than trying to play against them? But we are looking at this draft. Wukong, Jarvan, Trundle gone. We've got Senna, Lucian, and the Jace banned away again by LNG. And as we talked about, I want to see LNG looking to pick up the Aphelios here once again, but don't lock in this Aatrox. Give Chen Lun the opportunity to counter.
Okay, well, Aphelios, the no-brainer, needs to be locked in. Let's go. Ornn. Now, Ornn against Kalista.
So Ornn can do a bit more work against the Kalista because you've got the slow that can come through from the Q, which can set you up to maybe get the CC down. But the problem is, if you miss that once, you're going to be chased down entirely. So now you've got to be careful as this Shenlong, if you are still with the Shy going to this Kalista. It has a better opportunity to shut it down, but still you can struggle in this.
Especially, you're expecting the Bramble Vest to come out early, right? But at the very least, it is a tank versus a Kalista.
Yeah, it's a tank that has a lot more CC. That's where Kalista struggles, and you've got the ultimate that can help as well. So if you get some help from XX, could work out. Does set you up for some good team fights around the rest of the map, but I'm not sure. I want to see this in practice. This isn't something, obviously, we've seen a huge amount of.
Well, we're going to find out first, is it going to be Kalista in the top lane? Game 1, Puff played it towards bot, but after the success, let's see, because IG have no wants to ban away the Zoe mid that Maple has been so successful on as well.
And now we will probably see the same again. Taric ban coming through from LNG. The Thresh was the next one to follow against Southwind. So then you think this Kalista is going towards the bottom side, but still we'll have to see. This is again up in the air as to where that Kalista pick is going, even if we want to see the Syndra go down towards Puff in the south, or in the south lane, I suppose. But still, IG got to be banning away the Rek'Sai. Could be the likes of the Elise banned away once more from XX.
Draft has just been the same though, hasn't it?
Pretty much. The Rek'Sai obviously banned away instead of the
Ornn,
the Elise in last time. But maybe this opens up XX to go for the likes of the Olaf here. That is a little bit of a struggle though, because as an Olaf, you don't really want to be playing into the likes of Syndra, but maybe you could still find success. But here we go. Elise in potentially here for X. Oh, not Lee Sin actually, never mind. He's banned away. Elise here, sorry, for XX.
As we saw before. I like that Puff loses Ezreal though. That's a change in ban.
Okay.
Xin Zhao, the first one. And you say, you know what? Our last series is a split. Let's play a guy with the spear.
So the reason that Xin Zhao started to fall off a long time ago was the early game skirmishes around Scuttle Crabs just weren't as impactful. And Xin Zhao has such a strong level 2, level 3 that he was often just beating people out on those Scuttle Crabs and setting himself up for success. But without that, wasn't quite as useful. Now XX though, bringing this back, this is him saying, I want to find Leian, I want to fight him a lot, and see if I can get these skirmishes going in the lanes.
Well, we've just done pick order though for IG, because now with the Varus in, it is another Kalista top here to finish off the series. And Puff is one of the best Varus in the league, easily. So that is a really powerful pick with Southwind beside him and Thresh, and we're just going to get the bottom lane for LNG. So we get the, I believe they call him Zhao Xin here in China. As, let's go Dwan, lock it. We know you're going to do it. Just do it. Just do it.
I don't know if I want it though. He's going to go for it. I mean, look, it does work well where you've got the setup coming through from the Ornn into the Braum Glacial Fissure, and you can provide some safety. But now I'm looking at kind of going, okay, well, you can't really go aggressive in the bottom lane, so Light is going to be playing fairly passive against Puff and Southwind on this bottom side of the map. You still have Maple who'll be in good shape, so XX has kind of limited himself to 2 lanes he can go to, either Maple in the mid or towards Shenlong in the top side, and that doesn't spell the greatest success to me. Yes, you can help shut down the Shy, but it still feels like the Shy eventually will take over that top lane.
I mean, at least it spices up something in this game, right? No matter what, LNG have played better, as we said. No matter what, you know, IG are at the point where they have secured top 2. They're just looking for this final game to push over the line. Because remember, if they win this game, they are 14-2. No one can catch them. Not even FPX can catch them in series. And they will secure first, meaning they'll be on the technically weaker side of the bracket, which is always good if you're sitting in those semi-finals. So at this point in time, Invictus Gaming running the Kalista top yet again. We saw how far ahead it got last time around. I'm curious with the jungle change if there is any sort of change within top itself.
Well, I still think we're going to see a very similar style play coming in here where Leian putting his attention towards Rookie, towards the Shy in this top lane, especially when you see the Braum in the bottom lane. You know the Puff and Southwind are going to be safe, and Puff and Southwind don't tend to get resources coming through from IG anyway, so this is a winning matchup for Puff and Southwind. They'll be happy. It's going to be the Shy and Rookie we'll be seeing a lot of attention towards.
Win lane, win game really just kind of strikes true with a lot of IG's compositions, not this one only. As we go into our third and final game of the night, our penultimate day here in the LPL 2020 Spring. We got one more game day after today. That is tomorrow, and then we go into playoffs a day after that. Or 2 days after that, excuse me. But welcome, Game 3. That man is a wizard. We return to the Rift. And seeing Xin Zhao for the first time here in the LPL, what a good way to end LNG series.
And I want to see what impact this Xin Zhao can have. As we said, great in skirmishes, great in 1v1 scenarios, and that was why he was picked all those, well, patches ago. I was going to say years, but it hasn't been that long, I hope. But anyway, still, this is where I want to see XX getting into the face of Leian, trying to set himself up for success, and by default then setting Chenlun and Maple up for success as well.
I mean, this is a hail of blades. Xin Zhao, so XX will go top. He'll knock him up, audacious charge into 1-2, and then the Shy goes sky high. I kind of like this. I think this is very ambitious from XX, but after his Game 1 performance, I think he's had a very ambitious day as the Shy says, hello, sir. Spear is going to go into the wall, apparently.
Yeah, so that's one of the things on Kallista's passive for anyone who doesn't know with the Martial Poise. If you don't have vision of the person you're auto-attacking, your spears won't actually connect with them. So you can play around the vision a little bit there. Yeah, so that's why you see it plonking into the wall instead of into that big ol' Ornn. But still though, you can see the Shy once again pushing in his top lane. XX starting on this top side. He knows, look, I'm on the weak side of my map here, so I want to clear my buff on this side and then path towards my strong lanes. But the problem that I'm seeing again is that you're leaving Chenlun on his own in this scenario.
And we're kind of at a point where I know that people are gearing up towards the LEC finals, coming through and watching IG and LNG here. We're kind of at a point where we're going to leave everything open for what IG shows us during playoffs. They're already secured to a semi-final as Rookie has the flash, the respect for XX here in this early game. And here in this final game of their season, we are going to get a little bit of a taste of what form IG are in now that the gloves are off after Game 2, now that they're one apiece and want to secure number 1.
And again, our eyes are drifting towards the Shy and this Kalista and Chenlun on this Ornn. Has opted for the Unsealed Spellbook here. I like this pick. Usually we're looking towards, grasps or something along these lines, but you're not really going to be able to proc the grasp in these scenarios, and having the Unsealed Spellbook will allow you to take some of these more defensive summoner spells when you're getting aggressed on by the Shy, and exhaust maybe to help set up against our setup for XX. This is where it could be really good for Chenlun and helping him to survive that little bit longer. And that's all that Chenlun's trying to do here. Survive against the Shy, and then try and be as big, beefy Ornn in these team fights.
Just remember, the Shy is doing this all again. Expectations are as it were in Game 2.
Also, don't forget that because he's gone with the Inspiration Tree, he does get access to those biscuits. Can go with the Time Warp Tonic as well. So get a little bit more movement speed, which is great for trying to escape away from the Shy, and also providing a bit that upfront 50% health from the potion will help out in again if he finds himself up a creek without a pad.
Wrong brush. As Maple was backing away. This is his third game on Zoe here in this series. Has had really successful series so far. And Maple has been playing fantastically, I think, amidst all the chaos. I just want to note as well that while Leian and XX came for a confrontation, Leian is actually ahead in CS, but now XX up towards the top side, controls the scuttle, so the Shy has to pay a bit of respect to this lane now.
Will be spotted by Leian that, okay, Scuttle is gone, XX is on this top side. You can see the pings already going down on it. And especially when you don't have the Rookie in lane right now, there is a chance for LNG to try and make a play towards the top side. But it's still the Shy. You never know how passive he's going to play or respect the enemy jungler. Now XX being spotted out.
Yeah, they thought he was in the top rush. You could see pings from IG were going down, but with the information gained, Leian once again here right in the top side, and immediately the Shy goes for the aggressive trade. Chenlun going to have to burn some of those biscuits, some of the potions here in this top side, while Leian doesn't want to get caught out in the same position. And I guess the difference this time is that Dwan can't roam on the Rakan.
And that's why we're seeing Puff and Southwind playing so aggressively in this bottom lane. XX aggressive on them.
Now going into the Xin Zhao. Remember, he's one of the best duelists, but here taken low, Leian in a good position, but Searing Charge doesn't seem like it's available. Sonic Wave going to connect yet again. Leian not going to go on in, but he just bullies out the top laner again. Chenlun didn't get to play League of Legends this series, on another note, at all.
That was the Jason game number 1, and then double Callistas again. This is not fun for Chenlun. Will TP back this time around, though? Gonna be safe to TP back. Won't be caught underneath the tower with more than he bargained for, with Leian and Rookie in the last game trying to kill him the second he came back.
TP getting matched here. The Shy has a serrated Dirk and is already up 20 CS yet again here in this game. Chenlun, as he returns, you know, there's the Doran shield he started with. The cloth armor was there, I believe, built in lane, or at least just then anyway. So just trying to stop some of this damage. At the very least, he can, you know, build straight into tank here in this top lane.
XX coming towards the mid lane, though.
He doesn't have flash from before, has the cleanse, get the movement speed, but he gets knocked up anyway, and first blood does go over to this Xinjiao.
Nice job from XX, and again, it's Rookie that's the focal point for XX and setting up Maple. XX was originally in that top lane struggling against Leian because the support of the Shy was there, but all around the rest of the map where they're not losing out, XX can make these aggressive plays, and he does so against Rookie.
It's the third time's the charm here in this series where focusing towards Maple has netted the results here on this Zoe. Maple, again, has been the star player on this LNG roster in this series, as now from that, XX moves down onto the Ocean Dragon. Puff going super aggressive onto this bottom lane, but simply just a trade, while Ocean will be secured by LNG.
And it will be a nice start for LNG, because in the last couple of games, IG have managed to pick up 1 or 2 of those dragons to start things off, which has made it a bit easier for them to avoid fighting LNG when they didn't want to. Now, though, maybe LNG can set themselves up for success, picking up these dragons, pushing towards Soul Point, and drawing the Shy out of this side lane split push. Again, though, remember, the Shy is looking for cold stacks. He's going to be getting these turret plates when XX is focusing on the bottom side.
Look at the portraits. The Shy smiling, and Chenlun's face is just like absolutely having none of this. It sells the story so well, doesn't it?
And Leian's going to be smiling as well, because don't forget, Leian used to play with Chenlun and with Light on Voodoo back in 2018. So this is him sitting on the top of his perch, looking down at where his former teammates are.
In a bit of trouble there, though, in the mid lane meanwhile. And you got to say, this series, Maple has been the better mid laner. Even though with Rookie, like, getting MVP game 2, I still think Maple has been the better mid laner consistently.
Definitely lane it has been.
Absolutely.
Maple. And especially when you've seen Rookie opt into this matchup for the 3rd time in a row, it's not like it's surprising. And especially when Rookie should be winning out in this lane. Usually what you're able to do is push aggressively, hit those Scatter the Weaks, and then you just burst out Maple to start things off. But Rookie has not been able to find those picks that you like, especially with XX helping out. And Maple has been setting himself up for success.
Triple cloth armor now picked up, though, from Chenlun after backing away. The second bit of turret plating goes over to the Shy. Now he doesn't have TP to get back in this lane, but he'd be sitting on quite a bit of gold being 50 CS up. We'll see. What does that turn into? No, only the Vampire Acceptor. Now the Flash Chains Corruption doesn't land, but the Death Sentence does. Unleash Power was nice, and now IG Group mid is 4.
Because they want to go for this Rift Herald. This is the play that they go for all the time with Callista in the top lane. It looks like actually that they will be able to move over and pick off this, although as I say that, Rookie's backing. Puff and Setwind have got to return to base as well, so maybe Leian isn't as comfortable going for this straight off of that play.
A lot was used, though, from Rookie and from Puff, too.
Well, I'm surprised to see them backing away. I assumed they would have just walked straight over, but they're giving LNG the opportunity now to answer for these plates. Leian can, of course, path over towards that Rift Herald once XX is spotted, but LNG are getting time to push in, and with the guns available on Light, he could do a lot of work to these towers.
Kind of unfortunate, though, because Puff and Southwind are back before the wave crashes in. But we'll see, because I believe XX was spotted down here, so paying the respect, you're right. The damage done by Light here on the turret plating. It does net LNG some of that missing gold.
So now we can see Leian is going to move over towards the Rift Herald.
Good death sentence here, but it is Xinjiao. Yeah, you don't want to follow that one up. He'll follow you.
So here we go. LNG are able to answer for this play, and especially getting all this gold into the likes of Light is going to work wonders for them. And Leian can use this Rift Herald on the top side to answer for the play and answer for the turret, and it'll be the Shy versus Light once again, just like game number 2.
But he is on a ward, so you can see the information that...
Chenlun.
Yeah, this is not good. Let's just wait for the next Halo Blades, he says. But XX says, well, if jungler's towards Herald, I can keep pushing this in. Now, turret's not going to go down right now, but with the Herald up to top side, it becomes a quick race with the next wave coming through.
Looks like it will just about be the Rift Herald that would secure it, though, maybe?
LNG first.
It will be, okay. So LNG do a good job of just about sneaking that one away. So they get the gold across. Now they're going to keep pushing, which I'm not the biggest fan of. You can see XX is going to back away. He needs to try and help out Chenlun in this situation since Maple is holding on to mid lane against Rookie.
They're kind of rinse and repeating game 2 plays. Rift Herald going to get a charge on the inner. Call the Forge God being used. XX is coming in. Chenlun, though, not that tanky. The Shy takes up the turret for a little bit. Now Luoyan underneath turret himself. He takes a shot. The Shy is going to die too. 0-1 Kalista top.
And suddenly we're in game number 3. No longer is Chenlun dying under this tier 2 top. XX is here to support him. And now LNG are setting themselves up for success. Still an 800 gold lead for IG, but this is much better than what we saw in game number 2.
I mean, this is more remnants of game 1 where LNG just kind of took away control and matched the pace of Invictus Gaming. Impressive to see here, and now XX has 2 kills. 1 on the on top who has Bramble Vest.
And the pace is going to be accelerated as well. Dragon is here in 35 seconds, and they can make this play work for LNG because of the gold that's been invested into XX. He's now a nuisance to deal with. You've got Light, who's already completed that Essence Reaver as well, ahead of Puff, thanks to the gold that was invested into the Aphelios. So LNG in a 4 versus 4 should come out on top, although they'd love for XX to have his ultimate backup.
Would you like me to repeat what I said game 1 though? Game 2, sorry. Which was, you got to gank this Kalista more than once though. You got to commit to keeping her behind. The Shy moving back to topside now with Sanguine Blade, but Dragon spawning and LNG have the priority.
Yeah, Leyan is only looking for the steal here. With Rookie backing, they say we're not going to fight this. So will be maybe Leyan able to try and steal this or push LNG back, but they won't try and contest it up front in the fight.
Meanwhile, look towards topside. I mean, inner turret's going to be under fire here as Krugs are spawning, and the Shy's like, I'll take that as well. Chenlun going to match that while Luoyan backing on a ward is Maple. Sonic Wave going to be dodged away from, and we have an Infernal Rift. That is going to be so good for a Zoe if she can get her hands on it.
XX on top side once again, just in time for this tower to go down. He will be spotted, but can close the distance with Flash.
Sanguine Blade, not going to be great with 2 people up here, but he disappears afterwards. The Shy pays the respect. Does IG also make the roam?
Again, though, we're seeing the CS advantage across the board for IG. Top lane, we know how that one's going to go. But certainly in bottom lane, it's a little bit in favor of Puff, and Rookie once again in control of this mid.
There's going to be so many people tonight on the servers playing this, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Especially when you just see how strong the Shy is on this pick. Even Leyan here to support him in his endeavor and pushing in this top side of the map, making sure that XX, even though he was spotted up here, can't actually get in and try and gank that lane before the tier 2 tower goes down.
Yoink from Maple. And Luoyan unable to secure that one. But now, look, we are keeping track of the Shy's build. He has the Berserker Greaves in inventory now. He's not as accelerated as it feels like he was in the second game, but still, he had that early death and then he rose to the occasion. He is walking mid now.
Well, this was the thing. In the last game, the Shy was so far ahead that by the time Light had finished his first item, there was already the Blade of the Rune King completed for the Shy as well. So this is a much more even game, although Maple can still feel the brunt of the damage.
It's a Pierce max. So he's maxing Q into E. Again, remember, we said this in game 2. No points in W because you don't care. You don't have an Oath Sworn, or normally it's the jungler, but you don't care. So everything's in on that Ren Q. As the Shy is pushing out here, Luoyan has found XX, who actually uses the ulti. So Luoyan with a win.
Well, what are IG trying to secure here? There's no real objective on the map right now. You're sharing experience between Rookie and the Shy, which is not what you want to do. Whereas Light is free farming the bottom side. Maple is clearing turrets here. Chenlun has groups just to try and provide a little bit of help, but you're not sharing in the same way. Like, look, you've got Puff, the Shy, and Rookie all here on the one
That's
spot.
why you don't think they're going to be here. As Call the Forge God comes through, hits the gap. The Shy hits Maple in return. They're still trying to get that mid turret, and so IG are like, let's group again.
IG need to deal with bottom wave. They got top wave pushing in. This is golden experience that is going across. Now you can see Rookie going to answer for that top wave. So this is actually a win for LNG, even though it doesn't quite look like it.
Down the south end with the hook. Tries to get the mid wave. Maple's the person who clears his back wave so damn quick at this point. Puff is blocked, really. As fishing for bubbles on the side of Maple again.
And now there's the opportunity for LNG to make a play if they would like. Once Rookie shows and you see the shot in the bottom lane, they could try and make something happen, but it looks like instead they're going to move in to get vision control for this Rift Tower that's about to spawn.
IG up by 2,000 gold yet again. Feels like it's on the back of the Shy. 800 in gold plating. While the bottom lane, as we talked about, they got first turret blood, plus they got all the turret plating shared between Light and Dwan. I guess just the difference between the amount of members. The Shy sits bot for now, yet again. Kind of rinse and repeating that second game just to kind of be repetitive.
Well, don't forget, look, if you look at the Shy, he's got the 800 from turret plates. He's got a bunch of gold coming in from that cull, because yes, you get the 300 injection, but you also get a little bit more gold as well for just killing creeps off of it. So he's got a lot of gold that's now banked in him. Think about 1,200 above where he would usually be if he hadn't got these advantages.
Nice hook, but who's here to support? Well, Dark Passage is available. Box laid down. But Le Yan and Rookie not there in time, but XX flashes. That's actually massive for the Xinjiao. As Dwan going to get Sonic Wave here as well. The kickback, but he gets mid. Light is like, where the heck did that come from? As LNG all of a sudden, as Rookie, that was a horrible ulti. He tries to recover it, but XX will survive. But my word, Le Yan, that was smooth as Michael Jackson.
Holy crap. That was so sick from Le Yan. Dwan was like, don't worry, guys, I got this. And suddenly, Light is in the middle of IG.
That was smooth, sick, and that was as good as Peanuts, right? We saw a couple of weeks ago. Peanut pulled off the same great kick. And props to Le Yan. The kill goes over IG. Take the mid lane turret because of it. One mistake, one moment. And IG snapped down hard.
All right, we get it. Le Yan is a little bit jealous of us talking about Rookie in the Shy and wants to put his mark down because that was absolutely insane. I love seeing good Lee Sin mechanics like that. Exactly, and that's what I was going to say. I mean, when you talk about Peanut, you talk about now Le Yan as well. There's so many in the LPL that are just incredibly good on this pick. LNG, though, are fighting back, though. Now you've got the Dragon kick down, you've got the box and the Chains of Corruption out here for this Dragon. So LNG, unless Le Yan can steal, should be the ones who get this.
Well, Le Yan just had an amazing kick, so he's like, yeah, I can. The Shy is going to jump in first, though. Will he steal it? Yes, he will. Fate's Call going to be used here. Remember, the Shy has bound the jungler. Still on top, Le Yan is here, looking to go in. The knock-up available. Rather, Le Yan is out. I believe that's actually a visual bug. Light is going to take down the Shy, and now Dwan, as a response, Southwind gets the hook. Dark Passage is there. And IG aren't going to take it. Meanwhile, XX actually looking to take this one around as Le Yan gets the Sonic Wave, dies to Maple. And IG now only have 3 people left. Shenlong just gets bursted down. Good troll bubble. That's on to Puff here, looking for the 80 carry to die, and he will. XX and Maple still challenging. Boxes down, and had he cast IG, honestly? What the heck is happening? As Maple and XX still on in. Rookie's going to kill one and flash away. Let's reset, because this is just stupid.
What is going on? Maple's still going.
Dodge. He has flash now. Rookie is going to die. Yes, he is. And now the Shy's back alive. We TP in. Southwind is going to die. I don't know. If you ask me, maybe.
Maybe. No.
Now Maple's going to die because the Shy's here. Trouble bubble, friend. All right. Let's
I got this. Don't worry.
Take it away.
I got it. Don't worry. You're
as LS
okay.
would say, take it away.
So we have what looks like an LNG victory because, well, look, Le Yan steals the Dragon, which is fantastic. LNG, we talked about their ultimates being up and available. Should have been a much cleaner fight, but Shenlong disintegrates before that fight kicks off because his build is nowhere to be found right now off of all the pressure that's been put on the early game. And then it's on to the rest of LNG to try and secure this fight. Light taken out so low to begin things, and Maple not quite able to connect with as many of those paddle stars he was like that the LNG couldn't finish things off. So keep your eyes on Shenlong. He goes incredibly low to start things off alongside Light. So that's 2 members out. Shenlong does wrap around and end up dying, but that's on Shenlong. XX then here is trying to fight off Puff and Rookie because they're trying to surround them on all sides here. And this is where it starts to look good again for LNG. But Shenlong has no magic resist, so he dies instantly. Then Maple does manage to get in here again, pick up a heal to keep XX alive that little bit longer. And it's all just messy from here.
There's so much more on this replay.
I know.
I don't think we're going to get time. It was good from Rookie, but I think at this point I just had a breakdown. I was actually quite confused because the Shy, you know, when Fate's Call comes through, he has an orb on his head. He used it, Luyan came out, but he still had it, so I think that's a visual bug. That was actually just confusing me there, so I do apologize. LNG might have actually found a pick onto Southwind. The burst damage to come through. Call the Forge God yet again. Maybe this is more coordinated. Not going to be blocked away. We get a death sentence again. That lands, and Chenlund is not tanky enough. Fate's Call this time gets a massive knockup, but Luyan, I don't think he wanted to go in. As the backline damage is there, and IG are still healthy. The Shy is kiting forward. As this time around, it's easy to see who won that one.
Light missed the Moonlight visual off the back of that as well, so it meant that IG, the low health bars that were there, can't be punished with the Inferno Moonlight Vigil. IG now can turn towards the Baron with the double AD carry comp that they have.
Rookie in lane is a massive lull, but Rookie in fight is the biggest poggers I've ever seen.
It's that Drake meme. It's just, you know, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Rookie looks great, but here we go. TP from Chenlund.
Oh, he almost dies. Well, here comes Ghost Orn. What can he do? Not too much, because Chenlund hasn't been able to play League of Legends.
He has a no magic mantle.
I mean, the Shy's going after him. He loves bullying this Orn. Look at this. Wait for Ren City, but maybe not because LNG are turning up. Versus 4, the exhaust goes down. The Shy a bit over ambitious, but the Dark Passage heals him up enough, or at least shields him. Unleash Power's a bit overkill. And at this point, LNG are now behind by 8k gold. Can Maple turn it around? The death sentence not in time as Southwind flushes away as well. Sonic Wave connects. Luyan is from IG. He likes to go in. Lee Syndrome at the ready. As Maple, that one's not going to land. The fight is over. The Shy dies again. What's new? But LNG lost the Baron.
They lose the Baron, and they will more than likely lose this upcoming Dragon as a result as well. And LNG, these flights are all over the place, but Chenlund, take it easy, dude. You don't have any of Magic Resist right now, so every time you're running Smack Bang, it's a rookie who's like, cool, I'm going to farm your health bar.
You know what's great is because I know people are either waking up or getting ready again for the LEC final, that they're like, okay, I'm going to tune into the LPL and let's see what's going on here. They tune into this game, the IG series, and they're like, yep, that's LPL, just like I remember it. And to be fair, IG haven't really changed.
They never changed.
If you watched them last year, if you watched their semi-final, it's still IG. They still fight. And Luyan going for this play is like, don't worry, I have a support with me. He's out. Chenlund at half health again.
I just want to see Chenlund finish an item. That's all I want from this game, because right now he's working towards his Spectre's kill as well to be like, hey, look, I got Magic Resist now, we're okay, but unfortunately, wait. Oh, there it is. He's got the Sunfire Cape. But still, working towards that kill, I think, is definitely going to be needed because Rookie is removing his health bar every step of the way.
And remember, this secures first for IG. Everyone's like, dude, this team is the best team in the LPL right now.
I want to take that with a caveat, though, because when we look at IG, they're all over the place. But we saw FPX trying to work through some growing pains at the start of the season. We saw JDG play without Zoom for a lot of the season. Like, we still got a lot of teams that have really strong macro. And I swear, tune into one of their games at some point.
No. This is still the best team in the LPL because at this point, look at this. Look at the execution. Dwan puts up the door. Sonic Wave connects, but Luyan's not going to take this one in while Puff hits away at the turret with the Baron buff enabled. Troll Bubbles are landing from Maple, but Unleash Power. Heal is the only reason he survives. Syndra is dirty with the Magi's. And Light now getting caught out. IG say it's time to end here. It's 23 minutes. This one's gone on for way too long. As Luyan goes in the back line, the Shy joins up, and he's onto Chenlund again. Leave the Ornn alone. He survives too, with XX getting rendered, getting destroyed. The death sentence lands again. And IG, sometimes they go crazy, but when they go like that, you say this team is powerful.
They do have the shortest average win time. They'll keep this going, Hysterics.
For first place, IG make this a bloodbath. For first place, they take us to all 3 games. And first place here in the LPL regular season is Invictus Gaming all the way.
What is these games? IG have been some of the most confusing teams to watch because they draft the craziest stuff.
G'day.
They play the strangest game style, and then they come out and you're just like,
you know what? I know a lot of people watching this would say this is like solo queue, except you got very powerful members, again, to use that word, on the side of Invictus Gaming. And this is kind of just like a statement. because the Shy has post-game interviews, Rookie as well, and they're very jovial. They're very happy, right? And the Shy, as he said when he played his Ornn, do you remember his Ornn versus Suiting? If you missed that one, go look it up.
Off the start of the show.
He started Doran's Blade in one of the other series as well on Ornn. He played his first Ornn game on the competitive stage, and as they asked him in the interview, they said, so, you know, what's with the Ornn pick? And he said, I don't know, it was just my first time playing it. I just wanted to play Ornn, right? So
you know these guys do the draft themselves. Like, you know that the Shy and Rook, like the entire of IG, do decide the draft by themselves. There's no coach who's involved in it. And you know when statements like that come out that has to be true.
I mean, this is crazy. And again, the Shy on Kalista, undefeated. 4 games played, undefeated. And it's not about the KDA. It's the pressure in lane. And Chen Lun, let's throw a special shout out to Chen Lun. If anyone knows him, if anyone can get in contact, I'm so sorry. This has been an unfair series for you. All 3 games, you didn't get to play. You didn't get to show us anything. And now you look like the weaker top laning because the Shy just played for the lane.
Yeah, and that's the problem was that you couldn't get the help either because XX started on that top side of the map and pathed towards the bottom side because he knew Leon was going to be up there. He knew he was going to have the Shy pushing in 24/7, so you can't even get XX up there to help you a lot of the times. And even one gank, as we said, over in this series is not enough to stop the Shy.
Chen Lun is like that puppy that you see, you know, it's raining outside and you see this stray dog. It's sitting out on the sidewalk. And you know, well, there's not really anything you can do at this point, right? And it's sitting there and it's sad and you're crying because of it.
And your apartment block doesn't let you have pets.
Yeah, maybe you're on the 10th floor and you're isolating at the moment. You can't go outside. Chen Lun is that puppy outside. And you can't do anything. You just have to look at it and kind of cry inside for yourself. I'm sorry, Chen Lun. That was a really, really rough series for you. But hey, if we're talking about LNG, I will say they've improved. If you didn't watch LNG earlier in the season, this team was absolutely, let's not use horrible, mediocre. No, but like this team didn't gel together at all, right? And Light coming in over Asura, these are 280 carries who I think are okay. Light's been with a Snake organization for a while. Because LNG being Snake in the past, you know, they had expectations to at least be middle tier. 16th, that's where they finished.
And this is the problem that we're seeing with LNG was no proactivity in the early game. XX wasn't doing a huge amount. Maple would get these leads and not do anything with them. Now, though, in this series, they were really trying to change that storyline. Yep. They were having XX set up for Maple. Maple then roaming to the bottom side of the map, making 4-man plays towards getting bottom tower, answering for pressure across the map on IG. It was beautiful to see from LNG. The only problem is they came in their last series.
But at least, like, we saw something good of Maple. Everyone knows Maple from Flash Wolves in the past, right? Maple was that mid laner who we saw on the world stage many times, who played with Sword Art, who is still on Suning. So I think seeing Maple in this good form is a sign towards summer that Maple is getting better and better each time we see him in the LPL, now with his 3rd split here. I would look towards XX as well and that they are gelling together, which is important. So I think good notes for LNG to end on, at least for personal improvement.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, coming into summer, at least we can now see the crux of things to come. Maybe they can start to get the lanes rolling. And I don't think I can really blame Chen Lun for this series. Unfortunately, he was just caught out in a bad situation. No. And he did a really good job on the Aatrox not to die, the Ornn. You just can't. Some of the TPs were a bit questionable, but at that stage, you're just not tanky enough to do anything because you've got no magic resist for a rookie. You're all invested in this armor. You barely finished the Sunfire Cape before the game ends. Like, how are you supposed to be successful?
We signed off Chen Lun. It's a sad story, you know. It's like how the way, it's like how Matrix ends. I guess.
Spoiler
I don't know.
Alert,
obviously, kind of sad. Actually, kind of sad. But at this point, look, for IG, they're the first team. They're 14-2. Not even FPX or JDG can catch up. So if you haven't actually been updated, at the moment, IG, the only team secured for top 2. FPX need to win tomorrow to secure their top 2 position as well. Top 2 here in the LPL get semi-finals. So IG have a semi-final berth. All they have to do is win one best of 5, and they're in the grand final for Spring.
And, I mean, what a performance, what a place to be for IG. I was going to say what a performance to put them there. It's a little bit all over the place. But IG still is playing IG style, so now we can look towards them and potentially FPX, obviously, off that win tomorrow to go and say, hey, look, these are the two teams that only have to win one. You've got to look now at JDG, E-Star, Top Esports, who are all going to be chasing their tail to see if they can catch up to those guys at the top spot. But certainly, they've well earned their position here.
They really have. And while we are on the note of the series, because I know we're waiting for MVP here, and as soon as we get that, it will be Rookie, by the way. Again, I mean, like, they're not giving it to the top Kalista. They're going to give it to Rookie, who, again, gets out of lane and just kills everyone.
And it's great to see Rookie going back to successful ways, because we started to talk about them in their 2018 split, how they were winning the summer, or at least coming first in spring regular split, coming first in summer regular split, and a lot of it was off the back of Rookie playing out of his goddamn mind.
Yeah.
And we saw that again when it came to the World Championship. So this guy coming back to success here, even if the laning phase wasn't exactly the way they wanted to, his team fights are on point, and this is where we wanted to see Rookie continue to shine, especially as someone that obviously coming across from Korea off of KTROs into the LPL. This was never going to be an easy move for him, but he's taken it in stride and looks fantastic.
I mean, look, he's been here on IG for a while, right? Like, he's a standout player and has been in China for so long here in the LPL. It's where Rookie has really made his name. And especially towards these last couple of years, winning the World Championship, going to another semi-finals at Worlds last year against FPX. There's standout performances there too. But that is it for our penultimate day. If you missed out on anything today, let's recap you, because this is an important day. JDG already have secured top 4. Now, this win was important because if FPX lose tomorrow, JDG will get semi-final berth like IG.
And then we're looking at WE versus EDG. That was a big one for WE, who just being out of that win have now barely kept their own playoff hopes alive, getting into that 8th place spot. Keep your eyes on tomorrow's series as well for OMG versus WE to find out who will manage to take that spot.
Now it's exciting. Poor Vici, rest in peace, Coma. He was close. Vici, because of EDG losing, are knocked out of playoffs. As you can see, 8th seed will be decided on our very last regular season day, with the head-to-head between the teams that are fighting it out. That is the perfect way to close it out.
And as well as he talks about our very last series deciding everything for FPX.
Also note that E-Star and Top Esports, E-Star are not guaranteed top 4, which means quarterfinal here in the LPL. If Top Esports win tomorrow, E-Stars will be 5th. So that's really, really important. Of course, game difference, we'll talk about that. Rogue Warriors and LGD, that's a fun one to start off, but WE and OMG.
And as you start to talk about for FPX and Top, if FPX win, they solidify 2nd place. If Top win, it means JDG go to 2nd. Top will take E-Star's spot.
Yeah.
And that is a really messy way for a lot of these teams to be like, oh God, we've lost our position here.
But if FPX win tomorrow, let's also remember that there's a chance that JDG will be on their side of the bracket too. JDG with a team that upset everyone in spring, that also upset the favorites in FPX in the semi-finals. So that's always something to keep in the back of your mind. FPX and Top Esports, what a great way to finish the split. It has been a great spring split. Like, we have been busy 7 days a week, 3 series a day for 7 weeks now. I mean, 6 weeks. We had the massive break a month and a half.
But still, yeah.
But holy moly. Shout out to our production team working overtime, of course, because even though the English broadcast is only 5 days a week, we have really, really tried to get every single moment of the LPL and continue the action forward.
And, I mean, look, now we are coming down to what is set up to be an incredible spring split. A finale to behold. And hopefully you will join us tomorrow to watch that finale as we try to round out our
And
splits.
then, remember, playoffs start not tomorrow, because tomorrow's the last day of the split, not the day after. That's our 1 break day. Then playoffs start 2 days after the split ends, which is pretty crazy. And then it goes for like 5 days straight. So we are getting towards the tail end of the split here, remembering that our finals will be on May the 2nd there, and summer starts on May 23rd, so...
we don't get much of a break here, but it doesn't matter. I love me some LPL.
Yeah, I hope you guys do too, otherwise this would be all so silly. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us. Thank you to our other casters who came through in Lyric, in Munchables, who are also working hard, like this man here, Dagda. I am Mysterix, and I am enjoying the LPL. Thank you to our English production team again. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow for the last day of the regular season.